Chapter 8. There is no justice in history. Understanding human history in the millennia following the agricultural revolution boils down to a single question. How did humans organize themselves in mass cooperation networks when they lacked the biological instincts necessary to sustain such networks? The short answer is that humans created imagined orders and devised scripts. These two inventions filled the gaps left by the biological inheritance. However, the appearance of these networks was for many a dubious blessing. The imagined orders sustaining these networks were neither neutral nor fair. They divided people into make-believe groups arranged in a hierarchy. The upper level enjoyed privileges and power, while the lower ones suffered from discrimination and oppression. Hammurabi's code, for example, established a pecking order of superior commoners and slaves. Superiors got all the good things in life. Commoners got what was left. Slaves got a beating if they complained. Despite its proclamation of the equality of all men, the imagined order established by the Americans in 1776 also established a hierarchy. It created a hierarchy between men who benefited from it and women whom it left disempowered. It created a hierarchy between whites who enjoyed liberty and blacks and American Indians who were considered humans of a lesser type and therefore did not share in the equal rights of man. Many of those who signed the Declaration of Independence were slave holders. They did not release their slaves upon signing the declaration, nor did they consider themselves hypocrites. In their view, the rights of man had little to do with Negroes. The American order also consecrated the hierarchy between rich and poor. Most Americans at that time had little problem with the inequality caused by wealthy parents passing their money and businesses on to their children. In their view, equality meant simply that the same laws applied to rich and poor. It had nothing to do with unemployment benefits, integrated education, or health insurance. Liberty too carried very different connotations than it does today. In 1776, it did not mean that the disempowered, certainly not blacks or Indians or God forbid women, could gain and exercise power. It means simply that the state could not, except in unusual circumstances, confiscate a citizen's private property or tell him what to do with it. The American order thereby upheld the hierarchy of wealth, which some thought was mandated by God and others viewed as representing the immutable laws of nature. It was framed, rewarded merit with wealth, while penalizing indolence. All the above mentioned distinctions between free persons and slaves, between whites and blacks, between rich and poor are rooted in fiction. The hierarchy of man and woman will be discussed later, yet it is an iron rule of history that every imagined hierarchy disavows its fictional origin and claims to be natural and inevitable. For instance, many people who have viewed the hierarchy of free persons and slaves as natural and correct have argued that slavery is not a human invention. Hammurabi saw it as ordained by the gods. Aristotle argued that slaves have a slavish nature, whereas free people have a free nature. Their status in society is merely a reflection of their innate nature. Ask white supremacists about the racial hierarchy and you are in for a pseudo-scientific lecture concerning the biological differences between the races. You are likely to be told that there is something in Caucasian blood or genes that makes whites naturally more intelligent, moral, and hardworking. Ask a die-hard capitalist about the hierarchy of wealth, and you are likely to hear that it is the inevitable outcome of objective differences in abilities. The rich have more money in this view because they are more capable and diligent. No one should be bothered then if the wealthy get better health, care, better education, and better nutrition. The rich richly deserve every perk they enjoy. Here is a picture, a sign on a South African beach from the period of apartheid, restricting its uses towards only. People with lighter skin color are typically more in danger of sunburn than people with darker skin. Yet there was no biological logic behind the division of South African beaches. Beaches reserved for people with lighter skin were not characterized by lower levels of ultraviolet radiation. Hindus who adhere to the caste system believe that cosmic forces have made one caste superior to another. According to a famous Hindu creation myth, the gods fashioned the world out of the body of a primeval being, the Purus. The sun was created from the Purus' eyes, the moon from the Purus' brain. The Brahmins preached from its mouth, the Kshatriyas warriors from its arms, the Vaishyas peasants and merchants from its thighs, and the Sudras means servants from its legs. Accept this explanation, and the socio-political differences between Brahmins and Sudras are as natural and eternal as the differences between the sun and the moon. The ancient Chinese believed that when the goddess Numba created humans from earth, she needed aristocrats from fine yellow soils, whereas commoners were formed from brown mud. Yet to the best of our understanding, these hierarchies are all the product of human imagination. Brahmins and Sudras were not really created by gods from different body parts of a primeval being. Instead, the distinction between the two castes was created by laws and norms invented by humans in northern India about 3000 years ago. Contrary to Aristotle, there is no non-biological difference between slaves and free people. Human laws and norms have turned some people into slaves and others into masters. Between blacks and whites, there are some objective biological differences such as skin color and hair type, but there is no evidence that the differences extend to intelligence or morality. Most people claim that their social hierarchy is natural and just, while those of other societies are based on false and ridiculous criteria. Modern Westerners are taught to scoff at the idea of racial hierarchy. They are shocked by laws prohibiting blacks to live in white neighborhoods or to study in white schools or to be treated in white hospitals, but the hierarchy of rich and poor, which mandates that rich people live in separate and more luxurious neighborhoods, study in separate and more prestigious schools, and receive medical treatment in separate and better equipped facilities, seems perfectly sensible to many Americans and Europeans. Yet, it's a proven fact that most rich people are rich for the simple reason that they were born into a rich family, while most poor people will remain poor throughout their lives simply because they were born into a poor family. Unfortunately, complex human societies seem to require imagined hierarchies and unjust discrimination. Of course, not all hierarchies are morally identical, and some societies suffered from more extreme types of discrimination than others. Yet scholars know of no large society that has been able to dispense with discrimination altogether. Time and again people have created order in their societies by classifying the population into imagined categories such as superiors, commoners and slaves, whites and blacks, patricians and plebeians, Brahmins and Sudras or rich and poor. These categories have regulated relations between millions of humans by making some people legally, politically, or socially superior to others. Hierarchies serve an important function. They enable complete strangers to know how to treat one another without wasting the time and energy needed to become personally acquainted. In George Bernard Shaw's Pygmalion, Henry Higgins does not need to establish an intimate acquaintance with Elijah Doolittle in order to understand how he should relate to her. Just hearing her talk tells him that she is a member of the underclass with whom he can do as he wishes. For example, using her as a pawn in his bet to pass off a flower girl as a duchess. A modern Elijah working at a florist needs to know how much effort to put into selling roses and gladioli to the dozens of people who enter the shop each day. She can't make a detailed inquiry into the taste and wallets of each individual. Instead, she uses social cues, the way the person is dressed, his or her age, and if she is not politically correct, his skin color. That is how she immediately distinguishes between the accounting firm partner who is likely to place a large order for expensive roses and a messenger boy who can only afford a bunch of daisies. Of course, differences in natural abilities also play a role in the information of social distinction, but such diversities of aptitudes and character are usually mediated through imagined hierarchies. This happens in two important ways. First and foremost, most abilities have to be nurtured and developed. Even if somebody is born with a particular talent, that talent will usually remain latent if it is not fostered, honed, and exercised. Not all people get the same chance to cultivate and refine their abilities, whether or not they have such an opportunity will usually depend on their place within their society's imagined hierarchy. Harry Potter is a good example. Removed from his distinguished wizard family and brought up by ignorant muggles, he arrived at Hogwarts without any experience in magic. It takes him 7 books to gain a firm command of his powers and knowledge of his unique abilities. Second, even if pupils belonging to different classes develop exactly the same abilities, they are unlikely to enjoy equal success because they will have to play the game by different rules. If in British rule India, an untouchable, a Brahmin, a Catholic, Irishman, and a Protestant Englishman had somehow developed exactly the same business acumen, they still would not have had the same chance of becoming rich. The economic game was rigged by legal restrictions and unofficial glass ceiling. The vicious circle. All societies are based on imagined hierarchies, but not necessarily on the same hierarchy. What accounts for the difference? Why did traditional Indian society classify people according to the caste, Ottoman society according to religion, and American society according to race? In most cases, the hierarchy originated as the result of a set of accidental historical circumstances and was then perpetuated and refined over many generations as different groups developed vested interest in it. For instance, many scholars surmise that the Hindu caste system took shape when Indo-Aryan people invaded the Indian subcontinent about 3,000 years ago, subjugating the local population. The invaders established a stratified society. In this way, of course, occupied the leading position. Priests and warriors, leaving the natives to live as servants and slaves. The invaders, who were few in number, feared losing their privileged status and unique identity. To forestall this danger, they divided the population into castes, each of which was required to pursue a specific occupation or perform a specific role in society. Each had different legal status, privileges and duties, mixing of caste, social interactions, marriage, even the sharing of meals was prohibited, and the distinctions were not just religious. They became an inherent part of religious mythology and practice. The rulers argued that the caste system reflected an eternal cosmic reality rather than a chance historical development. Concepts of purity and impurity were essential elements in Hindu religion, and they were harnessed to buttress the social pyramid. Pious Hindus were taught that contact with members of a different caste could pollute not only them personally but society as a whole, and should therefore be abhorred. Such ideas are hardly unique to Hindus. Throughout history and in almost all societies, concepts of pollution and purity have played a leading role in enforcing social and political division, and have been exploited by numerous ruling classes to maintain their privileges. The fear of pollution is not a complete fabrication of priests and princes. However, it probably has its roots in biological survival mechanisms that make humans feel an instinctive revulsion towards potential disease carriers, such as sick persons and dead bodies. If you want to keep any human group isolated, women, Jews, Roma, gays, blacks, the best way to do it is convince everyone that these peoples are a source of pollution. The Hindu caste system and its attendant laws of purity became deeply embedded in Indian culture. Long after the Indo-Aryan invasion was forgotten, Indians constituted to believe in the caste system and to abhor the pollution caused by caste mixing. Castes were not immune to change. In fact, as time went by, large castes were divided into subcastes. Eventually, the original four castes turned into 3,000 different groupings or jati, literally bugs. But this proliferation of castes did not change the basic principles of the system, according to which every person is born into a particular rank, and any infringement of its rules pollutes the person and society as a whole. A person's jati determines her profession, the food she can eat, her place of residence, and her eligible marriage partner. Usually, a person can marry only within his or her caste, and the resulting children inherit that status. Whenever a new profession developed or a new group of people appeared on the scene, they had to be recognized as a caste in order to receive a legitimate place within Hindu society. Groups that failed to win recognition as a caste were literally outcast. In this stratified society, they did not even occupy the lowest rung. They became known as untouchable. They had to live apart from all other people and scrape together a living in humiliating and disgusting ways, such as sifting through garbage dumps for scrap material. Even members of the lowest caste avoided mingling with them, eating with them, touching them, and certainly marrying them. In modern India, matters of marriage and birth are still heavily influenced by the caste system. Despite all attempts by the democratic government of India to break down such distinctions and convince Hindus that there is nothing polluting in caste mixing. Purity in America. A single vicious circle perpetuated the racial hierarchy in modern America from the 16th to the 18th century. The European conquerors imported millions of African slaves to work the mines and plantations of America. They chose to import slaves from Africa rather than from Europe or East Asia due to three circumstantial factors. Firstly, Africa was closer, so it was cheaper to import slaves from Senegal than from Vietnam. Secondly, in Africa there already existed a well-developed slave trade, exporting slaves mainly to the Middle East. Whereas in Europe, slavery was very rare. It was obviously far easier to buy slaves in an existing market than to create a new one from scratch. Thirdly and most importantly, American plantations in places such as Virginia, Haiti and Brazil were plagued by malaria and yellow fever, which had originated in Africa. Africans had acquired over the generations a partial genetic immunity to these diseases, whereas Europeans were totally defenseless and died in droves. It was consequently wiser for a plantation owner to invest his money in an African slave than in a European slave or indentured laborers. Paradoxically, genetic superiority in terms of immunity translated into social inferiority precisely because Africans were fitter in tropical climate than Europeans. They ended up as the slaves of European masters. Due to these circumstantial factors, the burgeoning new societies of America were to be divided into a ruling caste of white Europeans and a subjugated caste of black Africans. But people don't like to say that they keep slaves of a certain race or origin simply because it's economically expedient, like the Aryan conquerors of India. White Europeans in the Americas wanted to be seen not only as economically successful but also as pious, just and objective. Religious and scientific myths were pressed into service to justify this division. Theologians argued that Africans descend from Ham, son of Noah, saddled by his father with a curse that his offspring would be slaves. Biologists argued that blacks are less intelligent than whites and their moral sense less developed. Doctors alleged that blacks live in filth and spread diseases. In other words, they are a source of pollution. These myths struck a chord in American culture and in Western culture. Generally, they continued to exert their influence long after the conditions that created slavery had disappeared. In the early 19th century, Imperial Britain outlawed slavery and stopped the Atlantic slave trade, and in the decades that followed, slavery was gradually outlawed throughout the American continent. Notably, this was the first and only time in history that slave-holding societies voluntarily abolished slavery. But even though the slaves were freed, the racist myths that justified slavery persisted. Separation of the races was maintained by racist legislation and social customs. The result was a self-reinforcing cycle of cause and effect, a vicious cycle. Consider, for example, the southern United States immediately after the Civil War. In 1865, the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution outlawed slavery, and the 14th Amendment mandated that citizenship and the equal protection of law could not be denied on the basis of race. However, 2 centuries of slavery meant that most black families were far poorer and far less educated than most white families. A black person born in Alabama in 1865 thus had much less chance of getting a good education and a well-paid job than did his white neighbors. His children born in the 1880s and 1890s started life with the same disadvantage. They too were born to an uneducated poor family. But economic disadvantage was not the whole story. Alabama was also home to many poor whites who lacked the opportunities available to their better off racial brothers and sisters. In addition, the Industrial Revolution and the waves of immigration made the United States an extremely fluid society where rags could quickly turn into riches. If money was all that mattered, the sharp divide between the races should soon have blurred, not least through intermarriage. But that did not happen. By 1865, whites as well as many blacks took it to be a simple matter of fact that blacks were less intelligent, more violent and sexually dissolute, lazier and less concerned about personal cleanliness than whites. They were thus the agents of violence, theft, rape and disease. In other words, pollution. If a black Alabama in 1895 miraculously managed to get a good education and then applied for a respectable job, such as a bank teller, his odds of being accepted were far worse than those of an equally qualified white candidate. The stigma that labeled blacks as by natural nature unreliable, lazy and less intelligent conspired against him. You might think that people would gradually understand that these stigmas were myth rather than fact and that blacks would be able, over time, to prove themselves just as competent, law-abiding, and clean as whites. In fact, the opposite happened. These prejudices became more and more entrenched as time went by. Since all the best jobs were held by whites, it became easier to believe that blacks really are inferior. Look, said the average white citizen, blacks have been free for generations, yet there are almost no black professors, lawyers, doctors, or even bank tellers. Isn't that proof that blacks are simply less intelligent and hardworking? Trapped in this vicious cycle, blacks were not hired for white-collar jobs because they were deemed unintelligent, and the proof of their inferiority was the paucity of blacks in white-collar jobs. The vicious cycle did not stop there. As anti-black stigmas grew stronger, they were translated into a system of Jim Crow laws and norms that were meant to safeguard the racial order. Blacks were forbidden to vote in elections, to study in white schools, to buy in white stores, to eat in white restaurants, to sleep in white hotels. The justification for all of this was that blacks were foul, slothful, and vicious, so whites had to be protected from them. Whites did not want to sleep in the same hotel as blacks or to eat in the same restaurant for fear of disease. They did not want their children learning in the same school as black children for fear of brutality and bad influences. They did not want blacks voting in elections since blacks were ignorant and immoral. These fears were substantiated by scientific studies that proved that blacks were indeed less educated, that various diseases were more common among them, and that their crime rate was far higher. The studies ignored the fact that these facts resulted from discrimination against blacks. By the mid 20th century, segregation in the former Confederate States was probably worse than in the late 19th century. Cleveland King, a black student who applied to the University of Mississippi in 1958, was forcefully committed to a mental asylum. The presiding judge ruled that a black person must surely be insane to think that he could be admitted to the University of Mississippi. Chance historical event that lead to white control of blacks, that lead to discriminatory laws, that poverty and lack of education among blacks, cultural prejudices. The vicious cycle, as chance historical situation is translated into a rigid social system. Nothing was as revolting to American Southerners and many Northerners as sexual relations and marriage between black man and white woman. Sex between the races became the greatest taboo, and any violation or suspected violence was viewed as deserving immediate and summary punishment in the form of lynching. The Ku Klux Klan, a white supremacist secret society, perpetrated many such killings. They could have taught the Hindu Brahmins a thing or two about purity law. With time, the racism spread to more and more cultural arenas. American atheist culture was built around white standard of beauty, the physical attributes of the white race. For example, light skin, fair and straight hair, a small upturned nose came to be identified as beautiful, typical black feature, dark skin, dark and bushy hair, a flattened nose were deemed ugly. Their preconceptions ingrained the imagined hierarchy at an even deeper level of human consciousness. Such vicious circles can go on for centuries and even millennia, perpetuating that sprang from a chance historical occurrence. Unjust discrimination often gets worse, not better, with time. Money comes to money and poverty to poverty. Education comes to education and ignorance to ignorance. Those once victimized by history are likely to be victimized yet again, and those whom history has privileged are more likely to be privileged again. Most socio-political hierarchies lack a logical or biological basis. They are nothing but the perpetuation of chance events supported by myths. That is one good reason to study history. If the division into blacks and whites or Brahmins and Sudras was grounded in biological realities, that is, if Brahmins really had better brains than Sudras, biology would be sufficient for understanding human society. Since the biological distinctions between different groups of Homo sapiens are, in fact, negligible, biology can't explain the intricacies of Indian society or American racial dynamics. We can only understand those phenomena by studying the events, circumstances, and power relations that transform figments of imagination into cruel and very real social structures. He and she. Different societies adopt different kinds of imagined hierarchies. Race is very important to modern Americans, but was relatively insignificant to medieval Muslims. Caste was a matter of life and death in medieval India, whereas in modern Europe it is practically non-existent. One hierarchy, however, has been of supreme importance in all non-human societies, the hierarchy of judgment. People everywhere have divided themselves into man and woman, and almost everywhere men have got the better deal, at least since the agricultural revolution. Some of the earliest Chinese texts are oracle bones, dating to 1200 BC, used to divine the future. On one was engraved the question, "Will Lady Howe's childbearing be lucky?" To which was written the reply, "If the child is born on a ding day, lucky; if on jung day, vastly auspicious." However, Lady Howe has to give birth on a Jia-in day. The text ends with a morose observation. 3 weeks and 1 day later, on Jia-in day, the child was born, not lucky. It was a girl. More than 3,000 years later, when Communist China enacted the one-child policy, many Chinese families continued to regard the birth of a girl as a misfortune. Parents would occasionally abandon or murder newborn baby girl in order to have another shot at getting a boy. In many societies, women were simply the property of man, most often their father, husbands or brothers. Rape in many legal systems falls under property violation. In other words, the victim is not the woman who was raped, but the man who owns her. This being the case, the legal remedy was the transfer of ownership. The rapist was required to pay a bride price to the woman's father or brother, upon which she became the rapist's property. The Bible decrees that if a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and then and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give to the father of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife. The ancient Hebrews considered this a reasonable arrangement. Raping a woman who did not belong to any man was not considered a crime at all, just as picking up a lost coin on a busy street is not considered theft. And if a husband raped his own wife, he had committed no crime. In fact, the idea that a husband could rape his wife was an oxymoron. To be a husband was to have full control of your wife's sexuality. To say that a husband raped his wife was as illogical as saying that a man stole his own wallet. Such thinking was not confined to the ancient Middle East. As of 2006, there was still 53 countries where a husband could not be prosecuted for the rape of his wife. Even in Germany, rape laws were amended only in 1997 to create a legal category of marital rape. Is the division into man and woman a product of the imagination, like the caste system in India and the racial system in America? Or is it a natural division with deep biological roots, as if it is indeed a natural division? Are there also biological explanations for the preference given to man over woman? Some of the cultural, legal, and political disparities between man and woman reflect the obvious biological differences between the sexes. Childbearing has always been woman's job because men don't have bombs. Yet around this hard universal canal, every society accumulated layer upon layer of cultural ideas and norms that have little to do with biology. Societies associate a host of attributes with masculinity and femininity that, for the most part, lack a firm biological basis. For instance, in democratic Athens of the 5th century BC, an individual possessing a bomb had no independent legal status and was forbidden to participate in popular assemblies or to be a judge. With few exceptions, such an individual could not benefit from a good education, nor engage in business or in philosophical discourse. None of Athens' political leaders, none of its great philosophers, orators, artists, or merchants had a bomb. Does having a bomb make a person unfit biologically for these professions? The ancient Athenians thought so. Modern Athenians disagree. In present-day Athens, women both are elected to public office, make speeches, design everything from jewelry to building to software, and go to university. Their bomb do not keep them from doing any of these things as successfully as men do. True, they are still underrepresented in politics and business. Only about 12% of the members of Greek parliament are women. But there is no legal barrier to their participation in politics, and most modern Greeks think it is quite normal for a woman to serve in public office. Many modern Greeks also think that an integral part of being a man is being sexually attracted to women only. and having sexual relations exclusively with the opposite sex. We don't see this as a cultural bias, but rather as a biological reality. Relations between two people of opposite sex are unnatural, and between two people of the same sex unnatural. In fact, though, Mother Nature does not mind if men are sexually attracted to one another. It's only human mothers, still in particular cultures, who make a scene if their son has a fling with the boy next door. The mother's tantrums are not a biological imperative. A significant number of human cultures have viewed homosexual relations as not only legitimate but even socially constructive. Ancient Greek being the most notable example. The Iliad does not mention that Thetis had any objection to her son Achilles' relations with Patroclus. Queen Olympias of Macedon was one of the most temperamental and forceful women of the ancient world, and even had her own husband, King Philip, assassinated. Yet she did not have a fit when her son Alexander the Great brought his lover, Hephaestus, home for dinner. How can we distinguish what is biologically determined from what people merely try to justify through biological myths? A good rule of thumb is biology enables, culture forbids. Biology is willing to tolerate a very wide spectrum of possibilities. It's culture that obliges people to realize some possibilities while forbidding others. Biology enables women to have children. Some cultures oblige women to realize this possibility. Biology enables men to enjoy sex with one another. Some cultures forbid them to realize this possibility. Culture tends to argue that it forbids only that which is unnatural. But from a biological perspective, nothing is unnatural. Whatever is possible is by definition also natural. A truly unnatural behavior, one that goes against the law of nature, simply cannot exist, so it would need no prohibition. No culture has ever bothered to forbid man to photosynthesis, woman to run faster than the speed of light, or negativity, negatively charged electrons to be attracted to each other. In truth, our concepts, natural and unnatural, are taken not from biology, but from Christian theology. The theological meaning of natural is in accordance with the intentions of the God who created nature. Christian theologians argued that God created the human body, intending each limb and organ to serve a particular purpose. If we use our limbs and organs for the purpose envisioned by God, then it is a natural activity. To use them differently than God intends is unnatural, but evolution has no purpose. All organs have not evolved with a purpose, and the way they are used is in constant flux. There is not a single organ in the human body that only does the job its prototype did when it first appeared hundreds of millions of years ago. Organs evolve to perform a particular function, but once they exist, they can be adapted for other uses as well. Mouth, for example, appeared because the earliest multicellular organisms needed a way to take nutrients into their body. We still use our mouth for that purpose, but we also use them to kiss, speak, and if we are bamboo, to pull the pins out of hand grenades. Are any of these uses unnatural? Simply because our bone-right ancestors 600 million years ago did not do those things with their mouths. Similarly, beings did not suddenly appear in all their aerodynamic glory. They developed from organs that served another purpose. According to one theory, insect beings evolved millions of years ago from body protrusions on flightless Bugs. Bugs with bumps had a larger surface area than those without bumps, and this enabled them to absorb more sunlight and thus stay warmer. In a slow evolutionary process, the solar heater grew larger, the same structure that was good for maximum sunlight absorption, lots of surface area, little weight, also by coincidence, gave the insects a bit of a lift when they skipped and jumped. Those with bigger protrusions could skip and jump farther. Some insects started using the things to glide, and from there it was a small step to wings that could actually propel the bug through the air. Next time a mosquito buzzed in your ear, accuse her of unnatural behavior. If she were well behaved and content with what God gave her, she did use her wings only as solar panels. The same sort of multitasking applies to our sexual organs and behavior. Sex first evolved for procreation and courtship rituals as a way of sizing up the fitness of a potential mate. But many animals now put both to use for a multitude of social purposes that have little to do with creating little copies of themselves. Chimpanzees, for example, use sex to cement political alliances, establish intimacy, and diffuse tensions. Is that unnatural? Sex and gender. There is little sense, then, in arguing that the unnatural function of woman is to give birth, or that homosexuality is unnatural. Most of the laws, norms, rights, and obligations that define manhood and womanhood reflect human imagination more than biological reality. Biologically, humans are divided into males and females. A male Homo sapiens is one who has one X chromosome and one Y chromosome. A female is one with two X. But man and woman name social, not biological categories. While in a great majority of cases in most human societies are males and women are females, the social terms carry a lot of baggage that has only a tenuous, if any, relationship to the biological terms. A man is not a sapiens with particular biological qualities such as XY chromosomes, testicles, and lots of testosterone. Whether he fits into a particular slot in his society's imagined human order. His culture's myths assign him particular masculine roles like engaging in politics, rights like voting, and duties like military services. Likewise, a woman is not a sapien with two X chromosomes, a bomb, and plenty of estrogen. Rather, she is a female member of an imagined human order. The myths of her society assign her unique feminine roles, raising children, rights, protection against violence, and duties, obedience to her husband. Since myths, rather than biology, defines the roles, rights, and duties of man and woman, the meaning of manhood and womanhood have varied immensely from one society to another. Here is a picture. 18th century masculinity, an official portrait of King Louis XIV of France. Note the long big stockings, high-heeled shoes, dancer's posture, and huge sword. In contemporary Europe, all these, except for the sword, would be considered marks of effeminacy. But in this time, Louis was a European paragon of manhood and virility. Another picture of Obama ji, 21st century masculinity. An official portrait of Barack Obama. What happened to the big stockings, high heels, and sword? Question mark. Dominant men have never looked so dull and dreary as they do today. During most of history, dominant men have been colorful and flamboyant, such as American Indian chiefs with their feathered headdresses and Hindu Maharajas decked out in silks and diamonds. Throughout the animal kingdom, males tend to be more colorful and accessories than females. Think of peacocks, tail and lines males. To make things less confusing, scholars usually distinguish between sex, which is a biological category, and gender, a cultural category. Sex is divided between males and females, and qualities of this division are objective and have remained constant throughout history. Gender is divided between man and woman, and some cultures recognize other categories. So-called masculine and feminine qualities are intersubjective and undergo constant changes. For example, there are far-reaching differences in the behavior, desires, dress, and even body posture expected from women in classical Athens and women in modern Athens. Sex is child's play, but gender is serious business. To get to be a member of the male sex is the simplest thing in the world. You just need to be born with an X and Y chromosome. To get to be a female is equally simple. A pair of X chromosomes will do it. In contrast, becoming a man or a woman is a very complicated and demanding undertaking, since most masculine and feminine qualities are cultural rather than biological. No society automatically crowns each male a man or every female a woman, nor are these titles laurels that can be rested on once they are acquired. Males must prove their masculinity constantly throughout their lives from cradle to grave in an endless series of rites and performance, and a woman's work is never done. She must continually convince herself and others that she is feminine enough. Success is not guaranteed. Males in particular live in constant dread of losing their claim to manhood. Throughout history, males have been willing to risk and even sacrifice their lives just so that people will say he is a real man. What's so good about man? At least since the agricultural revolution, most human societies have been patriarchal societies that valued man more highly than women. No matter how a society defined man and woman, to be a man was always better. Patriarchal societies educate man to think and act in a masculine way and woman to think and act in a feminine way, punishing anyone who dares cross those boundaries, yet they do not equally reward those who conform. Qualities considered masculine are more valued than those considered feminine, and members of societies who personify the feminine ideal get less than those who exemplify the masculine ideal. Fewer resources are invested in the health and education of women. They have fewer economic opportunities, less political power, and less freedom of movement. Gender is a race in which some of the runners compete only for the bronze medal. 2. A handful of women have made it to the alpha position, such as Cleopatra of Egypt, Empress Wu Zetian of China, 780, and Elizabeth I of England. Yet they are the exceptions that prove the rule. Throughout Elizabeth's 45-year reign, all members of parliament were men, all officers in the Royal Navy and Army were men, all judges and lawyers were men, all bishops and archbishops were men, all theologians and priests were men, all doctors and surgeons were men, all students and professors in all universities and colleges were men, all mayors and sheriffs were men, and almost all the writers, architects, poets, philosophers, painters, musicians, and scientists were men. Patriarchy has been the norm in almost all agricultural and industrial societies. It has tenaciously weather, political upheavals, social revolutions, and economic transformations. Egypt, for example, was conquered numerous times over the centuries. Assyrians, Persians, Macedonians, Romans, Arabs, Mamelukes, Turks and British occupied it, and its society always remained patriarchal. Egypt was governed by Pharaonic law, Greek law, Roman law, Muslim law, Ottoman law, and British law, and they all discriminate against people who were not real men. Since patriarchy is so universal, it cannot be the product of some vicious circle that was kick-started by a chance occurrence. It is particularly noteworthy that even before 1492, most societies in both America and Afro-Asia were patriarchal, even though they had been out of contact for thousands of years. If patriarchy in Afro-Asia resulted from some chance occurrence, why were the Aztecs and Incas patriarchal? It is far more likely that even though the precise definition of man and woman varies between cultures, there is some universal biological reason why almost all cultures valued manhood over womanhood. We do not know what this reason is. There are plenty of theories, none of them convincing. Muscle power. The most common theory points to the fact that men are stronger than women and that they have used their greater physical power to force women into submission. A more subtle version of this claim argues that their strength allows men to monopolize tasks that demand hard manual labor, such as plugging and harvesting. This gives them control of food production, which in turn translates into political clout. There are two problems with this emphasis on muscle power. First, the statement that men are stronger than women is true only on average and only with regard to certain types of strength. Women are generally more resistant to hunger, disease, and fatigue than men. There are also many women who can run faster and lift heavier weights than many men. Furthermore, and most problematically for this theory, women have throughout history been excluded mainly from jobs that require little physical effort, such as the priesthood, law, and politics. While engaging in hard manual labor in the fields, in crafts, and in the household, if social power were divided in direct relation to physical strength or stamina, women should have got far more of it. Even more importantly, there simply is no direct relation between physical strength and social power among humans. People in their 60s usually exercise power over people in their 20s, even though 20 somethings are much stronger than their elders. The typical plantation owner in Alabama in the mid-19th century could have been wrestled to the ground in seconds by any of the slaves cultivating his cotton fields. Boxing matches were not used to select Egyptian pharaohs or Catholic popes. In feudal societies, political dominance generally resides with the person possessing the best social skills rather than the most developed musculature. In organized crime, the big boss is not necessarily the strongest man. He is often an older man who very rarely uses his own fist. He gets younger and fitter men to do the dirty jobs for him. A guy who thinks that the way to take over the syndicate is to beat up the Don is unlikely to live long enough to learn from his mistake. Even among chimpanzees, the alpha male wins his position by building a stable coalition with other males and females, not through mindless violence. In fact, human history shows that there is often an inverse relation between physical powers and social power. In most societies, it's the lower class who do the manual work, labor. This may reflect Homo sapiens' position in the food chain. If all that counted were raw physical abilities, sapiens would have found themselves on a middle rung of the ladder, but their mental and social skill placed them at the top. It is therefore only natural that the chain of power within the species will also be determined by mental and social abilities more than by brute force. It is therefore hard to believe that the most influential and most stable social hierarchy in history is founded on man's ability physically to coerce woman, the scum of society. Another theory explains that masculine dominance results not from strength but from aggression. Millions of years of evolution have made man far more violent than woman. Woman can match man as far as hatred, greed and abuse are concerned, but when push comes to shove, the theory goes, men are more willing to engage in raw physical violence. This is why throughout history, warfare has been a masculine prerogative. In times of war, man's control of the armed forces has made them the masters of civilian society too. They then use their control of civilian society to fight more and more wars. And the greater the number of wars, the greater man's control of society. This feedback loop explains both the ubiquity of war and the ubiquity of patriarchy. Recent studies of the hormonal and cognitive system of man and woman strengthen the assumption that men indeed have more aggressive and violent tendencies and are therefore, on average, better suited to serve as common soldiers. Yet granted that the common soldiers are all men, does it follow that the ones managing the war and enjoying its fruit must also be men? That makes no sense. It's like assuming that because all the slaves cultivating cotton fields are black, plantation owners be black as well, just as an all-black workforce might be controlled by an all-white management. Why could not an all-male soldiery be controlled by an all-female or at least partly female government? In fact, in numerous societies throughout history, the top officers did not work their way up from the rank of private. Aristocrats, the wealthy and the educated were automatically assigned officer rank and never served a day in the ranks. When the Duke of Wellington, Napoleon's nemesis, enlisted in the British Army at the age of 18, he was immediately commissioned as an officer. He did not think much of the plebeians under his command, behave in the service the scum of the earth as common soldiers. He wrote to the fellow aristocrats during the wars against France. These common soldiers were usually recruited from among the very poorest or from ethnic minorities, such as the Irish Catholics. Their chances of ascending the military ranks were negligible. The senior ranks were reserved for dukes, princes and kings, but why only for dukes and not for duchesses? The French Empire in Africa was established and defended by the sweat and blood of Senegalese, Algerians, and working-class Frenchmen. The percentage of well-born Frenchmen within the ranks was negligible. Yet the percentage of well-born Frenchmen within the small elite that led the French army, ruled the empire, and enjoyed its fruit was very high. Why just Frenchmen and not Frenchwomen? In China, there was a long tradition of subjugating the army to the civilian bureaucracy. So mandarins who had never had a sword often won the wars. You do not waste good iron to make nails, went a common Chinese saying, meaning that really talented people join the civil bureaucracy, not the army. Why? Then were all of these mandarins men? One can't reasonably argue that their physical weakness or low testosterone slavery prevented women from being successful managers, generals, and politicians. In order to manage a war, you surely need stamina, but not much physical strength or aggressiveness. Wars are not a pub brawl. They are very complex projects that require an extraordinary degree of organization, cooperation, and appeasement. The ability to maintain peace at home, acquire allies abroad, and understand what goes through the minds of other people, particularly your enemies, is usually the key to victory. Hence, an aggressive brute is often the worst choice to run a war. Much better is a cooperative person who knows how to appease, how to manipulate, and how to see things from different perspectives. This is the stuff empire builders are made of. The military incompetent Augustus succeeded in establishing a stable imperial regime, achieving something that eluded both Julius Caesar and Alexander the Great, who were much better generals. Both his admiring contemporaries and modern historians often attribute this feat to his virtue of clementia, mildness, and clemency. Women are often stereotyped as better manipulators and appeasers than men and are famed for their superior ability to see things from the perspective of others. If there is any truth in these stereotypes, then women should have made excellent politicians and empire builders, leaving the dirty work on the battlefield to testosterone charged but simple-minded machos. Popular myths got this standard. This rarely happened in the real world. It's not at all clear why not. Patriarchal genes, a third type of biological explanation, gives less importance to brute force and violence, and suggests that through millions of years of evolution, man and woman evolved different survival and production strategies. Reproduction strategies. As man competed against each other for the opportunities to impregnate fertile women, an individual's chances of reproduction depended, above all, on his ability to outperform and defeat other men. As time went by, the masculine genes that made it to do the next generation were those belonging to the most ambitious, aggressive, and competitive man. A woman, on the other hand, had no problem finding a man willing to impregnate her. However, if she wanted her children to provide her with grandchildren, she needed to carry them in her womb for 9 arduous months and then nurture them for years. During that time, she had fewer opportunities to obtain food and required a lot of help. She needed a man in order to ensure her own survival and the survival of her children. The woman had little choice but to agree to whatever conditions the man stipulated so that he could stick around and share some of the burden. As time went by, the feminine genes that made it to the next generation belonged to women who were submissive caretakers. Women who spent too much time fighting for power did not leave any of those powerful genes for future generations. The result of these different survival strategies, so the theory goes, is that men have been programmed to be ambitious and competitive, and to excel in politics and business, whereas women have tended to move out of the way and dedicate their lives to raising children. But this approach also seems to be belied by the empirical evidence. Particularly problematic is the assumption that women's dependence on external help made them dependent on men rather than on other women, and that male competitiveness made man socially dominant. There are many species of animals, such as elephants and bonobo chimpanzees, in which the dynamics between dependent females and competitive males results in a matriarchal society. Since females need external help, they are obliged to develop their social skills and learn how to cooperate and appease. They construct all female social networks that help each member raise her child. Males meanwhile spend their time fighting and competing. Their social skills and social bonds remain underdeveloped. Bonobo and elephant societies are controlled by strong networks of cooperative females, while the self-centered and uncooperative males are pushed to the sidelines. Though bonobo females are weaker on average than the males, the females often gang up to beat males who overstep their limits. If this is possible among bonobos and elephants, why not among Homo sapiens? Sapiens are relatively weak animals, whose advantage rests in their ability to cooperate in large numbers. If so, we should expect that dependent women, even if they are dependent on men, would use their superior social skills to cooperate to outmaneuver and manipulate aggressive, autonomous, and self-centered men. How did it happen that in the one species whose success depends above all on cooperation, individuals who are supposedly less cooperative, men, control individuals who are supposedly more cooperative, women? At present, we have no good answer. Maybe the common assumptions are just wrong. Maybe males of the species Homo sapiens are characterized not by physical strength, aggressiveness, and competitiveness, but rather by superior social skills and a greater tendency to cooperate. We just don't know. What we do know, however, is that during the last century, gender roles have undergone a tremendous revolution. More and more societies today not only give man and woman equal legal status, political rights, and economic opportunities, but also completely rethink their most basic conceptions of gender and sexuality. Though the gender gap is still significant, events have been moving at a breathtaking speed. At the beginning of the 20th century, the idea of giving voting rights to women was generally seen in the USA as outrageous. The prospect of a female cabinet secretary or Supreme Court justice was simply ridiculous, whereas homosexuality was such a taboo subject that it could not even be openly discussed. At the beginning of the 21st century, women's voting rights are taken for granted. Female cabinet secretaries are hardly a cause for comment, and in 2013, five US Supreme Court justices, three of them women, decided in favor of legalizing same-sex marriage, overruling the objections of four male justices. These dramatic changes are precisely what makes the history of gender so bewildering if as is being demonstrated rather than on biological facts. What accounts for the universality and stability of the system? Question mark. Part 3. The unification of humankind. Here is a picture. Pilgrims circling the Kaaba in Makkah. Chapter 9. The Arrow of History. After the agricultural revolution, human societies grew ever larger and more complex, while the imagined construct sustaining the social order also became more elaborate. Myths and fictions accustomed people merely from the moments of birth to think in certain ways, to behave in accordance with certain standards, to want certain things, and to observe certain rules. They thereby created artificial instincts that enabled people, millions of strangers, to cooperate effectively. This network of artificial instinct is called culture. During the first half of the 20th century, scholars thought that every culture was complete and harmonious, possessing an unchanging axiom essence that defined it for all time. Each human group had its own worldview and system of social, legal, and political arrangements that reigned as smoothly as the planets going around the sun. In this view, cultures left to their own devices did not change. They just kept going at the same path and in the same direction. Only a force applied from outside could change them. Anthropologists, historians, and politicians thus refer to Sapiens culture or Tasmanian culture as if the same beliefs, norms, and values had characterized Samoans and Tasmanians from time immemorial. Today, most scholars of culture have concluded that the opposite is true. Every culture has its typical beliefs, norms, and values, but these are in constant flux. The culture may transform itself in response to changes in its environment or through interactions with neighboring cultures. But cultures also undergo transition due to their own internal dynamics. Even a completely isolated culture existing in an ecologically stable environment cannot avoid changes, unlike the laws of physics, which are free of inconsistencies. Every man-made order is packed with internal contradictions. Cultures are constantly trying to reconcile these contradictions, and this process fuels change. For instance, in medieval Europe, the nobility believed in both Christianity and chivalry. A typical nobleman went to church in the morning and listened as the priest held forth on the lives of the saints. Vanity of vanities, said the priest, all is vanity. Riches, lust, and honor are dangerous temptations. You must rise above them and follow in Christ's footsteps. Be meek like him. Avoid violence and extravagance. And if attacked, just turn the other cheek. Returning home in a meek and pensive mood, the nobleman could change it into his best silks and go to a banquet in his lord's castle. There the wine flowed like water. The minstrel sang of Lancelot and Guinevere, and the guests exchanged dirty jokes and bloody war tales. It is better to die, declared the barons, than to live with sin. If someone questions your honor, only blood can wipe out the insult. And what is better in life than to see your enemies flee before you and their pretty daughters tremble at your feet? The contradiction was never fully resolved, but as the European nobility, clergy and commoners grappled with it, their culture changed. One attempt to figure it out produced the Crusades. On Crusades, knights could demonstrate their military prowess and their religious devotion at one stroke. The same contradiction produced military orders such as the Templars and Hospitallers, who tried to match Christian and chivalric ideas even more tightly. It was also responsible for a large part of medieval art and literature, such as the tales of King Arthur and the Holy Grail. What was Camelot but an attempt to prove that a good knight can and should be a good Christian, and that good Christians make the best knights? Another example is the modern political order. Ever since the French Revolution, people throughout the world have gradually come to see both equality and individual freedom as fundamental values. Yet the two values contradict each other. Equality can be ensured only by curtailing the freedom of those who are better, guaranteeing that every individual be free to do as he wishes or changes equality. The entire political history of the world since 1700 as a series of attempts to reconcile this contradiction. Anyone who has read a novel by Charles Dickens knows that the liberal regimes of 19th century Europe gave priority to individual freedom, even if it meant throwing insolvent poor families in prison and giving orphans little choice but to join schools for pickpockets. Anyone who has read a novel by Alexander Solzhenitsyn knows how communist, egalitarian, ideal for the brutal tyrannies that try to control every aspect of daily life. Contemporary American politics also revolve around this contradiction. Democrats want a more equitable society, even if it means raising taxes to fund programs to help the poor, elderly, and infirm, but that infringes on the freedom of individuals to spend their money as they wish. Why should the government force me to buy health insurance if I prefer using the money to put my kids to college? Republicans, on the other hand, want to respect individual freedom, even if it means that the income gap between rich and poor will go wider, and that many Americans will not be able to afford healthcare, just as medieval culture did not manage to square chivalry with Christianity. So the modern world fails to square liberty with equality. But this is not fact. This is not the fact. Such contradictions are an inseparable part of every human culture. In fact, they are cultures responsible for the creativity and dynamics of our species. Just as when two crashing musical notes played together force a piece of music forward, so discord in our thoughts, ideas, and values compel us to think, re-evaluate, and criticize. Consistency is the playground of dull minds. If tensions, conflicts, and irresolvable dilemmas are the spice of every culture, a human being who belongs to any particular culture must hold contradictory beliefs and be driven by incompatible values. It's such an essential feature of any culture that it even has a name, cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is often considered a failure of the human psyche. In fact, it is a vital act. Had people been unable to hold contradictory beliefs and values, it would probably have been impossible to establish and maintain any human culture. If, say, a Christian really wants to understand the Muslims who attend that mosque down the street, he should not look for a pristine set of values that every Muslim holds dear. Rather, he should inquire into the catch-22s of Muslim culture, those places where rules are at war and standards scuffle. It's at the very spot where the Muslim teeter between two imperatives that you will understand them best. The spy satellite. Human culture are in constant flux. Is this flux completely random, or does it have some overall pattern? In other words, does history have a direction? The answer is yes. Over the millennia, small, simple cultures gradually coalesce into bigger and more complex civilizations, so that the world contains fewer and fewer mega cultures, each of which is bigger and more complex. This is, of course, a very crude generalization to only at a macro level. At the micro level, it seems that for every group of cultures that coalesces into a mega culture, there is a mega culture that breaks up into pieces. The Mongol Empire expanded to dominate a huge swath of Asia and even parts of Europe, only to settle into fragments. Christianity converted hundreds of millions of people at the same time that it splintered into innumerable sects. The Latin language spread through Western and Central Europe, then split into local dialects that themselves eventually became national languages, but these breakups are temporary. Reversal in an inexorable trend towards unity. Perceiving the direction of history is really a question of vintage point. When we adopt the proverbial bird's eye view of history, which examines development in terms of decades or centuries, it's hard to say whether history moves in the direction of unity or of diversity. However, to understand long-term processes, the bird's eye view is too myopic. We would do better to adopt instead the viewpoint of a cosmic spy satellite, which scans millennia rather than centuries. From such a vantage point, it becomes crystal clear that history is moving relentlessly towards unity. The strengthening of Christianity and the collapse of the Mongol Empire are just speed bumps on history's highways. The best way to appreciate the general direction of history is to count the number of separate human worlds that coexisted at any given moment on planet Earth. Today we are used to thinking about the whole planet as a single unit. But for most of history, Earth was in fact an entire galaxy of isolated human worlds. Consider Tasmania, a medium-sized island south of Australia. It was cut off from Australian mainland in about 10,000 BC as the end of Ice Age caused the sea level to rise. A few thousand hunter-gatherers were left on the island and had no contact with any other humans until the arrival of the Europeans in the 19th century. For 12,000 years, nobody else and knew the Tasmanians were there, and they did not know that there was anyone else in the world. They had their wars, political struggles, social oscillators, and cultural development. Yet, as far as the emperors of China or the rulers of Mesopotamia were concerned, Tasmania could just as well have been located on one of Jupiter's moons. The Tasmanians lived in a world of their own. America and Europe too were separate worlds for most of their histories in 378 AD. The Roman Emperor Valens was defeated and killed by the Goths at the Battle of Adrianople. In the same year, King Chak-Tok of Tikal was defeated and killed by the army of Teotihuacan, Tikal city in America, with almost 250,000 inhabitants of the same order of magnitude as its contemporary Rome. There was absolutely no connection between the defeat of Rome and the rise of Teotihuacan. Rome might just as well have been located on Mars and Teotihuacan on Venus. How many different human worlds coexisted on Earth? Around 10,000 BC, our planet contained many thousands of them. By 2000 BC, their numbers had dwindled to the hundreds or at most a few thousand. By 1450 AD, their numbers had declined even more drastically. At that time, just prior to the age of European exploration, Earth still contained a significant number of dwarf worlds such as Tasmania, but close to 90% of humans lived in a single mega world. The world of Afro-Asia, most of Asia, most of Europe and most of Africa, including substantial chunks of sub-Saharan Africa, were already connected by significant cultural, political and economic ties. Most of the remaining tenth of the world's human population was divided between four worlds of considerable size and complexity. First, the Mesoamerican world, which encompassed most of Central America and parts of Northern America. The Andean world, which encompassed most of Western South America, the Australian world, which encompasses the continent of Australia, and 4. The Oceanic world, which encompasses most of the islands of southwestern Pacific Ocean, from Hawaii to New Zealand. Over the next 300 years, the Afro-Asian giant swallowed up all the other worlds. It consumed the Mesoamerican world in 1521, when the Spanish conquered the Aztec Empire. It took its first bite out of Oceanic world at the same time, during Ferdinand Magellan's circumnavigation of the globe, and soon after that completed its conquest. The Andean world collapsed in 1532 when Spanish conquistadors crushed the Inca Empire. The first European landed on the Australian continent in 1606, and that pristine world came to an end when British colonization began in earnest in 1788. 15 years later, the Britons established their first settlement in Tasmania, thus bringing the last autonomous human world in the Afro-Asian sphere of influence. It took the Afro-Asian giant several centuries to digest all that it had swallowed, but the process was irreversible. Today, almost all humans share the same geopolitical system. The entire planet is divided into internationally recognized states, the same economic system. Capitalist market forces shape even the remotest corner of the globe. The same legal system, human rights and international law are valid everywhere, at least theoretically, and the same scientific system. Experts in Iran, Israel, Australia, and Argentina have exactly the same views about the structure of atoms or the treatment of tuberculosis. The single global culture is not homogeneous, just as a single organic body contains many different kinds of organs and cells. So our single globe culture contains many different types of lifestyles and people, from New York stockbrokers to Afghan shepherds. Yet they are all closely connected, and they influence one another in myriad ways. They still argue and fight, but they are using the same concept and fight usually the same weapons. A real clash of civilization is like the proverbial dialogue of the thieves. Nobody can grasp what the other is saying. Today, when Iran and the United States rattle swords at one another, they both speak the language of nation states, capitalist economies, international rights and nuclear physics. Now there is a map 3, out in 1450 AD. The named locations within the Afro-Asian world were places visited by the 14th century Muslim traveler Ibn Battuta, a native of Tangier in Morocco. Ibn Battuta visited Timbuktu, Zanzibar, southern Russia, Central Asia, India, China, and Indonesia. His travels illustrate the unity of Afro-Asia on the eve of modern era. We still talk a lot about authentic cultures, but if by authentic we mean something that developed independently and that consists of ancient local traditions, free of external influences, then there are no authentic cultures left on earth. Over the last few centuries, all cultures were changed almost beyond recognition by a flood of global influences. One of the most interesting examples of this globalization is ethnic cuisine. In an Italian restaurant, we expect to find spaghetti in tomato sauce. In Polish and Irish restaurants, lots of potatoes. In an Argentinian restaurant, we can choose between dozens of kinds of beef steaks. In an Indian restaurant, hot chilies are incorporated into just about everything. And the highlights at any Swiss cafe is thick hot chocolate under an egg of whipped cream. But none of these food is native to those nations. Tomatoes, chili pepper, and cocoa are all Mexican in origin. They reached Europe and Asia only after the Spaniards conquered Mexico. Julius Caesar and Dante Alighieri never traded tomato-dressed spaghetti on their fork. Even forks had not been invented yet. William Tell never tasted chocolate, and Buddha never spiced up his food with chili. Potatoes reached Poland and Ireland no more than 400 years ago. The only stick you could ever obtain in Argentina in 1492 was from a llama. Hollywood films have perpetuated an image of the Plains Indians as brave horsemen, courageously charging the wagons of European pioneers to protect the customs of their ancestors. However, their Native American horsemen were not the defenders of some ancient, authentic culture. Instead, they were the product of a major military and political revolution that swept the plains of western North America in the 17th and 18th centuries, a consequence of the arrival of European horses in 1492. There were no horses in America. The culture of the 19th century Sioux and Apache has many appealing features, but it was a modern culture, a result of global forces much more than authentic. The global vision. From a practical perspective, the most important stage in the process of global unification occurred in the last few centuries when empires grew and trade intensified. Ever tightening rings were formed between the people of Afro-Asia, America, Australia, and Oceania. Thus, Mexican chili peppers made it into Indian food and Spanish cattle began grazing in Argentina, yet from an ideological perspective. An even more important development occurred during the first millennium BC when the idea of a universal order took root. For thousands of years previously, history was already moving slowly in the direction of global unity. But the idea of a universal order government the entire world was still alien to most people. Here is a picture. Sioux Chiefs 1905. Neither the Sioux nor any other Great Plains tribe had horses prior to 1492. Homo sapiens evolved to think of people as divided into us and them. Us was the group immediately around you, whoever you were, and them were and everyone else. In fact, no social animal is ever guided by the interest of the entire species to which it belongs. No chimpanzee cares about the interest of the chimpanzee species. No snail will lift a tentacle for the global snail community. No lion alpha male makes a bid for becoming the king of all lions, and at the entrance of no beehive can one find the sovereign worker bees of the world unite. But beginning with the cognitive revolution, Homo sapiens became more and more exceptional in this respect. People began to cooperate on regular basis with complete strangers whom they imagined as brothers or friends, yet this brotherhood was not universal. Somewhere in the next valley or beyond the mountain range, one could still sense them. When the first pharaoh, Menes, united Egypt around 300 BC, 3000 BC, it was clear to the Egyptian that Egypt had a border, and beyond the border loved barbarians. The barbarians were alien, threatening, and interesting only to the extent that they had land or natural resources that the Egyptian wanted. All the imagined orders people created tended to ignore a substantial part of humankind. The first millennium BC witnessed the appearance of three potentially universal orders whose devotees could for the first time imagine the entire world and the entire human race as a single unit governed by a single set of laws. Everyone was us, at least potentially. There was no longer them. The first universal order to appear was economic, the monetary order. The second universal order was political, the imperial order. The third universal order was religious, the order of universal religions such as Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam. Merchants, conquerors, and prophets were the first people who managed to transcend the binary evolutionary division, us versus them, and to foresee the potential unity of humankind. For the merchants, the entire world was a single market, and all humans were potential customers. They tried to establish an economic order that would apply to all, everywhere. For the conquerors, the entire world was a single empire, and all humans were potential subjects. And for the prophets, the entire world had a single truth, and all humans were potential believers. They too tried to establish an order that would be applicable for everyone everywhere. During the last 3 millennia, people made more and more ambitious attempts to realize that global vision. The next 3 chapters discuss how money, empires, and universal religion spread and how they laid the foundation of the united world of today. We begin with the story of the greatest conqueror in history, a conqueror possessed of extreme tolerance and adaptability, thereby turning people into ardent disciples. This conqueror is money. People who do not believe in the same God or obey the same king are more than willing to use the same money. Osama bin Laden, for all his hatred of American culture, American religion, and American politics, was very fond of American dollars. How did money succeed where gods and kings failed? Chapter 10, The Scent of Money. In 1590, Hernan Cortes and his conquistadors invaded Mexico, hitherto an isolated human world. The Aztecs, as the people who lived there called themselves, quickly noticed that the aliens showed an extraordinary interest in a certain yellow metal. In fact, they never seemed to stop talking about it. The natives were not unfamiliar with gold. It was pretty and easy to work, so they used it to make jewelry and statues, and they occasionally used gold dust as a medium of exchange. But when an Aztec wanted to buy something, he generally paid in cocoa beans or bolts of cloth. The Spanish obsession with gold thus seemed inexplicable. What was so important about a matter that could not be eaten, drunk, or woven, and was too soft to use for tools or weapons? When the natives questioned Cortes as to why the Spaniards had such a passion for gold, the conquistador answered, "Because I and my companion suffer from a disease of the heart which can be cured only with gold." In the Afro-Asian world, from which the Spaniards came, the obsession for gold was indeed an epidemic. Even the bitterest of enemies lusted after the same useless yellow metal. 3 centuries before the conquest of Mexico, the ancestors of Cortes and his army waged a bloody war of religion against the Muslim kingdoms in Iberia and North Africa. The followers of Christ and the followers of Allah killed each other by the thousands, devastated fields and orchards, and turned prosperous cities into smoldering ruins, all for the greater glory of Christ or Allah. As the Christians gradually gained the upper hand, they marked their victories not only by destroying mosques and building churches, but also by issuing new gold and silver coins, bearing the sign of the cross and thanking God for his help in combating the infidels. Yet alongside the new currency, the victors minted another type of coin called the millas, which carried a somewhat different message. These square coins made by the Christian conquerors were emblazoned with flowing Arabic script that declared, There is no God except Allah and Muhammad is Allah's messenger. Even the Catholic bishops of Maguire and Agde issued these faithful copies of popular Muslim coins, and God-fearing Christians happily used them. Tolerance flourished on the other side of the hill too. Muslim merchants in North Africa conducted business using Christian coin, such as the Florentine florin, the Venetian ducat, and the Napoleon giglietto. Even Muslim rulers who called for jihad against the infidel Christian were glad to receive taxes in coins that invoked Christ and his Virgin Mother. How much is it? Hunter-gatherers had no money. Each band hunted, gathered, and manufactured almost everything it required, from meat to medicine, from sandals to sorcery. Different band members may have specialized in different tasks, but they shared their goods and services through an economy of favor and obligations. A piece of meat given for free without carry with it the assumption of reciprocity, say free medical assistance. The band was economically independent. Only a few rare items that could not be found locally, seashells, pigments, obsidian, and the like, had to be obtained from strangers. This could usually be done by simple barter. We will give you pretty seashells and you will give us high quality flint. Little of this changed with the onset of agricultural revolution. Most people continued to live in small, intimate communities, much like a hunter-gatherer band. Each village was a self-sufficient economic unit, maintained by mutual favors and obligations plus a little barter with outsiders. One villager may have been particularly adept at making shoes, another at dispensing medical care, so villagers knew where to turn when barefoot or sick. But villages were small and their economies limited, so there could be no full-time shoemaker and doctors. The rise of cities and kingdoms and the improvement in transport infrastructure brought about new opportunities for specialization. Densely populated cities provided full-time employment not just for the shoemakers and doctors, but also for carpenters, priests, soldiers, and lawyers. Villages that gained a reputation for producing really good wine, olive oil, or ceramic discovered that it was worth their while to specialize nearly exclusively in that product and traded with other settlements for all the other goods they needed. This made a lot of sense. Climates and soils differ, so why drink mediocre wine from your backyard if you can buy a smoother variety from a place whose soil and climate is much better suited to grape wines? If the clay in your backyard makes stronger and prettier pots, then you can make an exchange. Furthermore, full-time specialists, vintners, and potters, not to mention doctors and lawyers, can hone their expertise to the benefit of all. But specialization created a problem. How do you manage the exchange of goods between the specialists? An economy of favors and obligations does not work when large number of strangers try to cooperate. It's one thing to provide free assistance to a sister or a neighbor. A very different thing to take care of foreigners who might never reciprocate the favor. One can fall back on barter, but barter is effective only when exchanging a limited range of products. It cannot form the basis for a complex economy. In order to understand the limitations of barter, imagine that you own an apple orchard in the hill country that produces the crispest, sweetest apples in the entire province. You work so hard in your orchard that your shoes wear out. So you harness up your donkey cart and head to the market town, down by the river. Your neighbor told you that a shoemaker on the south end of the marketplace made him a really sturdy pair of boots that lasted him through 5 seasons. You find the shoemaker's shop and offer to barter some of your apples in exchange for the shoes you need. The shoemaker hesitates. How many apples should he ask for in payment? Every day he encounters dozens of customers, a few of whom bring along sacks of apples while others carry wheat, gourds or cloth, all of varying quality. Still others offer their expertise in petitioning the king or curing blockages. The last time the shoemaker exchanged shoes for apples was 3 months ago, and back then he asked for 3 sacks of apples, or was it 4? But come to think of it, those apples were Sour Valley apples rather than Prime Hill apples. On the other hand, on that previous occasions, the apples were given in exchange for a small woman's shoes. This fellow is asking for man-sized boots. Besides, in recent weeks a disease has decimated the flocks around town and skins are becoming scarce. The tanners are starting to demand twice as many finished shoes in exchange for the same quantity of leather. So not that be taken into consideration in a barter economy. Every day the shoemaker and the apple grower will have a learn anew the relative prices of dozens of commodities. If 100 different commodities are traded in the market, then buyers and sellers will have to know 4950 4,950 different exchanges rates, and if 1,000 different commodities are traded, buyers and sellers must juggle 4,99,500 different exchange rates. How do you figure it out? It gets worse. Even if you manage to calculate how many apples equal one pair of shoes, barter is not always possible. After all, a trade requires that each side wants what the other has to offer. What happens if the shoemaker does not like apples, and if at the moment in question what he really wants is a divorce? 2. The farmer could look for a lawyer who likes apples and set up a three-way deal. But what if the lawyer is full up on apples but really needs a haircut? Some societies try to solve the problem by establishing a central barter system that collected products from specialized growers and manufacturers and distributed them to those who needed them. The largest and most famous such experiment was conducted in the Soviet Union, and it failed miserably. Everyone would work according to their abilities and receive according to their needs. Turned out in practice into everyone would work as little as they can get away with and receive as much as they could grab. More moderate and more successful experiments were made on other occasions, for example in the Inca Empire. Yet most societies found a more easy way to connect large numbers of experts. They developed money, cells and cigarettes. Money was created many times in many ways. Its development required no technological breakthroughs. It was a purely mental revolution. It involved the creation of a new intersubjective reality that exists solely in people's shared imagination. Money is not coins and banknotes. Money is anything that people are willing to use in order to represent systematically the value of other things for the purpose of exchanging goods and services. Money enables people to compare quickly and easily the value of different commodities such as apples, shoes, and divorces, to easily exchange one thing for another and to store wealth conveniently. There have been many types of money. The most familiar is the coin, which is a standardized piece of imprinted matter. Yet, money existed long before the invention of coinage, and cultures have prospered using other things as currency, such as cells, cattle, skins, salt, grain, beads, cloth, and promissory notes. Cowrie cells were used as money for about 4,000 years all over Africa, South Asia, East Asia, and Oceania. Taxes could still be paid in cowrie cells in British Uganda in the early 20th century. Here is a picture of some symbols that means worthy, to store, to sell, to buy, which is treasure, to trade, reward, to barter, to demand payment. In ancient Chinese script, the cowrie says sign represents money in words such as to say or reward. In modern prisons and poor camps, cigarettes have often served as money. Even non-smoking prisons have been willing to accept cigarettes in payment and to calculate the value of all other goods and services in cigarettes. One Auschwitz survivor described the cigarettes currency used in the camp. We had our own currency, whose value no one questioned. The cigarettes. The price of every article was stated in cigarettes in normal times. That is when the candidates to the gas chambers were coming in at a regular pack. A loaf of bread cost 12 cigarettes. A 300-gram package of margarine 30. A watch 80 to 200. A liter of alcohol 400 cigarettes. In fact, even today coins and banknotes are a rare form of money. In 2006, the sum total of money in the world is about $60 trillion, yet the sum total of coins and banknotes was less than $6 trillion. More than 90% of all money, more than $50 trillion appear in our accounts, exist only on computer servers. Accordingly, most business transactions are executed by moving electronic data from one computer file to another without any exchange of physical cash. Only a criminal buys a house, for example, by handing over a suitcase full of banknotes. As long as people are willing to trade goods and services and exchange for electronic data, it's even better than shiny coins and crispy banknotes, lighter, less bulky, and easier to keep track of. For example, commercial systems to function, some kind of money is indispensable. A shoemaker in a money economy needs to know only the prices charged for various kinds of shoes. There is no need to memorize the exchange rates between shoes and Apple or goods. Money also frees Apple experts from the need to search out Apple craving shoemaker because everyone always wants money. This is perhaps its most basic quality. Everyone always wants money because everyone else also always wants one, which means you can exchange money for whatever you want or need. The shoemaker will always be happy to take your money because no matter what he really wants, apples, gods, or diapers, he can get it in exchange for money. Money is thus a universal medium of exchange that enables people to convert almost everything in almost anything else. Bond gets converted to grain when a discharged soldier finances his college tuition with his military benefits. Land gets converted into loyalty when a baron sells property to support his retainers. Health is converted to justice when a physician uses her fees to hire a lawyer or bribe a judge. It is even possible to convert sex into salvation, as 15th century prostitutes did when they slept with men for money, which they in turn used to buy indulgences from the Catholic Church. Earlier types of money enable people not merely to turn one thing into another, but to store wealth as well. Many valuables cannot be stored, such as time or beauty. Some things can be stored only for a short time, such as strawberries. Other things are more durable, but take up a lot of space and require expensive facilities like this. Grain, for example, can be stored for years, but to do so, you need to build huge storehouses and guard against rats, moles, water, fire, and thieves. Money, whether paper, computer bits, or cowrie cells, solves these problems. Cowrie cells don't rot, are unpalatable to rats, can survive fires, and are compact enough to be locked up in a safe. In order to use wealth, it is not enough just to store it. It often needs to be transported from place to place. Some forms of wealth, such as real estate, cannot be transported at all. Commodities such as wheat and rice can be transported only with difficulty. Imagine a wealthy farmer living in a moneyless land who immigrates to a distant province. His wealth consists mainly of his house and rice paddies. The farmer cannot take with him the house or the paddies. He might exchange them for tons of rice, but it would be very burdensome and expensive to transport all that rice. Money solves these problems. The farmers can sell his property in exchange for a sack of cowrie seeds, which he can easily carry wherever he goes. Because money can convert, store, and transport wealth easily and cheaply, it may be made a vital contribution to the appearance of complex commercial networks and dynamic markets. Without money, commercial networks and markets would have been doomed to remain very limited in their size, complexity, and dynamism. How does money work? Cowrie cells and dollars have value only in our common imagination. Their worth is not inherent in the chemical structure of the cells and factors, or their color, or their shape. In other words, money is not material reality, it is a psychological construct. It works by converting matter into mind. But why does it succeed? Why should anyone be willing to exchange a fertile rice paddy for a handful of useless cowrie cells? Why are you willing to flip hamburgers, sell health insurance, or babysit three obnoxious brats when all you get for your exercise is a few pieces of colored paper? People are willing to do such things when they trust the figments of their collective imagination. Trust is the raw material from which all types of money are minted. When a wealthy farmer sold his position for a sack of cowrie seeds and traveled with them to another province, he trusted that upon reaching his destination, other people would be willing to sell him rice, houses, and fields in exchange for the seeds. Money is accordingly a system of mutual trust, and not just any system of mutual trust. Money is the most universal and most efficient system of mutual trust ever devised. What created this trust was a very complex and long-term network of political, social, and economic relations. Why do I believe in the cowrie cells, or gold coins, or dollar bills? Because my neighbors believe in them, and my neighbors believe in them because I believe in them. And we all believe in them because our king believes in them and demands them in taxes. And because our priest believes in them and demands them in tithes. Take a dollar bill and look at it carefully. You will see that it is simply a colorful piece of paper with the signature of the US Secretary of the Treasury on one side and a slogan, "In God We Trust," on the other. We accept the dollar in payment because we trust in God and the US Secretary of the Treasury. The crucial role of trust explains why our financial systems are so tightly bound up with our political, social, and ideological systems, why financial crises are often triggered by political developments, and why the stock market can rise or fall depending on the way traders feel on a particular morning. Initially, when the first versions of money were created, people did not have this sort of trust, so it was necessary to define as money things that had real intrinsic value. History's first non-money Sumerian barley money is a good example. It appeared in Sumer around 3000 BC, at the same time and place, and under the same circumstances in which writing appeared, just as writing developed to answer the developed need of intensify administrative activities. So barley money developed to answer the needs of intensifying economic activities. Barley money was simply barley, fixed amount of barley grains used as a universal measure for evaluating and exchanging all other goods and services. The most common measurement was the sira, equivalent to roughly 1 liter. Standardized bowls, each capable of containing one sira, were mass-produced so that whenever people needed to buy or sell anything, it was easy to measure the necessary amounts of barley. Salaries too were set and paid in siras of barley. A male laborers earned 60 siras a month. A female laborers 30 siras. A foreman could earn between 1200 and 5000 siras. Not even the most ravenous foreman could eat 5000 liters of barley a month, but he could use the siras. He did not eat to buy all sorts of other commodities, oil, goods, seeds, and something else to eat besides barley. Even though barley has intrinsic value, it was not easy to convince people to use it as money rather than as just another commodity. In order to understand why, just think what would happen if you took a sack full of barley to your local shopping center and tried to buy a shirt or a pizza. The vendors would probably call security. Still, it was somewhat easier to build trust in barley as the first type of money because barley has an inherent biological value. Humans can eat it. On the other hand, it was difficult to store and transport barley. The real breakthrough in monetary history occurred when people gained trust in money that lacked inherent value, but was easier to store and transport. Such money appeared in ancient Mesopotamia in the middle of the 3rd millennium. This was the silver shekel. The silver shekel was not a coin, but rather 8.33 grams of silver. When Hammurabi's court declared that a superior man who killed a slave woman must pay her owner 20 silver shekels, it means that he had to pay 166 grams of silver, not 20 coins. Most monetary terms in the Old Testament are given in terms of silver rather than coin. Joseph's brothers sold him to the Ishmaelites for 20 silver shekels, or rather 166 grams of silver, the same price as a slave woman. He was a youth after all. Unlike the barley, the silver shekel had no inherent value. You cannot eat, drink, or clothe yourself in silver, and it's too soft for making useful tools. Rugshaws or swords of silver would crumble almost as fast as ones made out of aluminum foil. When they are used for anything, silver and gold are made into jewelry, crowns, and other social status symbols. Luxury goods that members of a particular culture identify with high social status. Their value is purely cultural, set by weights of precious metals, eventually gave birth to coins. The first coins in history were struck around 640 BC by King Ariates of Lydia in western Anatolia. These coins had a standardized weight of gold or silver and were imprinted with an identification mark. The mark testified to two things. First, it indicated how much precious matter the coin contained. Its contents. Almost all coins in use today are descendants of the Lydian coins. Coins have two important advantages over unmarked metals in bonds. First, the latter had to be weighed for every transaction. Second, weighing the ingot is not enough. How does the shoemaker know that the silver ingot I put down for my boots is really made of pure silver and not of lead covered on the outside by a thin silver coating? Coins help solve these problems. The mark imprinted on them testifies to their exact value, so the shoemaker does not have to keep a scale on his cash register. More importantly, the mark on the coin is the signature of some political authority that guarantees the coin's value. The shape and size of the mark varied tremendously throughout history. But the message was always the same. I, the great king so and so, give you my personal knowledge that this matter this contains exactly 5 grams of gold. If anyone dares counterfeit this coin, it means he is fabricating my own signature. He is fabricating my own signature, which would be a blot on my reputation. I will punish such a crime with the utmost severity. That's why counterfeiting money has always been considered a much more serious crime than other acts of deception. Counterfeiting is not just cheating, it's a breach of sovereignty, the legal, an act of subversion against the power, privileges, and person of the king. The legal term is res majesty, res majesty, violating majesty, and was typically punished by torture and death as long as people trusted the power and integrity of the king. They trusted his coins. Total strangers could easily agree on the worth of a given denarius coin because they trusted the power and integrity of the Roman emperors whose name and picture adorn it. Here is two pictures. One of the earliest coin in history from Lydia of the 7th century. In turn, the power of the emperor vested on the denarius. Just think how difficult it would have been to maintain the Roman Empire without coins if the emperor had to raise taxes and pay salaries in barley and wheat. It would have been impossible to collect barley taxes in Syria, transport the funds to the central treasury in Rome, and transport them again to Britain in order to pay the legions there. It would have been equally difficult to maintain the empire if the inhabitants of the city of Rome believed in gold coins. But the subject population rejected this belief, putting their trust instead in cowrie silks, ivory beads, or rolls of cloth. The gospel of gold. The trust in Rome's coins was so strong that even outside the empire's border, people were happy to receive payment in denarii. In the first centuries AD, Roman coins were an accepted medium of exchange in the market of India, even though the closest Roman region was thousands of kilometers away. The Indians had such a strong confidence in the denarius and the image of the emperor that when local rulers struck coins of their own, they closely imitated the denarius, down to the portrait of the Roman emperor. The name denarius became a generic name for coin. Muslim caliphs Arabicized this name and issued dinars. The dinar is still the official name of the currency in Jordan, Iraq, Serbia, Macedonia, Tunisia, and several other countries. As Lydian style coinage was spreading from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, China developed a slightly different monetary system based on bronze pearl and unmarked silver and gold coins. Yet, the two monetary systems had enough in common, especially the reliance on gold and silver, that close monetary and commercial relations were established between the Chinese zone and the Lydian zone. Muslim and European merchants and conquerors gradually spread the Lydian system and the gospel of gold to the far corners of earth. By the late modern era, the entire world was a single monetary zone, relying first on gold and silver and later on a few trusted currencies, such as the British pound and the American dollar. The appearance of a single transnational and transcultural monetary zone laid the foundation for the unification of Afro-Asia and eventually of the entire globe into a single economic and political sphere. People continued to speak mutually incomprehensible language, obey different rulers, and worship distinct gods, but all believed in gold and silver and in gold and silver coins. Without this shared belief, global trading network would have been virtually impossible. The gold and silver that 16th century conquistadors found in America enabled European merchants to buy silk, porcelain, and spices in East Asia, thereby moving the wheels of economic growth in both Europe and East Asia. Most of the gold and silver mined in Mexico and Andes slipped through European fingers to find a welcome home in the pulse of Chinese silk and porcelain manufacturers. What would have happened to the global economy if the Chinese had not suffered from the same disease of the heart that afflicted Curtis and his companions and had refused to accept payment in gold and silk? Yet, why should Chinese, Indians, Muslims, and Spaniards, who belonged to different cultures that paid to agree about much of anything, nevertheless share the belief in gold? Why did not it happen that Spaniards believed in gold while Muslims believed in barley, Indians in cowrie cells, and Chinese in rolls of silk? Economists have already answered. Once trade connects two areas, the forces of supply and demand tend to equalize the prices of transportable goods. In order to understand why, consider the hypothetical case. Assume that when regular trade opened between India and the Mediterranean, Indians were uninterested in gold, so it was most worthless. But in the Mediterranean, gold was a coveted status symbol. Hence, its value was high. What would happen next? Merchants traveling between the difference in the value of gold in order to make a profit. They would buy gold cheaply in India and sell it dearly in the Mediterranean. Consequently, the demand for gold in India would skyrocket, as would its value. At the time, the Mediterranean would experience an influx of gold, whose value would consequently drop. Within a short time, the value of gold in India and the Mediterranean would be quite equal, quite similar. The mere fact that Mediterranean people believed in gold would cause Indians to start believing in it as well. Even if Indians still had no real use for gold, the fact that Mediterranean people wanted it would be enough to make the Indians value it. Similarly, the fact that another person believes in cowrie cells or dollars or electronic data is enough to strengthen our own belief in them, even if that person is otherwise hated, despised, or ridiculed by us. Christians and Muslims who could not agree on religious beliefs could nevertheless agree on a monetary belief, because whereas religion asks us to believe in something, money asks us to believe that other people believe in something. For thousands of years, philosophers, thinkers, and prophets have besmirched money and called it the root of all evil. Be that as it may, money is also the apogee of human tolerance. Money is more open-minded than language, state laws, cultural codes, religious beliefs, and social habits. Money is the only trust system created by humans that can bridge almost any cultural gap, and that does not discriminate on the basis of religion, gender, race, age, or sexual orientation. Thanks to money, even people who don't know each other and don't trust each other can nevertheless cooperate effectively. The price of money. Money is based on two universal principles. First, universal convertibility. With money as an alchemist, you can turn land into loyalty, justice into health, and violence into knowledge. Second, universal trust. With money as a go-between, any two people can cooperate on any project. These principles have enabled millions of strangers to cooperate effectively in trade and industry. But these seemingly benign principles have a dark side. when everything is convertible and when trust depends on anonymous coins and cowrie cells. It corrodes local traditions, intimate relations and human values, replacing them with the cold laws of supply and demand. Human communities and families have always been ruled based on belief in priceless things such as honor, loyalty, morality, and love. These things lie outside the domain of the market and they should not be bought or sold for money, even if the market offers a good price. Certain things just are not done. Parents must not sell their children into slavery. A devout Christian must not commit a mortal sin. A loyal knight must never withdraw his rod. And ancestral tribal lands shall never be sold to foreigners. Money has always tried to break through these barriers, like water seeping through cracks in a dam. Parents have been reduced to selling some of their children into slavery in order to buy food for the others. Devoid Christians have murdered, stolen and cheated, and later used their spoils to buy forgiveness from the church. Ambitious knights have auctioned their allegiance to the highest bidder, while securing the loyalty of their own followers by cash payments. Tribal lands were sold to foreigners from the other side of the world in order to purchase an entry ticket into the global economy. Money has an even darker side, for although money builds universal trust between strangers, this trust is invested not in human community or sacred values, but in money itself and in the impersonal systems that back it. We do not trust the strangers or next door neighbor, but we trust the coin they hold. If they run out of coins, we run out of trust. As money brings down the dams of community, religion, and state, the world is in danger of becoming one big and rather heartless marketplace. Hence, the economic history of humankind is a delicate dance. People rely on money to facilitate cooperation with strangers, but they are afraid it will corrupt human values and intimate relations with one and hence people willingly destroy the communal dams that held at bay the movement of money and commerce for so long. Yet, with the other hand, they build new dams to protect society, religion and the environment from enslavement to market forces. It is common nowadays to believe that the market always prevails and that the dams erected by kings, priests and communities cannot long hold back the tides of money. This is naive, brutal warriors, religious fanatics and concerned citizens have repeatedly managed to trounce calculating merchants and even to reshape the economy. It is therefore impossible to understand the unification of humankind as a purely economic process. In order to understand how thousands of isolated cultures coexist over time, to form the global village of today, we must take into account the role of gold and silver, but we cannot disregard the equally crucial role of steel. Part 2. The Imperial Vision. The ancient Romans were used to being defeated like the rulers of most of history's great empires. They could lose battles after battles, but still win the war. In an empire that cannot sustain a blow and remain standing is not really an empire. Yet even the Romans found it hard to stomach the news arriving from northern Iberia in the middle of the 2nd century BC. A small, insignificant mountain town called Numantia, inhabited by the peninsula's native Celts, had dared to throw off the Roman yoke. Rome at the time was the unquestioned master of the entire Mediterranean basin, having vanquished the Macedonian and Seleucid empires. subjugated the proud city-state of Greece and turned Carthage into a smoldering ruin. The Numantians had nothing on their side but their fierce love of freedom and their inhospitable tyrant. Yet they forced reason after reason to surrender or retreat in shame. Eventually, in 134 BC, Roman patience snapped. The Senate decided to send Scipio Aemilianus, Rome's foremost general and the man who had leveled Carthage, to take care of the Numantians. He was given a massive army of more than 30,000 soldiers. Scipio, who respected the fighting spirit and martial skills of Numantians, preferred not to waste his soldiers in unnecessary combat. Instead, he encircled Numantia with a line of fortifications, blocking the town's contact with the outside world. Hunger did his work for him. After more than a year, the food supply ran out. When the Numantians realized that all hope was lost, they burnt down their town, according to Roman accounts. Most of them killed themselves so as not to become Roman slaves. Numantia later became a symbol of Spanish independence and courage. Miguel de Cervantes, the author of Don Quixote, wrote a tragedy called The Siege of Numantia, which ends with the town's destruction but also with a vision of Spain's future greatness. Poets composed paeans to its fierce defenders and painters committed majestic depictions of the siege to canvas. In 1882, its ruins were declared a national monument and became a pilgrimage site for Spanish patriots. In the 1950s and 1960s, the most popular comic books in Spain were not about Superman and Spider-Man. They told the adventure of El Gibberto, an imaginary ancient Iberian hero who fought against the Roman oppressors. The ancient Numantians are to this day Spain's paragons of heroism and patriotism, cast as role models for the country's young people. Yet Spanish patriots extol the Numantians in Spanish, a Romance language that is progeny of Scipio's Latin. The Numantians spoke a now dead and lost Celtic language. Cervantes wrote The Siege of Numantia in Latin script and the play followed Greco-Roman artistic models. Numantia had no theatres. Spanish patriots who admire Numantia's heroes tend also to be loyal followers of Roman Catholic Church. Don't miss that first word. A church whose leader still sits in Rome and whose God prefers to be addressed in Latin. Similarly, modern Spanish law derives from Roman law. Spanish politics is built on Roman foundations, and Spanish cuisine and architecture owe a far greater depth to Roman legacies than to those of the sites of Iberia. Nothing is really left of Numantia, save ruins. Even its story has reached us thanks only to the writings of Roman historians. It was tailored to the taste of Roman audiences, which relished tales of freedom-loving barbarians. The victory of Rome over Numantia was so complete that the victors co-opted the very memory of the vanquished. It's not our kind of story. We like to see underdogs win. But there is no justice in history. Most past cultures have sooner or later fallen prey to the armies of some ruthless empire which have consigned them to oblivion. Empires do ultimately fall, but they tend to leave behind rich and enduring legacies. Almost all people in the 21st century are the offspring of one empire or another. What is an empire? An empire is a political order with two important characteristics. First, to qualify for that designation, you have to rule over an insignificant number of distinct pupils, each possessing a different cultural identity and a separate territory. How many pupils exactly? 2 or 3 is not sufficient. 20 or 30 is plenty. The imperial threshold passes somewhere in between. Second, empires are characterized by flexible borders and a potentially unlimited appetite. They can swallow and digest more and more nations and territories without altering their basic structure or identity. The British state of today has fairly clear borders that cannot be exceeded without altering the fundamental structure and identity of the state. A century ago, almost any place on earth could have become part of the British Empire. Cultural diversity and territorial flexibility give empires not only their unique character but also their central role in history. It's when, thanks to these two characteristics, that empires have managed to unite diverse ethnic groups and ecological zones under a single political umbrella, thereby fusing together larger and larger segments of the human species and of planet Earth. It should be stressed that an empire is defined solely by its cultural diversity and flexible borders, rather than by its origins, its form of government, its territorial extent, or the size of its population. An empire need not emerge from military conquest. The Athenian Empire began its life as a voluntary league, and the Habsburg Empire was born in wedlock, cobbled together by a string of sealed marriage alliances. Nor must an empire be ruled by an autocratic emperor. The British Empire, the largest empire in history, was ruled by a democracy. Other democratic, or at least republican, empires have included the modern Dutch, French, Belgian, and American empires, as well as the pre-modern empires of Novgorod, Rome, Carthage, and Athens. Size too does not really matter. Empires can be puny. The Athenian Empire at its zenith was much smaller in size and population than today's Greek. The Aztec Empire was smaller than today's Mexico, both, but nevertheless empires, whereas modern Greek and modern Mexico are not, because the former gradually subdued dozens and even hundreds of different polities, while the latter have not. Athens lorded it over more than 100 formerly independent city-states, whereas the Aztec Empire, if we can trust its taxation records, ruled 371 different tribes and peoples. How was it possible to squeeze such a human potpourri into the territory of a modest modern state? It was possible because, in the past, there were many more distinct peoples in the world, each of which had a smaller population and occupied less territory than today's typical people. The land between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River, which today struggles to satisfy the ambitions of just two peoples, easily accommodated in biblical times dozens of nations, tribes, petty kingdoms, and city-states. Empires were one of the main reasons for the drastic reduction in human diversity. The imperial steamroller gradually obliterated the unique characteristics of numerous peoples, such as the Numidians, forging out of them new and much larger group, evil empires. In our time, imperialist ranks second one only to fascist in the lexicon of political swear words. The contemporary critic of empires commonly takes two forms. Empires do not birth. First, in the long run, it is not possible to rule effectively over a large number of conquered peoples. Second, even if it can be done, it should not be done, because empires are evil engines of destruction and exploitation. Every people has a right to self-determination and should never be subject to the rule of another. The truth is that empire has been the world's most common form of political organization for the last 2500 years. Most humans during these 2.5 millennia have lived in empires. Empire is also a very stable form of government. Most empires have found it alarmingly easy to put down rebellions. In general, they have found it alarmingly easy to put down. In general, they have been toppled only by external invasion or by a split within the ruling elite. Conversely, conquered peoples don't have a very good record of freeing themselves from their imperial overlords. Most have remained subjugated for hundreds of years. Typically, they have been slowly digested for the conquering empire until their distinct culture fizzled out. For example, when the Western Roman Empire finally fell to invading Germanic tribes in 476 AD, the Numidians, Albani, Helvetians, Samnites, Lusitanians, Umbrians, Etruscans, and hundreds of other forgotten peoples whom the Romans conquered centuries earlier did not emerge from the empire's eviscerated carcass like Jonah from the belly of the great fish. None of them were left, the biological descendants of the people who had identified themselves as members of those nations who had spoken their languages, worshipped their gods, and told their myths and legends, now thought, spoke, and worshipped as Romans. In many cases, the destruction of one empire hardly meant independence or for subject pupils. Instead, a new empire stepped into the vacuum created when the old one collapsed or retreated. Nowhere has this been more obvious from the East. The current political constellation in that region, a balance of power between many independent political allies entities with more or less stable borders, is almost without parallel any time in the last several millennia. The last time the Middle East experienced such a situation was in the 8th century BC, almost 3000 years ago. From the rise of the new Assyrian Empire in the 8th century BC until the collapse of the British and French empires in the mid-20th century AD, the Middle East passed from the hands of one empire into the hands of another, like a baton in a variety of ways. And by the time the British and French finally dropped the baton, the Arameans, the Ammonites, the Phoenicians, the Philistines, the Moabites, Edomites, and the other peoples conquered by the Assyrians had long disappeared. Today's Jews and Georgians claim with some measure of justice that they are the offspring of ancient Middle Eastern peoples. Yet these are only exceptions that prove the rule. And even these claims are somewhat exaggerated. It goes without saying that the political, economic, and social practices of modern Jews, for example, owe far more to the empires under which they lived during the past 2 millennia than to the traditions of the ancient kingdom of Judea. If King David were to show up in an ultra-Orthodox synagogue in present-day Jerusalem, he would be utterly bewildered to find people dressed in East European clothes, speaking in a German dialect, Yiddish, and having endless arguments about the meanings of Babylonian texts. The Talmud. There were neither synagogues, volumes of Talmud, nor even Torah scrolls in ancient Judea. Building and maintaining an empire usually required the vicious slaughter of large populations and the brutal oppression of everyone who was left. The standard imperial toolkit included wars, enslavement, deportation, and genocide. When the Romans invaded Scotland in 83 AD, They were met by the fierce resistance from local Caledonian tribes and reacted by laying waste to the country. In reply to Roman peace offers, the chieftain Caligus Calgocus called the Romans the ruffians of the world and said that to plunder, slaughter, and robbery they give the lying name of empire. They make a desert and call it peace. This does not mean, however, that empires leave nothing of value in their wake. To color all empires black and to disavow all imperial legacies is to reject most of human culture. Imperial elites used the profits of conquest to finance not only armies and forts but also philosophy, art, justice, and charity. A significant proportion of humanity's cultural achievements owe their existence to the exploitation of conquered populations. The profits and prosperity brought by Roman imperialism provided Cicero, Seneca, and Saint Augustine with the leisure and wherewithal to think and write. The Taj Mahal could not have been built without the wealth accumulated by Mughal exploitation of their Indian subjects and the Habsburg Empire's profits from its rule over its Slavic, Hungarian, and Romanian-speaking provinces paid Haydn's salary and Mozart's commissions. No Caledonian writer preserved Calgacus' speech for posterity. We know of it thanks to the Roman historian Tacitus. In fact, Tacitus probably made it up. Most scholars today agree that Tacitus not only fabricated the speech but invented the character of Calgacus, the Caledonian chieftain, to serve as a mouthpiece for what he and other upper-class Romans thought about their own country. Even if we look beyond allied culture and high art and focus instead on the world of common people, we find imperial legacies in the majority of modern culture. Today, most of us speak, think, and dream in imperial legacy languages that were forced upon our ancestors by the sword. Most East Asians speak and dream in the language of the Han Empire. No matter what their origins, nearly all the inhabitants of the two American continents, from Alaska's Barrow Peninsula to the Straits of Magellan, communicate in one of four imperial languages: Spanish, Portuguese, French, or English. Present-day Egyptians speak Arabic, think of themselves as Arabs, and identify wholeheartedly with the Arab Empire that conquered Egypt in the 7th century and crushed with an iron fist the repeated revolts that broke out against its rule. About 10 million Zulus in South Africa hark back to the Zulu age of glory in the 19th century, even though most of them descend from tribes who fought against the Zulu Empire and were incorporated into it only through bloody military campaigns. It's for your own good. The first empire about which we have definitive information was the Akkadian Empire of Sargon the Great, 200–250 BC. Sargon began his career as a king of Kish, a small city-state in Mesopotamia. Within a few decades, he managed to conquer not only all other Mesopotamian city-states, but also large territories outside the Mesopotamian heartland. Sargon boasted that he had conquered the entire world. In reality, his dominion stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean and included most of today's Iraq and Syria, along with a few slices of modern Iraq, Iran, and Turkey. The Akkadian Empire did not last long after its founder's death, but Sargon left behind an imperial mantle that seldom remained unclaimed. For the next 1700 years, Assyrian, Babylonian, and Hittite kings adopted Sargon as a role model, boasting that they too had conquered the entire world. Then around 550 BC, Cyrus the Great of Persia came along with an even more impressive boast. Map 4, the Akkadian Empire and the Persian Empire. The kings of Assyria always remained the kings of Assyria, even when they claimed to rule the entire. The kings of Assyria always remained the kings of Assyria, even when they claimed to rule the entire world. It was obvious that they were doing it for the greater glory of Assyria, and they were not apologetic about it. Cyrus, on the other hand, claimed not merely to rule the whole world but to do so for the sake of all people. "We are conquering you for your own benefit," said the Persians. Cyrus wanted the pupils he subjected to love him and to count themselves lucky to be Persian vassals. The most famous example of Cyrus' innovative efforts to gain the approbation of a nation living under the thumb of his empire was his command that the Jewish exiles in Babylonia be allowed to return to their Judean homeland and rebuild their temple. He even offered them financial assistance. Cyrus did not see himself as a Persian king ruling over Jews. He was also the king of the Jews, and thus responsible for their welfare. The presumption to rule the entire world for the benefit of all its inhabitants was starting. Evolution has made Homo sapiens like other social mammals, a xenophobic creature. Sapiens instinctively divide humanity into two parts, we and they. We are people like you and me, who share our language, religion, and customs. We are all responsible for each other, but not responsible for them. We were always distinct from them and owed them nothing. We don't want to see any of them in our territory, and we don't care on iota what happens in their territory. They are barely even human. In the language of the Dinka people of the Sudan, Dinka simply means people. People who are not Dinka are not people. The Dinka's bitter enemies are the Nuer. What does the word Nuer mean in Nuer language? It means original people. Thousands of kilometers from the Sudan deserts in the frozen ice lands of Alaska and northeastern Siberia live the Yupiks. What does Yupik mean in Yupik language? It means real people. In contrast with this ethnic exclusiveness, imperial ideology from Cyrus onward has tended to be inclusive and all-encompassing, even though it has often emphasized racial and cultural differences between rulers and ruled. It has still recognized the basic unity of entire world, the existence of a single set of principles governing all places and times, and the mutual responsibilities of all human beings. Humankind is seen as a large family. The privileges of the parents go hand in hand with responsibility for the welfare of the children. They knew imperial vision passed from Cyrus and the Persian to Alexander the Great, and from him to Hellenistic kings, Roman emperors, Muslim caliphs, Indian dynasts, and eventually even to Soviet American presidents. This benevolent imperial vision has justified the existence of empire and negated not only attempts by subject people to rebel, but also attempts by independent people to resist imperial expansion. Similar imperial visions were developed independently of the Persian model in other parts of the world, most notably in Central America, in the Andean region, and in China. According to traditional Chinese political theory, heaven, Tian, is the source of all legitimate authority on earth. Heaven chooses the most worthy person or family and gives them the mandate of heaven. This person or family then rules over all under heaven, Tian Sikka, for the benefit of all its inhabitants. Thus, a legitimate authority is by definition universal. If a ruler lacks the mandate of heaven, then he lacks legitimacy to rule even a single city. If a ruler enjoys the mandate, he is obliged to spread justice and harmony to the entire world. The mandate of heaven could not be given to several candidates simultaneously and consequently. One could not legitimize the existence of more than one independent state. The first emperor of the United Chinese Empire, Qin Shi Huangdi, boasted that throughout the six directions of the universe, everything belongs to the emperor. Wherever there is a human footprint, there is not one who did not become a subject of the emperor. His kindness reaches even oxen and horses. There is not one who did not benefit. Every man is safe under his own roof. In Chinese political thinking, as well as Chinese historical memory, imperial periods were henceforth seen as golden ages of order and justice, in contradiction to the modern Western view that a just world is composed of separate nation states. In China, periods of political fragmentation were seen as dark ages of chaos and injustice. This perception has had far-reaching implications for Chinese history. Every time an empire collapsed, the dominant political theory guarded the powers that be not to settle for parity independent principalities, but to attempt reunification. Sooner or later, these attempts always succeeded. When they become us, empires have played a decisive part in amalgamating many small cultures into fewer big cultures. Ideas, people, goods, and technology spread more easily within the borders of an empire than in politically fragmented regions. Often enough, it was the empires themselves which deliberately spread ideas, institutions, customs, and norms. One reason was to make life easier for themselves. It is difficult to rule an empire in which every little district has its own set of laws, its own form of writing, its own language, and its own money. Standardization was a boon to emperors. A second and equally important reason why empires actively spread a common culture was to gain legitimacy, at least since the days of Cyrus and Qin Shi Huangdi. Empires have justified their actions, whether road building or bloodshed, as necessary to spread a superior culture from which the conquered benefit even more than the conquerors. The benefits were sometimes salient: law enforcement, urban planning, standardization of weights and measures, and sometimes questionable: taxes, conscript, emperor worship, but most imperial elites earnestly believed that they were working for the general welfare of all the empire's inhabitants. China's ruling class treated their country's neighbor and its foreign subjects as miserable barbarians to whom the empire must bring the benefits of culture. The mandate of heaven was bestowed upon the emperor not in order to exploit the world, but in order to educate humanity. The Romans too justified their dominion by arguing that they were enduring the barbarian with peace, justice, and refinement. The wild Germans and painted Gauls had lived in squalor and ignorance until the Romans tamed them with law, cleaned them up in public bathhouses, and improved them with philosophy. The Mauryan Empire in the 3rd century BC took as its mission the dissemination of Buddha's teachings to an ignorant. The Muslim caliphs received a divine mandate to spread the Prophet's revelation peacefully if possible, but by the sword if necessary. The Spanish and Portuguese empires proclaimed that it was not witches they sought in the Indies and converts to the true faith. The sun never set on the British mission to spread the twin gospels of liberalism and free trade. The Soviets felt duty-bound to facilitate the inexorable historical march from capitalism towards the utopian dictatorship of the proletariat. Many Americans nowadays maintain that their government has a moral imperative to bring third world countries the benefits of democracy and human rights, even if these goods are delivered by cruise missiles and F-16s. The cultural ideas spread by empire were seldom the exclusive creation of the ruling elite, since the imperial vision tends to be universal and inclusive. It was relatively easy for imperial elites to adopt ideas, norms, and traditions from wherever they found them, rather than to stick fanatically to a single hidebound tradition. While some emperors sought to purify their cultures and return to what they viewed as their roots, for the most part empires have begot hybrid civilizations that absorb much from their subject pupils. The imperial cultures of Rome was Greek almost as much as Roman. The imperial Abbasid cultures was part Persian, part Greek, part Arab. Imperial Mongol culture was a Chinese copycat. In the Imperial United States, an American president of Kenyan bloodbath can munch on Italian pizza while watching his favorite film Lawrence of Arabia, a British epic about the Arab Bavarian Turks. Not that this cultural melting pot made the process of cultural assimilation any easier for the vanquished. The imperial civilization may well have absorbed numerous contributions from various conquerors pupils, but the hybrid result was still alien to the vast majority. The process of assimilation was often painful and traumatic. It is not easy to give up a familiar and loved local tradition, just as it is difficult and stressful to understand and adopt a new culture. Worse still, even when subject pupils were successful in adopting the imperial culture, it could take decades, if not centuries, until the imperial elite accepted them as part of us. The generations between conquest and acceptance were left out in the cold. They had already lost their beloved local culture, but they were not allowed to take an equal part in the imperial world. On the contrary, their adopted culture continued to view them as barbarians. Imagine an Iberian of good stock, living a century after the fall of Numidia. He speaks his native sentence. He speaks his native Celtic dialect with his parents, but has acquired impeccable Latin with only a slight accent because he needs it to conduct his business and deal with the authorities. He nudges his wife's penchant for elaborately ornate vowels, but is a bit embarrassed that she, like other local women, retains these relics of Celtic taste. He had rather have her adopt the clean simplicity of the jewelry worn by the Roman governor's wife. He himself wears Roman tunics and thanks to his success as a cattle merchant, due in no small part to his expertise in the intricacies of Roman commercial law. He has been able to build a Roman-style villa. Yet, even though he can recite Book 3 of Virgil's Georgics by heart, the Romans still treat him as though he is semi-barbarian. He realizes with frustration that he will never get a government appointment or one of the really good seats in the amphitheater. In the late 19th century, many educated Indians were taught the same lessons by their British masters. One famous anecdote tells of an ambitious Indian who mastered the intricacies of the English language, took lessons in Western-style dance, and even became accustomed to eating with a knife and fork. Equipped with his new manners, he traveled to England, studied law at University College London, and became a qualified barrister. Yet this young man of law, bedecked a suit and tie, was thrown off a train in the British colony of South Africa for insisting on traveling first class instead of settling for third class, where colored men like him were supposed to ride. His name was Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi. In some cases, the process of acculturation and assimilation eventually broke down the barriers between the newcomers and the old elite. The conquered no longer saw the empire as an alien system of occupation, and the conquerors came to view their subjects as equal to themselves. Rulers and ruled alike came to see them as all the subjects of Rome. Eventually, after centuries of imperial rule, were granted Roman citizenship. Non-Romans rose to occupy the top ranks in the officer corps of the Roman legions and were appointed to the Senate in 48 AD. The Emperor Claudius admitted to the Senate several Gallic notables, who he noted in a speech, through customs, culture, and the ties of marriage have blended with ourselves. Snobbish senators protested, introducing these former enemies into the heart of the Roman political system. Claudius reminded them of an inconvenient truth. Most of their own senatorial families descended from Italian tribes, who once fought against Rome and were later granted Roman citizenship. Indeed, the emperor reminded them his own family was of Sabine ancestry. During the 2nd century AD, Rome was ruled by a line of emperors born in Iberia, in whose veins probably flowed at least a few drops of local Iberian blood. The veins of Trajan, Hadrian, Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius are generally thought to constitute the empire's golden age. After that, all the ethnic dams were let down. Emperor Septimus Severus, 193 to 211, was the scion of a Punic family from Libya, Baros, 218 to 222, was a Syrian. Emperor Philip, 244 to 9, was a non-colloquial as Philip the Arab. The empire's new citizens adopted Roman imperial culture with such zest that for centuries and even millennia after the empire itself collapsed, they continued to speak the empire's language, to believe in the Christian God that the empire had adopted from one of its Levantine provinces, and to live by the empire's law. A similar process occurred in the Arab Empire when it was established in the mid-7th century AD. It was based on a sharp division between the ruling Arab Muslim elite and the subjugated Egyptian, Syrian, Iranian, and Berbers, who were neither Arabs nor Muslim. Many of the empire's subjects gradually adopted the Muslim faith, the Arabic language, and a hybrid imperial culture. The old Arab elite looked upon these Pervinus with deep hostility, fearing to lose its unique status and identity. The frustrated converts clamored for an equal share within the empire and in the world of Islam. Eventually they got their way. Egyptian, Syrian, and Mesopotamians were increasingly seen as Arabs. Arabs in their turn, whether authentic Arabs from Arabia or newly minted Arabs from Egypt and Syria, came to be increasingly dominated by non-Arab Muslims, in particular by Iranian, Turks, and Berbers. The great success of the Arab imperial project was that the imperial culture it created was wholeheartedly adopted by numerous non-Arab people who continued to uphold it, develop it, and spread it, even after the original empire collapsed and the Arabs as an ethnic group lost their dominion. In China, the success of imperial project was even more thorough. For more than 2,000 years, a vector of ethnic and cultural groups, first termed barbarian, were successfully integrated into imperial Chinese culture and became Han Chinese, so named after the Han Empire that ruled China from 206 BC to 220 AD. The ultimate achievement of the Chinese Empire is that it is still alive and kicking, yet it is hard to see it as an empire except in outlying areas such as Tibet and Xinjiang. More than 90% of the population of China are seen by themselves and by others as Han. We can understand the decolonization process of the last few decades in a similar way. During the modern era, Europeans conquered much of the globe under the guise of spreading a superior Western culture. They were so successful that billions of people gradually adopted significant parts of that culture. Indians, Africans, Arab, Chinese, and Maoris learned French, English, and Spanish. They began to believe in human rights and principles of self-determination, and they adopted Western ideologies such as liberalization, capitalism, communism, feminism, and nationalism. The imperial cycle stage. A small group establishes a big empire. Rome. The Romans establishes the Roman Empire. Arabs establish Arab caliphates under Islam. European imperialism. The European establishes the European Empire. An imperial culture or Greco-Roman something. A chart is here. During the 20th century, local groups that had adopted Western values claimed equality with their European conquerors in the name of these very values. Many anti-colonial struggles were waged under the banners of the self-determination, socialism, and human rights, all of which are Western legacy, just as Egyptians, Iranians, and Turks adopted and adapted the imperial culture that they inherited from the original Arab conquerors. So today's Indians, Africans, and Chinese have accepted much of the imperial culture of their former Western overlords by seeking to mold it in accordance with their needs and traditions. Good guys and bad guys in history. It is tempting to divide neatly into good guys and bad guys, with all empires among the bad guys, for the vast majority of empires were founded on blood and maintained their power through oppression and war. Yet most of today's cultures are based on imperial legacies. If empires are by definition bad, what does that say about us? There are schools of thought and political movements that seek to purge human culture of imperialism, leaving behind what they claim is a pure, authentic civilization untainted by sin. These ideologies are at best naive, at worst they serve a disingenuous window dressing for crude nationalism and bigotry. Perhaps you could make a case that some of the Mayorite cultures that emerged at the dawn of recorded history were pure, untouched by sin and unadulterated by other societies, but no culture since that dawn can reasonably make that claim. Certainly no culture that exists now on earth. All human cultures are at least in part the legacy of empire and imperial civilization, and no academic or political surgery can cut out the imperial legacy without killing the patient. Think, for example, about the love-hate relationship between the independent Indian Republic of today and the British past. The British conquest and occupation of India cost the lives of millions of Indians and was responsible for the continuous humiliation and exploitation of hundreds of millions more. Yet many Indians adopted, with the gist of converts, Western ideas such as self-determination and human rights, and were dismayed when the British refused to live up to their own declared values by granting native Indians either equal rights as British subjects or independence. Nevertheless, the modern Indian state is a child of British Empire. The British killed, injured, and persecuted the inhabitants of subcontinent. but they also united a bewildering mosaic of warring kingdoms, principalities, and tribes, creating a shared national consciousness, and a country that functions more or less as a single political unit. They laid the foundations of the Indian judicial system, created its administrative structure, and built the railroad network that was critical for economic integration. Independent India adopted Western democracy in its British incarnation as its form of government. English is still the subcontinent's lingua franca, a neutral tongue that native speakers of Hindi, Tamil, and Malayalam can use to communicate. Indians are passionate cricket players and tea drinkers, and both game and beverages are British legacy. Commercial tea farming did not exist in India until the mid-19th century, when it was introduced by British East India Company. It was the snobbish British sahibs who spread the custom of tea drinking throughout the subcontinent. Here is another picture. The Chhatrapati Shivaji train station in Mumbai. It began its life as Victoria Station, Bombay. The British built it in the new Gothic style that was popular in late 19th century Britain. A Hindu nationalist government changed the names of both city and station, but showed no appetite for raising such a magnificent building, even if it was built by foreign oppressors. How many Indians today would want to call a vote to divest themselves of democracy? English, the railway network, the legal system, cricket and tea on the grounds that they are imperial legacies, and if they did, would not the very act of calling a vote to decide the issue demonstrate their debt to their former overlords? There is another picture, the Taj Mahal, an example of authentic Indian culture or the Aryan creation of Muslim imperialism. Even if we were to completely disavow the legacy of a brutal empire in the hope of reconstructing and safeguarding the authentic cultures that preceded it, in all probability, what we will be defending is nothing but the legacy of an older and no less brutal empire. Those who resent the mutilation of Indian culture by the British was inadvertently sanctify the legacies of the Mughal empires and the conquering Sultanate of Delhi, and whoever attempt to rescue authentic Indian culture from the alien influence of these Muslim empires sanctifies the legacies of Gupta Empire, the Kushal Empire, and the Maurya Empire. If an extreme Hindu nationalist were to destroy all the buildings left by the British conquerors, such as Mumbai's main train station, what about the structures left by India's Muslim conquerors, such as the Taj Mahal? Nobody really knows how to solve these thorny questions of cultural inheritance. Whatever path we take, the first step is to acknowledge the complexity of the dilemma and to accept that simplistically dividing the past into good guys and bad guys leads nowhere. Unless, of course, we are willing to admit that we usually follow the lead of the bad guys, the new global empire. Since around 200 BC, most humans have lived in empires. It seems likely that in the future, most humans will live in one, but this time the empire will be truly global. The imperial vision of dominion over the entire world could be imagined. As the 21st century unfolds, nationalism is fast losing ground. More and more people believe that all of humankind is the legitimate source of political authority rather than the members of a particular nationality, and that safeguarding human rights and protecting the interests of the entire human species should be the guiding light of politics. If so, having close to 200 independent states is a hindrance rather than a help, since Swedes, Indonesians and Nigerians deserve the same human rights. Would not it be simpler for single global government to safeguard them? The appearance of essentially global problems such as melting ice caps, nibbles bay away at whatever legitimacy remains to the independent nation states. No sovereign state will be able to overcome global warming on its own. The Chinese mandate of heavens was given by heaven to solve the problems of humankind. The modern mandate of heaven will be given by humankind to solve the problems of heaven, such as the hole in the ozone layer and the accumulation of greenhouse gases. The color of the global empire was well beginning. As of 2014, the world is still politically fragmented, but states are fast losing their independence. Not one of them is really able to execute independent economic policies, to declare and wage wars as it pleases, or even to run its own internal affairs as it sees fit. States are increasingly open to the machination of global markets, to the interference of global companies and NGOs, and to the supervision of global public opinion and the international judicial systems. States are obliged to conform to global standards of financial behavior, environmental policy and justice. Immensely powerful currents of capital, labor and information turn and save the world, with a growing disregard for the borders and opinions of states. The global empire being forced before our eyes is not governed by any particular state or ethnic group. Much like the late Roman Empire, it is ruled by a multi-ethnic elite and is held together by a common culture and common interest. Throughout the world, more and more entrepreneurs, engineers, experts, scholars, lawyers, and managers are called to join the empire. They must ponder whether to answer the imperial call or to remain loyal to their state and their people. More and more choose the empire. Chapter 12. The Law of Religion. In a medieval market in Samarkand, a city built on a Central Asian oasis, Syrian merchants ran their hands over fine Chinese silk. Fierce tribesmen from the steppes displayed the latest batch of straw-haired slaves from the far west, and shopkeepers pocketed shiny gold coins imprinted with exotic script and the profiles of unfamiliar kings. Here at one of that era's major crossroads between east and west, north and south, the unification of humankind was an everyday fact. The same process could be observed at work when Kublai Khan's army mustered to invade Japan in 1281. Mongol cavalrymen in skins and furs rubbed soldiers with Chinese foot soldiers in bamboo hats. Drunken Korean auxiliaries pickets fights with tattooed sailors from the South China Sea. Engineers from Central Asia listened with dropping jaws to the tall tales of European adventurers, and all obeyed the command of a single emperor. Meanwhile, around the holy Kaaba in Mecca, human unification was proceeding by other means. Had you been a pilgrim to Mecca, circling Islam's holiest scene in the year 1300, you might have found yourself in the company of a party from Mesopotamia, their robes floating in a wind, their eyes blazing with ecstasy, and their mouths repeating one after the other the 99 names of God. Just ahead you might have seen a weather-beaten Turkish patriarch from the Asian steppes, hovering on a stick and stroking his beard thoughtfully to one side, gold jewelry shining against jet black skin. Might have been a group of Muslims from the African kingdom of Mali. The aroma of clove, turmeric, cardamom, and sea salt would have signaled the presence of brothers from India, or perhaps from the mysterious Spice Island further east. Today, religion is often considered a source of discrimination, disagreement, and disunion. Yet, In fact, religion has been the third great unifier of humankind, alongside money and empires, since all social orders and hierarchies are imagined. They are all fragile, and the larger the society, the more fragile it is. The crucial historical role of religion has been to give superhuman legitimacy to these fragile structures. Religions assert that our laws are not the result of human caprice, but are ordained by an absolute and supreme authority. This has placed at least some fundamental laws beyond challenge, thereby ensuring social stability. Religion can thus be defined as a system of human norms and values that is founded on a belief in a superhuman order. This involves two distinct criteria. Religions hold that there is a superhuman order, which is not the product of human whims or agreements. Professional football is not a religion because, despite its many laws, rites, and often bizarre rituals, everyone knows that human beings invented football themselves, and FIFA may at any moment enlarge the size of the goal or cancel the offside goal. Based on this superhuman order, religion establishes norms and values that it considers binding. Many Westerners today believe in ghosts, fairies, and reincarnation, but these beliefs are not a source of moral and behavioral standards. As such, they do not constitute a religion, despite their ability to legitimize widespread social and political orders. Not all religions have actuated this potential. In order to unite under its aegis a large expanse of territory inhabited by disparate groups of human beings, a religion must possess two further qualities. First, it must espouse a universal superhuman order that is true always and everywhere. Second, it must insist on spreading this belief to everyone. In other words, it must be universal and miscellaneous. The best non-religions of history, such as Islam and Buddhism, are universal and miscellaneous. Consequently, people tend to believe that all religions are like them. In fact, the majority of ancient religions were local and exclusive. Their followers believed in local deities and spirits and had no interest in converting the entire human race. As far as we know, universal and missionary religions began to appear only in the first millennium BC. Their emergence was one of the most important revolutions in history and made a vital contribution to the unification of humankind, much like the emergence of universal empires and universal money, silencing the lambs when enemies was the dominant belief system. Human norms and values had to take into consideration the outlook and interest of a multitude of other beings, such as animals, plants, fairies, and ghosts. For example, a forager band in the Ganges Valley may have established a rule forbidding people to cut down a particularly large fig tree. Reached, the fig tree spirit became angry and took revenge. Another forager band living in the Indus Valley may have forbidden people from hunting white-tailed foxes because a white-tailed fox once revealed to a wise old woman where the band might find precious obsidian. Such religion tended to be very local in outlook and to emphasize the unique features of specific locations, climate, and phenomena. Most foragers spend their entire specific locations, climates and phenomena. Most foragers spend their entire lives within an area of no more than 1,000 square kilometers. In order to survive, the inhabitants of a particular valley needed to understand the superhuman order that regulated their valley and to adjust their behavior accordingly. It was pointless to try to convince the inhabitants of some distant valley to follow the same rules. The people of Indus did not bother to send missionaries to the Ganges to convince locals not to hunt white-tailed foxes. The agricultural revolution seemed to have been accompanied by a religious revolution. Hunter-gatherers picked and pursued wild plants and animals, which could be seen as equal in status to Homo sapiens. The fact that man hunted sheep did not make sheep inferior to man, just as the fact that tigers hunted man did not make man inferior to tigers. Beings communicated with one another directly and negotiated the rules governing their shared habitat. In contrast, farmers owned and manipulated plants and animals and could hardly degrade themselves by negotiating with their possession. Hence, the first religious effect of the agricultural revolution was to turn plants and animals from equal members of a spiritual round table into property. This, however, created a big problem. Farmers may have desired absolute control of their seed, but they knew perfectly well that their control was limited. They could lock the sheep in pens, castrate rams, and selectively breed ewes. Yet, they could not ensure that the ewes conceived and gave birth to healthy lambs, nor could they prevent the eruption of deadly epidemics. How then to safeguard the fecundity of the frogs? A leading theory about the origin of the gods argues that gods gained importance because they offered a solution to this problem. Gods such as the fertility goddess, the sky god, and the god of medicine took center stage when plants and animals lost their ability to speak, and the god's main role was to mediate between humans and the mute plants and animals. Much of ancient mythology is in fact a legal contract in which humans promise everlasting devotion to the gods in exchange for mastery over plants and animals. The first chapter of the book of Genesis are a prime example. For thousands of years after the agricultural revolution, religious liturgy consisted mainly of humans sacrificing lambs, wine, and cake to divine powers who in exchange promised abundant harvest and frequent flocks. The agricultural revolution initially had a far smaller impact on the status of other members of the animist system such as rocks, springs, ghosts and demons. However, these two gradually lost status in favor of the new gods as long as people lived their entire lives within limited territories of a few hundred square kilometers. Most of their needs could be met by local states, but once kingdoms and trade networks expanded, people needed to contact entities whose power and authority encompassed a whole kingdom or an entire trade basin. The attempt to answer these needs led to the appearance of polytheist religions. From the Greek, poly means many, theos means God. These religions understood the world to be controlled by a group of powerful gods, such as the fertility goddess, the rain god, and the war god. Humans could appeal to these gods and gods might, if they received devotions and sacrifices, deign to bring rain, victory, and health. Enemies did not entirely disappear at the advent of polytheism. Demons, fairies, ghosts, holy rocks, holy springs, and holy trees remained an integral part of almost all polytheist religions. These spirits were far less important than the great gods, but for the mundane needs of many ordinary people, they were good enough. While the king in his capital city sacrificed dozens of fat rams to the great warlord, praying for victory over the barbarians, the peasants in his hut lit a candle to fig tree fairy, praying that she had cured his sick son. Yet the greatest impact of the rise of great gods was not on sheep or demons, but upon the status of Homo sapiens. Animists thought that humans were just one of many creatures inhabiting the world. Polytheists, on the other hand, increasingly saw the world as a reflection of relationship between gods and humans. Our prayers, our sacrifices, our sins, and our good deeds determined the fate of the entire ecosystem. A terrible flood might wipe out billions of ants, grasshoppers, turtles, antelopes, giraffes, and elephants, just because a few stupid sapiens made the gods angry. Polytheism thereby exalted not only the status of God, but also that of humankind. Less fortunate members of the old animist system lost their stature and became either extras or silent decor in the great drama of man's relationship with the God. The benefit of idolatry. Idolatry. 2000 years of monotheistic brainwashing have caused most Westerners to see polytheism as ignorant and childish idolatry. This is an unjust stereotype. In order to understand the inner logic of polytheism, it is necessary to grasp the central idea buttressing the belief in many gods. Polytheism does not necessarily dispute the existence of a single power or law governing the entire universe. In fact, most polytheist and even animist religions recognize such a supreme power that stands behind all the different gods, demons, and holy gods. In classical Greek polytheism, Zeus, Hera, Apollo, and their colleagues were subject to an omnipotent and all-encompassing power. Fate, Moira, Ananke, Nordic gods too were in thrall to fate, which doomed them to perish in the cataclysm of Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. In the polytheistic religion of the Yoruba of West Africa, all gods were born of the supreme god Olodumare and remained subject to him. In Hindu polytheism, a single principle, Atman, controls the myriad God and spirits, humankind, and the biological and physical world. Atman is the central, is the eternal essence of soul of the entire universe, as well as of every individual and every phenomenon. The fundamental insight of polytheism, which distinguishes it from monotheism, is that the supreme power governing the world is devoid of interest and bias, and therefore it is unconcerned with the mundane desires, cares, and worries of humans. It is pointless to ask this power for victory in war, for health, or for rain, because from its all-encompassing vantage point, it makes no difference whether a particular kingdom wins or loses, whether a particular city prospers or withers, whether a particular person recuperates or dies. The Greeks did not base any sacrifice on fate, and Hindus built no temples to Atman. The only reason to oppose the supreme power of the universe would be to renounce all desires and embrace the bad along with the good, to embrace even defeat, poverty, sickness, and death. Thus, some Hindus, known as sadhus or sannyasis, devote their lives to uniting with Atman, thereby achieving enlightenment. They strive to see the world from the viewpoint of this fundamental principle, to realize that from its eternal perspective, all mundane desires and fears are meaningless and ephemeral phenomena. Most Hindus, however, are not sadhus. They are sunk deep in the morasses of mundane concerns, where Atman is not much help. For assistance in such matters, Hindus oppose the gods with their partial powers, precisely because their powers are partial rather than all-encompassing. Gods such as Ganesh, Lakshmi, and Saraswati have interest and biases. Humans can therefore make peace with these partial powers and rely on their help in order to win wars and recuperate from necessarily many of these smaller powers. Since once you start dividing up the all-encompassing power of a supreme principle, you will inevitably end up with more than one deity, hence the plurality of gods. The insight of polytheism is conducive to far-reaching religious tolerance, since polytheists believe, on the one hand, in one supreme and completely disinterested power, and on the other hand, in many impartial and biased powers. There is no difficulty for the devotees of one god to accept the existence and efficacy of other gods. Polytheism is inherently open-minded and rarely persecutes heretics and infidels. Even when polytheists conquered huge empires, they did not try to convert their subjects. The Egyptians, the Romans, and the Aztecs did not send missionaries to foreign lands to spread the worship of Osiris, Jupiter, or Huitzilopochtli, the chief Aztec god, and they certainly did not dispatch armies for that purpose. Subject people throughout the empire were expected to respect the empire's gods and rituals, since these gods and rituals protected and legitimized the empire. Yet they were not required to give up their local gods and rituals. In the Aztec Empire, subject peoples were obliged to build temples for Huitzilopochtli, but these temples were built alongside those of local gods, rather than in their state. In many cases, the imperial elite itself adopted the gods and rituals of subject people. The Romans happily added the Asian goddess Cybele and Egyptian goddess Isis to their pantheon. The only god that the Romans long refused to tolerate was the monotheistic and evangelizing god of the Christians. The Roman Empire did not require the Christians to give up their beliefs and rituals, but it did expect them to pay respect to the empire's protector gods and to the divinity of the emperor. This was seen as a declaration of political loyalty when the Christians vehemently refused to do so and went on to reject all attempts at compromise. The Romans reacted by persecuting what they understood to be a politically subversive faction, and even this was done half-heartedly. In the 300 years from the crucifixion of Christ to the conversion of Emperor Constantine, polytheistic Roman emperors initiated no more than 4 general persecution of Christians. Local administrators and governors incited some anti-Christian violence of their own. Still, if we combine all the victims of all these persecutions, it turns out that in these 3 centuries, the polytheistic Romans killed no more than a few thousand Christians. In contrast, over the course of next 1500 years, Christians slaughtered Christians by the millions to defend slightly different interpretations of the religion of love and compassion. The religious wars between Catholics and Protestants that swept Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries are particularly notorious. All those involved accepted Christ's divinity and his gospel of compassion and love. However, they disagreed about the nature of this love. Protestants believed that the divine love is so great that God was incarnated in flesh and allowed himself to be tortured and crucified, thereby redeeming the original sin and opening the gates of heaven to all those who professed faith in him. Catholics maintained that faith, while essentials was not enough. To enter heaven, believers had to participate in church rituals and do good deeds. Protestants refused to accept this, arguing that this quid pro quo belittles God's greatness and love. Whoever thinks that entry to heaven depends upon his or her own good deeds magnifies his own importance and implies that Christ's suffering on the cross and God's love for humankind are not enough. These theological disputes turned to so violent that during the 16th and 17th centuries, Catholics and Protestants killed each other by the hundreds of thousands. On 23 August 1572, French Catholics who stressed the importance of good deeds attacked communities of French Protestants who highlighted God's love for humankind. In this attack, the Saint Bartholomew's Day massacre, between 5,000 and 10,000 Protestants were slaughtered in less than 24 hours. When the Pope in Rome heard the news from France, he was so welcomed by joy that he organized festive prayers to celebrate the occasion and commissioned Georgia Vasily to decorate one of the Vatican's rooms with a fresco of the massacre. The room is currently off limits to visitors. More Christians were killed by fellow Christians in those 24 hours than by the polytheist Roman Empire throughout its entire existence. Alas, God is one. With time, some followers of polytheist gods became so fond of their particular patron that they drifted away from the basic polytheist insight. They began to believe that their God was the only God and that he was in fact the supreme power of the universe. Yet at the same time, they continued to view him as possessing interest and biases and believed that they could strike deals with him. Thus were born monotheist religion, whose followers besieged the supreme power of the universe to help them recover from illness, win the lottery and gain victory in war. The first monotheist religion, known to us, appeared in Egypt 350 BC, when Pharaoh Akhenaten declared that one of the minor deities of the Egyptian pantheon, the god Aten, was in fact the supreme power ruling the universe. Akhenaten institutionalized the worship of Aten as a state religion and tried to check the worship of all other gods. His religious revolution, however, was unsuccessful. After his death, the worship of Aten was abandoned in favor of the old pantheon. Polytheism continued to give birth here and there to other monotheist religions, but they remained marginal, not reached, because they failed to digest their own universal message. Judaism, for example, argued that the supreme power of the universe has interests and biases. Yet, his chief interest is in the tiny Jewish nation and in the obscure land of Israel. Judaism had little to offer other nations, and throughout most of its existence, it has not been a missionary religion. This stage can be called the stage of local monotheism. The big breakthrough came with Christianity. This faith began as an esoteric Jewish sect that sought to convince Jews that Jesus of Nazareth was their long-awaited Messiah. However, one of the sect's first leaders, Paul of Tarsus, reasoned that if the supreme power of the universe has interested and biases, and if he had bothered to incarnate himself in the flesh and to die on the cross for the salvation of humankind, then this is something everyone should hear about, not just Jews. It was thus necessary to spread the good word, the gospel, about Jesus throughout the world. Paul's argument fell on fertile ground. Christians began organizing widespread missionary activities aimed at all humans. In one of the history's strangest twists, this esoteric Jewish sect took over the mighty Roman Empire. Christian success served as a model for another monotheist religion that appeared in the Arabian Peninsula in the 7th century, Islam. Like Christianity, Islam too began as a small sect in a remote corner of the world, but in an even stranger and swifter historical surprise, it managed to break out of the deserts of Arabia and conquer an immense empire, stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to India. Henceforth, the monotheist idea played a central role in world history. Monotheists have tended to be far more fanatical and missionary than polytheists. A religion that recognizes the legitimacy of other faiths implies either that its God is not the supreme power of the universe or that it received from God just power of the universal truth. Since monotheists have usually believed that they are in possession of the entire message of one and only God, they have been compared to discredit all other religions over the last 2 millennia. Monotheists repeatedly tried to strengthen their hand by violently extermination or competition. It worked at the beginning of the 1st century AD. There were hardly any monotheist in the world. Around 8500, one of the world's largest empires, the Roman Empire, was a Christian polity, and missionaries were busy spreading Christianity to other parts of Europe, Asia, and Africa. By the end of the first millennium AD, most people in Europe, West Asia, and North Africa were monotheists, and empires from the Atlantic Ocean to the Himalayas claimed to be ordained by the single great God. By the early 16th century, monotheism dominated most of Afro-Asia with the exception of East Asia and the southern part of Africa, and it began extending long tentacles towards South Africa, America, and Oceania. Today, most people outside East Asia adhere to one monotheist religion or another, and the global political order is built on monotheistic foundation. Yet, just as animism continued to survive within polytheism, so polytheism continued to survive within monotheism. In theory, once a person believes that the supreme power of the universe has interests and biases, that's the point in worshipping partial powers. Who would want to approach a lowly bureaucrat when the president's office is open to you? Indeed, monotheist theology tends to deny the existence of all gods except the supreme God, and to pour hellfire and brimstone over anyone who dares worship them. This is the map, the spread of Christianity and Islam. Yet, there has always been a chasm between theological theories and historical realities. Most people have found it difficult to digest the monotheist idea fully. They have continued to divide the world into we and they, and to see the supreme power of the universe as too distant and alien for their mundane needs. The monotheist religions expect the gods through the front door with a lot of fanfare, only to take them back in through the side window. Christianity, for example, developed its own pantheon of saints whose cults differed little from those of the polytheistic gods, just as the god Jupiter defended Rome and Huitzilopochtli protected the Aztec Empire, so every Christian kingdom had its own patron saint who helped it overcome difficulties and win wars. England was protected by Saint George, Scotland by Saint Andrew, Hungary by Saint Stephen, and France had Saint Martin. Cities and towns, professions and even diseases each had their own saint. The city of Milan and Saint Ambrose, while Saint Mark watched over Venice, Saint Florian protected chimney cleaners, whereas Saint Matthew lent a hand to tax collectors in distress. If you suffered from headaches, you had to pray to Saint Augustus, but if from toothache, then Saint Apollonius was a much better audience. The Christian saints did not merely resemble the old polytheistic gods, often they were these very same gods in disguise. For example, the chief goddess of Celtic Ireland prior to the coming of Christianity was Brigid. When Ireland was Christianized, Brigid too was baptized. She became Saint Brigid, who to this day is the most revered saint in Catholic Ireland, the better of good and evil. Polytheism gave birth not merely to monotheistic religions, but also to dualistic ones. Dualistic religions espouse the existence of two opposing powers, good and evil. Unlike monotheism, dualism believes that evil is an independent power, neither created by good God nor subordinate to it. Dualism explains that the entire universe is a battleground between these two forces, and that everything that happens in the world is part of the struggles. Dualism is a very attractive worldview because it has a short and simple answer to the famous problem of evil, one of the fundamental concerns of human thought. Why is there evil in the world? Why is there suffering? Why do bad things happen to good people? Monotheists have to practice intellectual gymnastics to explain how an all-knowing, all-powerful, and perfectly good God allows so much suffering in the world. One well-known explanation is that this is God's way of allowing for human free will. Were there no evil, humans could not choose between good and evil, and hence there would be no free will. This, however, is a non-intuitive answer that immediately raises a host of new questions. Freedom of will allows humans to choose evil. Many indeed choose evil, and according to the standard monotheist account, this choice must bring divine punishment in at fate. If God knew in advance that a particular person would use her free will to choose evil, and that as a result she would be punished for this by eternal tortures in hell, why did God create her? Theologians have written countless books to answer such questions. Some find the answers convincing, some don't. What's undeniable is that monotheists have a hard time dealing with the problem of evil. For dualists, it's easy to explain evil. Bad things happen, even to good people, because the world is not governed single-handedly by a good God. There is an independent evil power rules in the world. The evil power does bad things. Dualism has its own drawback. By solving the problem of evil, it is unnerved by the problem of order. If the world was created by a single God, it's clear why it is such an orderly place where everything obeys the same laws. But if good and evil battle for control of the world, who enforces the laws governing this cosmic bar? Two rivals states can fight one another because both obey the same laws of physics. A missile launched from Pakistan can hit targets in India because gravity works the same way in both countries. When good and evil fight, what common laws do they obey, and who decreed these laws? So monotheism explains orders, but is mystified by deep evil. Dualism explains evil, but is puzzled by order. There is one logical way of solving the riddle: to argue that there is a single omnipotent God who created the entire universe and he is evil. But nobody in history has had the stomach for such a view. Dualistic religions flourished for more than 1,000 years. Sometimes between 1500 BC and 1000 BC, a prophet named Zarathustra was active somewhere in Central Asia. His creed passed from generation to generation until it became the most important of dualistic religions. Zoroastrian's law saw the world as a cosmic battle between a good god Ahura Mazda and an evil god Angra Mainyu. It exerted a major influence on almost all subsequent Middle Eastern and Central Asian religions, and it inspired a number of other dualist religions, such as Gnosticism and Manichaeism. During the 3rd and 4th centuries AD, the Manichaean creed spread from China to North Africa, and for a moment it appeared that it would beat Christianity to achieve dominance in the Roman Empire. Yet the Manichaeans lost the soul of Rome to the Christians. The Zoroastrian Sassanid Empire was overrun by monotheistic Muslims, and dualist waves subsided. Today, only a handful of dualist communities survive in India and the Middle East. Nevertheless, the rising tide of monotheism did not really wipe out dualism. Jewish, Christians, and Muslim monotheism absorbed numerous dualist beliefs and practices, and some of the most basic ideas of what we call monotheism are in fact dualist in origin and spirit. Countless Christians, Muslims, and Jews believe in a powerful evil force, like the one Christian called the devil or Satan, who can act independently, fight against the good God, and wreak havoc without God's permission. How can a monotheist adhere to such a dualistic belief, which, by the way, is nowhere to be found in the Old Testament? Logically, it is impossible. Either you believe in a single omnipotent God or you believe in two opposing powers, neither of which is omnipotent. Still, humans have a wonderful capacity to believe in contradictions, so it should not come as a surprise that millions of pious Christians, Muslims, and Jews manage to believe at one and the same time in an omnipotent God and an independent devil. Countless Christians, Muslims, and Jews have gone so far as to imagine that the good God even needs our help in its struggle against the devil, which inspired, among other things, the call for jihad and crusades, another key dualistic concept, particularly in Gnosticism and Manichaeism, was the sharp distinction between body and soul, between matter and spirit. Gnostics and Manichaeans argued that the good God created the spirit and the soul, whereas matter and bodies are the creation of the evil God. Man, according to this view, serves as a battleground between the good soul and the evil body. From a monotheist perspective, this is nonsense. Why distinguish so sharply between body and soul, or matter and spirit, and why argue that body and matter are evil? After all, everything was created by the same good God. But monotheists could not help but be captivated by dualist dichotomies, precisely because they help them address the problem of evil. So such oppositions eventually became cornerstones of Christian and Muslim thought. Believe in heaven, the realm of the good God, and hell, the realm of the evil God, was also dualist in origin. There is no trace of this belief in the Old Testament, which also never claims that the souls of people continues to live after the death of the body. In fact, monotheism, as it had played out in history, is a kaleidoscope of monotheist, dualist, polytheist, and animist legacies, jumbling together under a single divine umbrella. The average Christian believes in the monotheist God, but also in the dualist devil, in polytheist saints, and in animist ghost. Scholars of religions have a name for this simultaneous avowal of different and even contradictory ideas and a combination of rituals and practices taken from different sources. It's called syncretism. Syncretism might in fact be the single great world religion, the law of nature. All the religions we have discussed so far share one important characteristic. They all focus on a belief in gods and other supernatural entities. This seems obvious to Westerners, who are familiar mainly with monotheistic and polytheist creeds. In fact, however, the religious history of the world does not boil down to the history of gods during the first millenniums BC. Religions of an altogether new kind began to spread through Afro-Asia. The newcomers such as Jainism and Buddhism in India, Taoism and Confucianism in China, and Stoicism, Cynicism, and Epicureanism in the Mediterranean basin were characterized their, by their disregard of gods. Their creeds maintained that the superhuman order governing the world is a product of natural laws rather than of divine wills and whims. Some of these natural law religions continued to espouse the existence of gods, but their gods were subject to the laws of nature no less than humans, animals, and plants were. Gods had their niche in the ecosystem, just as elephants and porcupines had theirs, but could no more change the laws of nature than elephants can. A prime example is Buddhism. the most important of them, ancient natural law religions, which remains one of the major faiths. The central figure of Buddhism is not a god but a human being, Siddhartha Gautama. According to Buddhist tradition, Gautama was heir to a small Himalayan kingdom. Sometime around 500 BC, the young prince was deeply affected by the suffering evident all around him. He saw that man and woman, children and old people all suffer not just from occasional calamities such as war and plague, but also from anxiety, frustration, and discontent, all of which seem to be an inseparable part of the human condition. People pursue wealth and power, acquire knowledge and possessions, begets sons and daughters, and build houses and palaces. Yet no matter what they achieve, they are never content. Those who live in poverty dream of riches. Those who have millions want 2 million. Those who have 2 million want 10 million. Even the rich and famous are rarely satisfied. They too are haunted by ceaseless cares and worries until sickness, old age, and death put a bitter end to them. Everything that one has accumulated vanishes like smoke. Life is a pointless rat race, but how to escape it? At the age of 29, Gautam slipped away from his palace in the middle of the night, leaving behind his family and possessions. He traveled as a homeless vagabond throughout northern India, searching for a way out of suffering. He visited ashrams and sat at the feet of gurus, but nothing liberated him entirely. Some dissatisfaction always remained. He did not despair. He resolved to investigate suffering on his own until he found a method for complete liberation. He spent 6 years meditating on the essence, causes, and chaos for human anguish. In the end, he came to the realization that suffering is not caused by ill fortune, by social injustice, or by divine whims. Rather, suffering is caused by the behavior pattern of one's own mind. Gautam's insight was that no matter what the mind experiences, it usually reacts with craving, and craving always involves dissatisfaction. When the mind experiences something distasteful, it craves to be rid of the irritation. When the mind experiences something pleasant, it craves that the pleasure will remain and will intensify. Therefore, the mind is always dissatisfied and restless. This is very clear when we experience unpleasant things such as pain. As long as the pain continues, we are dissatisfied and do all we can to avoid it. Yet even when we experience pleasant things, we are never content. We either fear that the pleasure might disappear, or we hope that it will intensify. People dream for years about finding love, but are rarely dissatisfied when they find it. Some become anxious that their partner will leave. Others feel that they have settled cheaply and could have found someone better. And we all know people who manage to do both. Here is a map: the spread of Buddhism. Great gods can send us rain. Social institutions can provide justice and good health care. And lucky coincidences can turn us into millionaires. But none of them can change our basic mental patterns. Hence, even the greatest kings are doomed to live in angst, constantly feeling grief and anguish, forever chasing after greater pleasure. Gotham found that there was a way to exit this vicious circle. If when the mind experiences something pleasant or unpleasant, it simply understands things as they are. Then there is no suffering. If you experience sadness without craving that the sadness go away, you continue to feel sadness, but you do not suffer from it. There can actually be richness in the sadness. If you experience joy without craving that the joy linger and intensify, you continue to feel joy without losing your peace of mind. But how do you get the mind to accept things as they are without craving, to accept sadness as sadness, joy as joy, pain as pain? Gautam developed a set of meditation Techniques that train the mind to experience reality as it is without grabbing. These practices train the mind to focus all its attention on the question, what am I experiencing now, rather than on what would I rather be experiencing. It is difficult to achieve this state of mind but not impossible. Gautam grounded these meditation techniques in a set of ethical rules meant to make it easier for people to focus on actual experience and to avoid falling into craving and fantasies. He instructed his followers to avoid killing promiscuous sex and theft, since such acts necessarily stoke the fire of craving for power, for sensual pleasure, or for wealth. When the flames are completely extinguished, craving is replaced by a state of perfect contentment and serenity, known as nirvana. The literal meaning of which is extinguishing the fire. Those who have attained nirvana are fully liberated from all suffering. They experience reality with the utmost clarity, free of fantasies and delusions, while they will most likely still encounter unpleasantness and pain. Such experiences cause them no misery. A person who does not crave cannot found cannot suffer, according to Buddhist tradition. Gautam himself attained nirvana and was fully liberated from suffering. Henceforth he was known as Buddha, which means the enlightened one. Buddha spent the rest of his life explaining his discoveries to others so that everyone could be freed from suffering. He encapsulated his teachings in a single law. Suffering arises from craving. The only way to fully liberated from suffering is to be fully liberated from craving, and the only way to be liberated from craving is to train the mind to experience reality as it is. This law, known as dharma, or dharma is seen by Buddhists, the law of nature, that suffering arises from craving, is always and everywhere true. Just as in modern science, E always equals mc square. Buddhists are always who believe in this law and make it the paradigm of all their activities. Beliefs in gods, on the other hand, is of the minor importance to them. The first principle of monotheist religion is God exists. What does He want from me? The first principle of Buddhism is suffering exists. How do I escape it? Buddhism does not deny the existence of God. They are described as powerful beings who can bring rains and victories, but they have no influence on the law that suffering arises from craving. If the mind of a person is free of all craving, no God can make it miserable. Conversely, once arises in a person's mind, all the gods in the universe cannot save him from suffering. Yet, much like the monotheist religions, pre-modern natural law religions, such as Buddhism, never really rid themselves of the worship of gods. Buddhism told people that they should aim for the ultimate goal of complete liberation from suffering rather than from first stops along the way, such as economic prosperity and political power. However, 99% of Buddhists did not attain nirvana, and even if they hoped to do so in some future lifetime, they devoted most of their present lives to the pursuit of mundane achievements, so they continued to worship various gods, such as the Hindu gods in India, the Bon gods in Tibet, and the Shinto gods in Japan. Moreover, a stand banned by several Buddhist sects developed pantheons of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. These are human and non-human beings with the capacity to achieve full liberation from suffering, but who forego this liberation out of compassion in order to help the countless beings still trapped in the cycle of misery. Instead of worshipping gods, many Buddhists begin worshipping these enlightened beings, asking them for help, not only in attaining nirvana, but also in dealing with mundane problems. Thus we find many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas throughout East Asia. who spent their time bringing rain, stopping plagues, and even winning bloody baths in exchange for prayers, colorful flowers, fragrant incense, and gift of rice and candy. The worship of man, the last 300 years are often depicted as an age of growing secularism in which religions have increasingly lost their importance. If we are talking about these religions, this is largely correct. But if we take into consideration natural law religion, then modernity turned out to be an age of intense religious fervor, unparalleled missionary efforts, and the bloodiest wars of religion in history. The modern age has witnessed the rise of a number of new natural law religions such as liberalism, communism, capitalism, nationalism, and Nazism. These creeds do not like to be called religion and refer to themselves as ideologies. But this is just a semantic exercise. If a religion is a system of human norms and values that is founded on belief in a superhuman order, then Soviet communism was known as a religion than Islam. Islam is of course different from communism because Islam sees the superhuman order governing the world as the edict of an omnipotent creator God, whereas Soviet communists did not believe in God, but Buddhists too gives short shift to gods, and yet we commonly classify it as a religion. Like Buddhists, communists believe in a superhuman order of natural and immutable laws that should guide human actions, whereas Buddhists believe that law of nature was discovered by Siddhartha Gautama. Communists believe that the law of nature was discovered by Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, and Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. The similarity does not end here. Like other religions, communism too has its holy scripts and prophetic books, such as Marx' Das Kapital, which foretold that history would soon end with the inevitable victory of the proletariat. Communism had its holidays and festivals, such as the 1st of May and the anniversary of the October Revolution. It had theologians adept at Marxist dialects, and every unit in the Soviet army had a chaplain called a commissar who monitored the piety of soldiers and officers. Communism had martyrs, holy wars, and heresies, such as Trotskyism. Soviet communism was a fanatical and missionary religion. A devout communist could not be a Christian or a Buddhist and was expected to spread the gospel of Marx and Lenin even at the price of his or her life. Here is a diagram of two circles. Religion is human norms and values that is founded on belief in a superhuman order. The theory of relativity is not a religion because at least so far there are no human norms and values that are founded on it. Football is not a religion because nobody argues that its rules reflect superhuman edicts. Islam, Buddhism, and communism are all religions because all are systems of human norms and values that are founded on belief in a superhuman order. Note the difference between superhuman and supernatural. The Buddhist law of nature and the Marxist laws of history are superhuman, since they were not legislated by humans, yet they are not supernatural. Some readers may feel very uncomfortable with this line of reasoning if it is free to go on calling communism an ideology rather than a religion. It makes no difference. We can divide creeds into God-centered religions and godless ideologies that claim to be based on natural laws. But then, to be consistent, we would need to catalog at least some Buddhist, Taoist, and Stoic sects as ideologies rather than religions. Conversely, we should note that beliefs in gods persist within many modern ideologies and that some of them, most notably liberalism, make little sense without this belief. It would be impossible to survey here the history of all the new modern creeds, especially because there are no clear boundaries between them. They are no less syncretic than monotheism and popular Buddhism, just as a Buddhist could worship Hindu deities and just as a monotheist could believe in the existence of Satan. So the typical American nowadays is simultaneously a nationalist. She believes in the existence of an American nation with a special role to play in history. A free market capitalist, she believes that open competition and the pursuit of self-interest are the best ways to create a prosperous society. And a liberal humanist, she believes that humans have been endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Nationalism will be discussed in chapter 18. Capitalist, the most successful of the modern religions, gets a whole chapter. Chapter 16, which expounds its principles, beliefs, and rituals. In the remaining pages of this chapter, I will address the humanist religions. Theist religions focus on the worship of gods. Humanist religions worship humanity, or more correctly, Homo sapiens. Humanism is a belief that Homo sapiens has a unique and sacred nature, which is fundamentally different from the nature of all other animals and of all other phenomena. Humanists believe that the unique nature of Homo sapiens is the most important thing in the world, and it determines the meaning of everything that happens in the universe. The supreme good is the good of Homo sapiens. The rest of the world and all other beings exist solely for the benefit of this species. All humanists worship humanity, but they do not agree on its definition. Humanism has split into three rival sects that fight over the exact definition of humanity, just as rival Christian sects fought over the exact definition of God. Today, the most important humanist sect is liberal humanism, which believes that humanity is a quality of individual humans and that the liberty of individuals is therefore sacrosanct. According to liberals, the sacred nature of humanity resides within each and every individual Homo sapiens. The inner core of individual humans gives meaning to the world and is the source for all ethical and political authority. If we encounter an ethical or political dilemma, we should look inside and listen to our inner voice, the voice of humanity. The chief commandments of liberal humanism are meant to protect the liberty of this inner voice against intrusion or harm. These commandments are collectively known as human rights. This, for example, is why liberals object to torture and the death penalty. In early modern Europe, murderers were thought to violate and destabilize the cosmic order. To bring the cosmos back to balance, it was necessary to torture and publicly execute the criminals so that everyone could see the order re-established. Attending gruesome executions was a favorite pastime for Londoners and Parisians in the era of Shakespeare and Molière. In today's Europe, murder is seen as a violation of the sacred nature of humanity. In order to restore order, present-day Europeans do not torture and execute criminals. Instead, they punish a murderer in what they see as the most human way possible, thus safeguarding and even rebuilding his human sanctity. By honoring the human nature of the murderer, everyone is reminded of the sanctity of humanity, and order is restored. By defending the murderer, we right what the murderer has wronged. Even though liberal humanism sanctifies humans, it does not deny the existence of God and is, in fact, founded on monotheist beliefs. The liberal belief in the free and sacred nature of each individual is a direct legacy of the traditional Christian belief in free and eternal individual souls. Without recourse to eternal souls and a creator God, it becomes embarrassingly difficult for liberals to expand what is so special about individual sapiens. Another important fact is socialist humanism. Socialists believe that humanity is collective rather than individualistic. They hold a sacred not the inner voice of each individual, but the species, Homo sapiens, as a whole. Whereas liberal humanism seeks as much freedom as possible for individual humans, socialist humanism seeks equality between all humans. According to socialists, inequality is the worst blasphemy against the sanctity of humanity because it privileges peripheral qualities of humans over their universal essence. For example, when the rich are privileged over the poor, it means that we value money more than universal essence of all humans, which is the same for rich and poor alike. Like liberal humanism, socialist humanism is based on monotheist foundation. The idea that all humans are equal is a revamped version of the monotheist conviction that all souls are equal before God. The only humanist sect that has actually broken rules from traditional monotheism is evolutionary humanism, whose most famous representatives are the Nazis. What distinguished the Nazis from other humanist sects was a different definition of humanity, one deeply influenced by the theory of evolution. In contrast to other humanists, the Nazis believed that humankind is not something universal and eternal, but rather a mutable species that can evolve or degenerate. Man can evolve into superhuman or degenerate into a subhuman. The main ambition of the Nazis was to protect humankind from degeneration and encourage its progressive evolution. This is why the Nazis said that the Aryan race, the most advanced form of humanity, had to be protected and fostered, while degenerate kinds of human sapiens like Jews, Rome, homosexuals, and the mentally ill had to be quarantined, and even exterminated. The Nazis explained that Homo sapiens itself appeared when one superior population of ancient humans evolved, whereas inferior populations such as the Neanderthals became extinct. These different populations were at first no more than different races, but developed independently along their own evolutionary paths. This might well happen again. According to the Nazis, Homo sapiens had already divided into several distinct races, each with its own unique qualities. One of these races, the Aryan race, had the finest qualities: rationalism, beauty, integrity, courage. The Aryan race therefore, had the potential to turn man into superhuman. Other races such as Jews and blacks were today's Neanderthals, possessing inferior qualities if allowed to breed and in particular to intermarry with Aryans. They would adulterate all humans population and doom Homo sapiens to extinction. Biologists have since debunked Nazi racial theory, in particular genetic research conducted after 1945 has demonstrated that the differences between races are far smaller than the Nazis postulated. But these conclusions are relatively new, given the state of scientific knowledge in 1933. Nazi beliefs were hardly outside the pale. The existence of different human races, the superiority of the white race, and the need to protect and cultivate this superior race was widely held beliefs among most Western elites, scholars in the most prestigious Western universities, using the orthodox scientific methods of the day. published studies that allegedly proved that members of the white race were more intelligent, more ethical, and more skilled than African or Indians. Politicians in Washington, London, and Canberra took it for granted that it was their job to prevent the adulteration and degeneration of the white race by, for example, restricting immigrations from China or even Italy to Aryan countries such as the USA and Australia. Now there is a comparison of three: liberal humanism, socialist humanism, and evolutionary humanism. Humanist religions that worship humanity. These positions did not change simply because new scientific research was published. Sociological and political development were far more powerful engines of change. In this sense, Hitler dug not just his own grave but that of races in general. When he launched World War II, he compelled his enemies to make clear distinction between us and them. Afterwards, precisely because Nazi ideology was so racist, racism became discredited in the West. But the change took time. While white supremacy remained a mainstream ideology in American politics at least until the 1960s, the White Australia policy, which restricted immigration of non-white people to Australia, remained in force until 1973. Aboriginal Australians did not receive equal political rights until the 1960s, and most were prevented from voting in elections because they were deemed unfit to function as citizens. Here's a portrait, a Nazi propaganda poster, showing on the right a racially pure Aryan who is tall and handsome, and on the left a crossbreed. Nazi admiration for the human body is evident, as is their fear that the lower races might pollute humanity and cause its degeneration. The Nazis did not loathe humanity, they fought liberal humanism, human rights and communism, precisely because they admired humanity and believed in the great potential of the human species. But following the logic of Darwinian evolution, they argued that natural selection must be allowed to weed out unfit individuals and leave only the fittest to survive and reproduce. By scoring the weak, liberalism and communism not only allowed unfit individuals to survive, they actually gave them the opportunity to reproduce, thereby undermining natural selection. In such a world, the fittest humans would inevitably drown in a sea of unfit degenerates. Humankind would become less and less fit with each passing generation, which could lead to its extinction. Here is a cartoon, a Nazi cartoon of 1933. Hitler is presented as a sculptor who creates the superhuman. A bespectacled liberal intellectuals is appalled by the violence needed to create the superhuman. Note also the erotic glorification of the human body. A 1942 German biology textbook explains chapter The Laws of Nature and Mankind that the supreme law of nature is that all beings are locked in a remorseless struggle for survival. After describing how plants struggle for territory, how beetles struggle to find mates, and so forth, the textbook concludes that the battle for existence is hard and unforgiving, but is the only way to maintain life. This struggle eliminates everything that is unfit for life and selects everything that is able to survive. These natural laws are incontrovertible. Living creatures demonstrate them by their very survival. They are unforgiving. Those who resist them will be wiped out. Biology not only tells about animals and plants, but also shows us the laws we must follow in our lives, and it is our wish to live and fight according to these laws. The meaning of life is a struggle. Woe to him who sins against these laws. Then follow a quotation from Mein Kampf. The person who attempts to fight the iron logic of nature thereby fights the principles he must thank for his life as a human being. To fight against nature is to bring about one's own destruction. At the dawn of the third millennium, the future of evolutionary humanism is unclear. For 60 years after the end of the war against Hitler, it was taboo to link humanism with evolution and to advocate using biological methods to upgrade Homo sapiens. But today such projects are back in vogue. No one speaks about exterminating lower races or inferior people, but many contemplate using our increasing knowledge of human biology to create superhumans. At the same time, a huge gulf is opening between the tenets of liberal humanism and the latest findings of the life sciences, a gulf we cannot ignore much longer. Our liberal political and judicial systems are founded on the belief that every individual has a sacred inner nature, indivisible and immutable, which gives meaning to the world and which is the source of all ethical and political authority. This is a reincarnation of the traditional Christian belief in a free and eternal soul that resides within each individual. Yet, over the last 200 years, the life sciences have thoroughly undermined this belief. Scientists studying the inner workings of the human organism have found no soul there. They increasingly argue that human behavior is determined by hormones, genes, and synapses rather than by free will. The same forces that determine the behavior of chimpanzees, wolves, and ants. Our judicial and political system largely try to sweep such inconvenient discoveries under the carpet. But in all frankness, how long can we maintain the wall separating the Department of Biology from the departments of law and political science? Question. Chapter 13. The Secret of Success. Commerce, empires, and universal religion eventually brought virtually every sapiens on every continent into the global world we live in today. Not that this process of expansion and unification was linear or without interruption. Looking at the bigger picture, though, the transition may from many small cultures to a few large cultures and finally to a single global society was probably an inevitable result of the dynamics of human history. But saying that a global society is inevitable is not the same as saying that the end result had to be the particular kind of global society we now have. We can certainly imagine other outcomes. Why is English so widespread today and not Danish? Why are there about 2 billion Christians and 1.25 billion Muslims, but only 150,000 Zoroastrians and no Manichaeans? If we could go back in time to 10,000 years ago and set the process going again, time after time, would we always see the rise of monotheism and the decline of dualism? We can't do such an experiment, so we don't really know, but an examination of two crucial characteristics of history can provide us with some clues. The hindsight fallacy. Every point in history is a crossroads. A single traveled road leads from the past to the present, but my right paths fork off into the future. Some of those paths are wider, smoother, and better marked, and are thus more likely to be taken. But sometimes history or the people who make history takes unexpected turns. At the beginning of the 4th century AD, the Roman Empire faced a wide horizon of religious possibilities. It could have stuck to its traditional and variegated polytheism, but its emperor Constantine, looking back on a fractious century of civil war, seems to have thought that a single religion with a clear doctrine could help unify his ethnically diverse valley. He could have chosen any of a number of contemporary cults to be his national faith: Manichaeism, Mithraism, the cults of Isis or Cybele, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, and even Buddhism were all available options. Why did he opt for Jesus? Was there something in Christian theology that attracted him personally, or perhaps an aspect of the faith that made him think it would be easier to use for his purposes? Did he have a religious experience, or did some of his advisors suggest that the Christians were quickly gaining adherents and that it would be best to jump on that wagon? Historians can speculate but not provide any definitive answer. They can describe how Christianity took over the Roman Empire, but they cannot explain why this particular possibility was realized. What is the difference between describing how and explaining why? To describe how means to reconstruct the series of specific events that lead from one point to another. To explain why means to find causal connections that account for the occurrence of this particular series of events to the exclusion of all others. Some scholars do indeed provide deterministic explanations of events such as the rise of Christianity. They attempt to reduce human history to the working of biological, ecological, or economic forces. They argue that there was something about the geography, genetics, or economy of the Roman Mediterranean that made the rise of a monotheist religion inevitable. Yet most historians tend to be skeptical of such deterministic theory. This is one of the distinguishing marks of history as an academic discipline. The better you know a particular historical period, the harder it becomes to explain why things happened one way and not other. Those who have only a superficial knowledge of a certain period tend to focus only on the possibility that was eventually realized. They offer a just so story to explain with hindsight why that outcome was inevitable. Those more deeply informed about the period as such are much more cognizant of the roads not taken. In fact, the people who knew the period best, those alive at the time, were the most clueless of all. For the average woman in Constantine time, the future was a fog. It is an iron rule of history that what looks inevitable in hindsight was far from obvious at the time. Today is no different. Are we out of the global economic crisis, or is the worst still to come? Will China continue growing until it becomes the leading superpower? Will the United States lose its hegemony? Is the upsurge of monotheistic fundamentalism the wave of the future, or a local whirlpool of little long-term significance? Are we heading towards ecological disaster or technological paradise? There are good arguments to be made for all of these outcomes, but no way of knowing for sure. In a few decades, people will look back and think that the answers to all of these questions were obvious. It is particularly important to stress that possibilities, which seem very unlikely to contemporaries, often get realized. When Constantine assumed the throne in 306, Christianity was little more than an esoteric Eastern sect. If you were to suggest then that it was about to become the Roman state religion, you did have been laughed out of the room, just as you would be today if you were to suggest that by the year 2050, Hare Krishna would be the state religion of USA. In October 1913, the Bolsheviks were a small radical Russian faction. No reasonable person would have predicted that within a mere 4 years they would take over the country. In AD 600, the notion that a band of desert-dwelling Arabs would soon conquer an expanse stretching from the Atlantic Ocean to India was even more preposterous. Indeed, had the Byzantine army been able to repel the initial onslaught, Islam would probably have remained an obscure cult of which only a handful of cognoscenti were aware. Scholars would then have a very easy job explaining why a faith based on a revelation to a middle-aged Meccan merchant could never have caught on. Not that everything is possible. Geographical, biological, and economic forces create constraints, yet these constraints leave ample room for surprising developments which do not seem bound by any deterministic laws. This conclusion disappoints many people who prefer history to be deterministic. Determinism is appealing because it implies that our world and our beliefs are a natural and inevitable product of history. It is natural and inevitable that we live in nation states, organize our economy around capitalist principles, and fervently believe in human rights. To acknowledge that history is not deterministic is to acknowledge that it is just a coincidence that most people today believe in nationalism, capitalism, and human rights. History cannot be explained deterministically, and it cannot be predicted because it is chaotic. So many forces are at work, and their interactions are so complex that extremely small variations in the strength of the forces and the way they interact produce huge differences in outcomes. Not only that, but history is what is called a level 2 chaotic system. Chaotic systems come in two shapes. Level 1 chaos is chaos that does not react to predictions about it. The weather, for example, is a level 1 chaotic system. Though it is influenced by myriad factors, we can build computer models that take more and more of them into consideration and produce better and better weather forecasts. Level 2 chaos is chaos that reacts to predictions about it and therefore can never be predicted accurately. Markets, for example, are a level 2 chaotic system. What will happen if we develop a computer program that forecasts with 100% accuracy the price of oil tomorrow? The price of oil will immediately react to the forecast, which would consequently fail to materialize. If the current price of oil is $90 a barrel and the infallible computer program predicts that tomorrow it will be $100, trader will rush to buy oil so that they can profit from the predicted price rise. As a result, the price will shoot up to $100 a barrel today rather than tomorrow. Then what will happen tomorrow? Nobody knows. Politics too is a second order chaotic system. Many people criticize Soviet for failing to predict the 1989 revolutions and castigate Middle East experts for not anticipating the Arab Spring revolutions of 2011. This is unfair. Revolutions are, by definition, unpredictable. A predictable revolutions never erupt. Why not? Imagine that it's 2010 and some genius political scientist in cahoots with a computer wizard have developed an infallible algorithm that incorporated into an attractive interface can be marketed as a revolution predictor. They offer their services to President Hosni Mubarak of Egypt and in return for a generous down payment, tell Mubarak that according to their forecast, a revolution would certainly break out in Egypt during the course of the following year. How would Mubarak react? Most likely he would immediately lower taxes, distribute billions of dollars in handouts to the citizenry, and also beef up his secret police force just in case. The preemptive measures work. The year comes and goes and surprise there is no revolution. Mubarak demands his money back. Your algorithm is burgled, he shouts at the scientist. In the end, I could have built another palace instead of giving all that money away. But the reason the revolution did not happen is because we predicted it. The scientists say in their defense, prophets who predict things that don't happen. Mubarak remarked as he motioned his guards to grab them. I could have picked up a dozen of those for next to nothing in the Cairo marketplace. So why study history? Unlike physics or economics, history is not a means for making accurate predictions. We study history not to know the future, but to widen our horizons. To understand that our present situation is neither natural nor inevitable, and that we consequently have many more possibilities before us than we imagine. For example, studying how Europeans came to dominate Africans enables us to realize that there is nothing natural or inevitable about the racial hierarchy, and that the world might well be arranged differently. Second, blind chaos. We cannot explain the choices that history makes, but we can say something very important about them. History's choices are not made for the benefit of humans. There is absolutely no proof that human well-being inevitably improves as history goes along. There is no proof that cultures that are beneficial to humans must inexorably succeed and spread, while less beneficial cultures disappear. There is no proof that Christianity was a better choice than Manichaeism, or that the Arab Empire was more beneficial than that of the Sassanid Persian. There is no proof that history is working for the benefit of humans, because we lack an objective scale on which to measure such benefit. Different cultures define the good differently, and we have no objective a yardstick by which to judge between them. The victors, of course, always believe that their definition is correct, but why should we believe the victors? Christians believe that the victory of Christianity over Manichaeism was beneficial to humankind. But if we do not accept the Christian worldview, then there is no reason to agree with them. Muslims believe that the fall of the Sassanid Empire into Muslim hands was beneficial to humankind, but these benefits are evident only if we accept the Muslim worldview. It may well be that we had all be better off if Christianity and Islam had been forgotten or defeated. Ever more scholars see cultures as a kind of mental infection or parasite, with humans as its unwitting host. Organic parasites such as viruses live inside the body of their host. They multiply and spread from one host to the other, feeding off their host, weakening them, and sometimes even killing them. As long as the host lives long enough to pass along the parasite, it cares little about the condition of its host. In just this fashion, cultural ideas live inside the minds of humans. They multiply and spread from one host to another, occasionally weakening the host and sometimes even killing them. A cultural idea such as belief in Christian heaven above the clouds or communist paradise here on earth can compel a human to dedicate his or her life to spreading that idea. Even at the price of death, the human dies, but the idea spreads. According to this approach, cultures are not conspiracies concocted by some people in order to take advantage of others. As Marxists tend to think, rather cultures are mental parasites that emerge accidentally and thereafter take advantage of all people infected by them. This approach is sometimes called mimetics. It assumes that just as organic evolution is based on the replication of organic information units called genes, so cultural evolution is based on the replication of cultural information units called memes. Successful cultures are those that excel in reproducing their memes, irrespective of the cost and benefits to their human host. Most scholars in the humanities disdain mimetics, seeing it as an amateurish attempt to explain cultural processes with crude biological analogies. But many of these same scholars adhere to mimetics, twin sister postmodernism. Postmodernist thinkers speak about discourse rather than memes as the building block of culture, yet they too see cultures as propagating themselves with little regard for the benefit of humankind. For example, postmodernist thinkers described nationalism as a deadly plague that spread throughout the world in the 19th and 20th century, ca- causing wars, oppression, hate, and genocide. The moment people in one country were infected with it, those in neighboring countries were also likely to catch the virus. The nationalist virus presented itself as being beneficial for humans, yet it has been beneficial mainly to itself. Similar arguments are common in the social sciences under the aegis of, say, game theory. Game theory explains how in multiplayer systems, views and behavior patterns that harm all players nevertheless manage to take root and spread. Arms races are a famous example. Many arms races bankrupt all those who take part in them without really changing the military balance of power. When Pakistan buys advanced aeroplanes, India responds in kind. When India develops nuclear bombs, Pakistan follows suit. When Pakistan enlarges its navy, India counters. At the end of the process, the balance of powers may remain much as it was. But meanwhile, billions of dollars that could have been invested in education or health are spent on weapons. Yet the arms race dynamic is hard to resist. Arms racing is a pattern of behavior that spreads itself like a virus from one country to another, harming everyone but benefiting itself under the evolutionary criteria of survival and reproduction. Keep in mind that an arms race racing is a pattern of behavior that spreads itself like a virus from one country to another, harming everyone but benefiting itself under the evolutionary criteria of survival and reproduction. No matter what you call it, game theory, postmodernism, or mimetic, the dynamics of history are not directed towards enhancing human well-being. There is no basis for thinking that the most successful cultures in history are necessarily the best ones for Homo sapiens. Like evolution, history disregards the happiness of individual organisms, and individual humans, for their part, are usually far too ignorant and weak to influence the course of history to their own advantage. History proceeds from one junction to the next, choosing for some mysterious reason to follow first this path, then another. Around 1580, history made its most momentous choice, changing not only the fate of humankind, but arguably the fate of all life on earth. We call it the scientific revolution. It began in Western Europe, a large peninsula on the western tip of Afro-Asia, which up till then played no important role in history. Why did the scientific revolution begin there of all places and not in China or India? Why did it begin at the midpoint of the second millennium, 80 rather than 2 centuries before or 3 centuries later? We don't know. Scholars have proposed dozens of theories, but none of them is particularly convincing. History has a very wide horizon of possibility, and many possibilities are never realized. It is conceivable to imagine history going on for generations upon generations, while bypassing the scientific revolution, just as it is inconceivable to imagine history without Christianity, without Roman Empire, and without gold coins. Part 4. The Scientific Revolution. Here is a picture. Alamogordo, 16 July 1945. 8 seconds after the first atomic bomb was detonated, the nuclear physicist Robert Oppenheimer, upon seeing the explosion, quoted from the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of world." Chapter 14. The Discovery of Ignorance. B.R. Wells say are Spanish peasants to have fallen asleep in 1000 AD and woken up 500 later to the din of Columbus sailors boarding the Nina, Pinta and Santa Maria. The word would have seemed to him quite familiar, despite many changes in technology, manners and political boundaries. This medieval whip Van Winkle would have felt at home, but had one of the Columbus sailors fallen into a similar slumber and woken up to the ringtone of a 21st century iPhone, he would have found himself in a world strange beyond comprehension. Is this heaven? He might well have asked himself, or perhaps hell. The last 500 years have witnessed a phenomenal and unprecedented growth in human power. In the year 1500, there were about 500 million Homo sapiens in the entire world. Today there are 7 billion. The total value of goods and services produced by humankind in the year 1500 is estimated at $250 billion in today's dollars. Nowadays, the value of a year of human production is close to $60 trillion. In 1500, humanity consumed about 13 trillion calories of energy per day. Today we consume 1500 trillion calories a day. Take a second look at those figures. Human population has increased 14-fold, production 250-fold, and energy consumption 115-fold. Suppose a single modern battleship got transported back to Columbus' time. In a matter of seconds, it could make driftwood out of the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria, and then sink the navies of every great world power of time without sustaining a scratch. 5 modern freighters could have taken on board all the cargo borne by the whole world's merchant fleet. A modern computer could easily store every word and number in all the codex books and scrolls in every single medieval library with room to spare. Any large bank today holds more money than all the world's pre-modern kingdoms put together. In 1500, cities have had more than 1 lakh inhabitants. Most buildings were constructed of mud, wood, and straw. A 3-story building was a skyscraper. The streets were rutted dirt tracks, dusty in summer and muddy in winter, ride by pedestrians, horses, goats, chickens, and a few cars. The most common urban noises were human and animal voices, along with the occasional hammer and saw. At sunset, the city's cap bent black, with only an occasional candle or torch flickering in the gloom. If an inhabitant of such a city could see modern Tokyo, New York, or Mumbai, what would she think? Prior to the 16th century, no human had circumnavigated the earth. This changed in 1522 when Magellan's expedition returned to Spain after a journey of 72,000 kilometers. It took 3 years and cost the lives of almost all the crew members. Magellan included in 1873. Jules Verne could imagine that Phileas Fogg, a wealthy British adventurer, might just be able to make it around the world in 80 days. Today, anyone with a middle-class income can safely and easily circumnavigate the globe in just 48 hours. In 1500, humans were confined to the Earth's surface. They could build towers and climb mountains, but the sky was reserved for birds, angels, and deities. On 20 July 1969, humans landed on the moon. This was not merely a historical achievement, but an evolutionary and even cosmic feat. During the previous 4 billion years of evolution, no organism managed even to leave the Earth's atmosphere, and certainly none left a foot or tentacle print on the moon. For most of history, humans knew nothing about 99.99% of the organisms on the planet, namely the microorganisms. This was not because they were of no concern to us. Each of us bears billions of one-celled creatures within us, and not just as free riders. They are our best friends and deadliest enemies. Some of them digest our food and clean our guts, while others cause illnesses and epidemics. Yet, it was only in 1674 that a human eye first saw a microorganism, when Anton von Leeuwenhoek took a peek through his homemade microscope and was started to see an entire world of tiny creatures milling about in a drop of water. During the subsequent 300 years, humans have made the acquaintance of a huge number of microscopic species. We have managed to defeat most of the deadliest contagious diseases they cause and have harnessed microorganisms in the service of medicine and industry. Today we engineer bacteria to produce medications, manufacture biofuel, and kill parasites. But the single most remarkable and defining moment of past 500 years came at 5:29:45 on 16 July 1945. At that precise second, American scientists detonated the first atomic bomb at Alamogordo, New Mexico. From that point onward, humankind had the capability not only to change the course of history but to end it. The historical process that led to Alamogordo and to the moon is known as the scientific revolution. During this revolution, humankind has obtained enormous new powers by investing resources in scientific research. It is a revolution because until about 1580, humans the world over doubted their ability to obtain new medical, military, and economic powers, while government and wealthy patrons allocated funds to education and scholarship. The aim was, in general, to existing preserve existing capabilities rather than acquire new ones. The typical pre-modern ruler gave money to priests, philosophers, and poets in the hope that they would legitimize his rule and maintain the social order. He did not expect them to discover new medications, invent new weapons, or stimulate economic growth. During the last 5 centuries, humans increasingly came to believe that they could increase their capabilities by investing in scientific research. This was not just blind faith, it was repeatedly proven empirically. The more proof there were, the more resources wealthy people and governments were willing to put into science. We would never have been able to walk on the moon, engineer microorganisms, and split the atom without such investment. The US government, for example, has in recent decades allocated billions of dollars to the study of nuclear physics. The knowledge produced by this research has made possible the construction of nuclear power stations, which provide cheap electricity for Americans. Industries, which pay taxes to the US government, which uses some of these taxes to finance further research in nuclear physics. Resources, then research, then power, again resources, research, power. There is a circle. The scientific revolution's feedback rule. Science needs more than just research to make progress. It depends on the mutual reinforcement of science, politics, and economics. Political and economic institutions provide the resources without which scientific research is almost impossible. In return, scientific research provides new powers that are used, among other things, to obtain new resources, some of which are reinvested in research. Why did modern humans develop a growing belief in their ability to obtain new powers? Through research. Part forged the bond between science, politics, and economics. This chapter looks at the unique nature of the modern science in order to provide part of the answer. The next 2 chapters examine the formation of the alliance between science, the European empires, and the economic of capitalism. Ignoramus. Humans have sought to understand the universe at least since the cognitive revolution. Our ancestors put a great deal of time and effort into trying to discover the rules that govern the natural world. But modern science differs from all previous traditions of knowledge in 3 critical ways. First, the willingness to admit ignorance. Modern science is based on the Latin injunction ignoramus. We do not know. It assumes that we don't know everything. Even more critically, it accepts that things that we know think we know could be proven wrong as we gain more knowledge. No concept, idea, or theory is sacred and beyond challenge. B. Second is the centrality of observation and mathematics. Having admitted ignorance, modern science aims to obtain new knowledge. It does so by gathering observations and then using mathematical tools to connect these observations into comprehensive theories. Third, the acquisition of new powers. Modern science is not content with creating theories. It uses these theories in order to acquire new powers and in particular to develop new technologies. The scientific revolution has not been a revolution of knowledge. It has been above all a revolution of ignorance. The great discovery that launched the scientific revolution was the discovery that humans do not know the answer to their most important questions. Pre-modern traditions of knowledge such as Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, and Confucianism asserted that everything that is important to know about the world was already known. The great gods or the one almighty God or the wise people of the past possessed all-encompassing wisdom, which they revealed to us in scriptures and oral traditions. Ordinary mortals gain knowledge by delving into these ancient texts and traditions and understanding them properly. It was inconceivable that the Bible, the Quran, or the Vedas were missing out on a crucial secret of the universe, a secret that might yet be discovered by flesh and blood creatures. Ancient traditions of knowledge admitted only two kinds of ignorance. First, an individual might be ignorant of something important. To obtain the necessary knowledge, all he needed to do was ask somebody wiser. There was no need to discover something that nobody yet knew. For example, if a peasant in some 13th century Yorkshire village wanted to know how the human race originated, he assumed that Christian tradition had the definitive answer. All he had to do was ask the local priest. Second, an entire tradition might be ignorant of unimportant things by definition. Whatever the great gods or the wise people of the past did not bother to tell us was unimportant. For example, if a Yorkshire peasant wanted to know how spiders weave their webs, it was pointless to ask the priest because there was no answer to this question in any of the Christian scriptures. That did not mean, however, that Christianity was deficient. Rather, it meant that understanding how spiders weave their webs was unimportant. After all, God knew perfectly well how spiders do it. If this were a vital piece of information necessary for human prosperity and salvation, God would have included a comprehensive explanation in the Bible. Christianity did not forbid people to study spiders, but spider scholars, if there were any in medieval Europe, had to accept their peripheral role in society and the irrelevance of their findings to the eternal truths of Christianity. No matter what a scholar might discover about spiders or butterflies or Galapagos finches, that knowledge was little more than trivial, with no bearing on the fundamental truths of society, politics, and economics. In fact, things were never quite that simple. In every age, even the most pious and conservative, there were people who argued that there were important things of which their entire tradition was ignorant. Yet, such people were usually marginalized or persecuted, or else they founded a new tradition and began arguing that they knew everything there is to know. For example, the Prophet Muhammad began his religious career by condemning his fellow Arabs for living in ignorance of the divine truth. Yet Muhammad himself very quickly began to argue that he knew the full truth, and his followers began calling him the seal of the prophets. Henceforth, there was no need of revelations beyond those given to Muhammad. Modern day science is a unique tradition of knowledge in as much as it openly admits collective ignorance regarding the most important questions. Darwin never argued that he was the seal of the biologist and that he had solve the riddle of the life once and for all. After centuries of extensive scientific research, biologists admit that they still don't have any good explanation for how brains produce consciousness. Physicists admit that they don't know what caused the Big Bang or how to reconcile quantum mechanics with the theory of general relativity. In other cases, competing scientific theories are vociferous vociferously debated on the basis of constantly emerging new evidence. A prime example is the debates about how best to run the economy. Though individual economists may claim that their method is the best, orthodoxy changes with every financial crisis and stock exchange bubble, and it is generally accepted that the final word on economics is yet to be said. In still other cases, particular theories are supported so consistently by the available evidence that all alternatives have long since fallen by the wayside. Such theories are accepted as truth, yet everyone agrees that new evidence emerges that contradicts the theory. It would have to be revised or discarded. Good examples of these are the plate tectonic theories and the theory of evolution. The willingness to admit ignorance has made modern science more dynamic, supple, and inquisitive than any previous tradition of knowledge. This has hugely expanded our capacity to understand how the world works and our ability to invent new technologies. But it presents us with a serious problem that most of our ancestors did not have to cope with. Our current assumption that we do not know everything and that even the knowledge we possess is tentative extends to the shared myths that enable millions of strangers to cooperate effectively. If the evidence shows that many of those myths are doubtful, how can we hold society together? How can our communities, countries, and international system function? All modern attempts to stabilize the socio-political order have had no choice but to rely on either the two unscientific methods. Take a scientific theory and in opposition to common scientific practices, declare that it is a final and absolute truth. This was the method used by Nazis, who claimed that their racial policies were the corollaries of biological fact, and communists, who claimed that Marx and Lenin had divine absolute economic truths that could never be refuted, leave science out of it, and live in accordance with a non-scientific absolute truth. This has been the strategy of liberal humanism, which is built on a dogmatic belief in the unique worth and rights of human beings, a doctrine which has embarrassingly little in common with the scientific study of Homo sapiens. But that should not surprise us. Even science itself has to rely on religious and ideological beliefs to justify and finance its research. Modern culture has nevertheless been willing to embrace ignorance to a much greater degree than has any previous culture. One of the things that has made it possible for modern social orders to hold together is the spread of an almost religious belief in technology and in the methods of scientific research, which have replaced to some extent the belief in absolute truths, the scientific dogma. Modern science has no dogma, yet it has a common core of research methods, which are all based on collecting empirical observations. Those we can observe with at least one of our senses and putting them together with the help of mathematical tools. People throughout history collected empirical observations, but the importance of these observations was usually limited. Why waste precious resources obtaining new observations when we already have all the answers we need? But as modern people came to admit that they did not know the answers to some very important questions, they found it necessary to look for completely new knowledge. Consequently, the dominant modern research method takes for granted the insufficiency of old knowledge. Instead of studying old traditions, emphasis is now based on new observations and experiments. When present observation collides with past tradition, they give precedence to the observation. Of course, physicists analyzing the spectra of distant galaxies, archaeologists analyzing the finds from a Bronze Age city, and political scientists studying the emergence of capitalism do not disregard tradition. They start by studying what the wise people of the past have said and written. But from their first year in college, aspiring physicists, archaeologists, and political scientists are taught that it is their mission to go beyond that what Einstein, Heinrich Schliemann, and Max Weber ever knew. Mere observations, however, are not knowledge. In order to understand the universe, we need to connect observations into comprehensive theories. Earlier traditions usually formulated their theories in terms of stories. Modern science uses mathematics. There are very few equations, graphs, and calculations in the Bible, the Quran, the Vedas, or the Confucian classics. When traditional mythologies and scriptures laid down general laws, these were presented in narrative rather than mathematical form. Thus, a fundamental principle of Manichaean religion asserted that the world is a battleground between good and evil. An evil force created matter, while a good force created spirit. Humans are caught between these two forces, and so choose good over evil. Yet the prophet Mani made no attempt to offer a mathematical formula that could be used to predict human choices by quantifying the respective strength of these two forces. We never calculated that the force acting on a man is equal to the acceleration of his spirit divided by the mass of his body. This is exactly what scientists seek to accomplish. In 1687, Isaac Newton published The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, arguably the most important book in modern history. Newton presented a general theory of movement and change. The greatness of Newton's theory was its ability to explain the movement of all bodies in the universe, from falling apples to shooting stars, using three very simple mathematical laws. Sigma f is equal to 0, sigma f is equal to ma, f is equal to minus f. Henceforth, anyone who wished to understand and predict the movement of a cannonball or a planet simply had to make measurements of objects' mass, direction and acceleration, and the forces acting on it. By inserting these numbers into Newton's equations, the future position of object could be predicted. It worked like magic. Only around the end of the 19th century did scientists come across a few observations that did not fit with Newton's law, and these led to the next revolutions in physics, the theory of relativity and quantum mechanics. Newton showed that the book of nature is written in the language of mathematics. Some chapters, for example, boil down to a clear-cut equation, but scholars who attempted to reduce biology, economics, and psychology to neat Newtonian equations have discovered that these fields have a level of complexity that makes such an aspiration futile. This did not mean, however, that they gave up on mathematics. A new branch of mathematics was developed over the last 200 years to deal with the more complex aspects of reality, statistics. In 1744, two Presbyterian clergymen in Scotland, Alexander Webster and Robert Wallace, decided to set up a life insurance fund that would provide pensions for the widows and orphans of dead clergymen. They proposed that each of their church ministers would pay a small portion of his income into the fund, which would invest the money. If a minister died, his widow would receive dividends on the fund's profit. This would allow her to live comfortably for the rest of her life, but to determine how much the minister had to pay in so much that the fund would have enough money to live up to its obligations. Webster and Wallace had to be able to predict how many ministers would die each year, how many widows and orphans they would leave behind, and by how many years the widows would outlive their husbands. Take note of what the two churchmen did not do. They did not pray to God to reveal the answer, nor did they search for an answer in the Holy Scriptures or among the works of ancient theologians, nor did they enter into an abstract philosophical disputation. Being Scots, they are practical. They were practical types, so they contacted a professor of mathematics from the University of Edinburgh, Colin McLaurin. The three of them collected data on the ages at which people died and used these to calculate how many ministers were likely to pass away in any given year. Their work was founded on several recent breakthroughs in the field of statistics and probabilities. One of these was Jacob Bernoulli's law of large numbers. Bernoulli had codified the principle that while it might be difficult to predict with certainty a single event, such as the death of a particular person, it was possible to predict with great accuracy the average outcome of many similar events. That is why Maclaurin could not use math to predict whether Webster and Wallace would die next year. He could, given enough data, tell Webster and Wallace how many Presbyterian ministers in Scotland would almost certainly die next year. Fortunately, they had ready-made data that they could use. Actually, Travis, published 50 years previously by Edmund Halley, proved particularly useful. Halley had analyzed records of 1,238 births and 1,174 deaths that he obtained from the city of Breslau, Germany. Halley's tables made it possible to see that, for example, a 20-year-old person has a 1:100 chance of dying in a given age, but a 50-year-old person has a 1:39 chance. Processing these numbers, Webster and Wallace concluded that on average there would be 930 living Scottish Presbyterian ministers at any given moment, and an average of 27 ministers would die each year, 18 of whom would be survived by widows. 5 of those who did not leave widows would leave orphan children, and 2 of those survived by widows would also be outlived by children from previous marriages who had not yet reached the age of 16. They further computed how much time was likely to go by before the widow's death or remarriage. In both these eventualities, payment of the pension would cease. These figures enabled Webster and Wallace to determine how much money the ministers who joined their fund had to pay in order to provide for their loved ones by contributing £2.12 2d a year. A minister could guarantee that his widowed wife would receive at least £10 a year, a hefty sum in those days. If he thought that was not enough, he could choose to pay in more, up to level $6.11 3d a year, which would guarantee his widow the even more handsome sum of £25 a year. According to their calculations, by the year 1765, the fund for provision for the widows and children of the ministers of the Church of Scotland would have capital totaling £58,348. Their calculations proved amazingly accurate. When that year arrived, the fund's capital stood £58,341, just £1 less than the prediction. This was even better than the prophecies of Habakkuk, Jeremiah, or St. John. Today, Webster and Wallace Fund, known simply as Scottish Widows, is one of the largest pension and insurance companies in the world, with assets worth £100 billion It ensures not only Scottish widows, but anyone willing to buy its policies. Probability calculations such as those used by the two Scottish ministers became the foundation, not merely of actuarial science which is central to the pension and insurance business, but also of the science of demography founded by another clergyman, the Anglican Robert Malthus. Demography in its turn was the cornerstone on which Charles Darwin, who almost became an Anglican pastor, built his theory of evolution. While there are no equations that predict what kind of organism will evolve under a specific set of conditions, geneticists use probability calculations to compute the likelihood that a particular mutation will spread in a given population. Similar probabilistic models have become central to economics, sociology, psychology, political science, and the other social and natural sciences. Even physics eventually supplemented Newton's classical equations with the probability clouds of quantum mechanics. We need merely look at the history of education to realize how far this process has taken us. Throughout most of history, mathematics was an esoteric field that even educated pupils rarely studied seriously. In medieval Europe, logic, grammar, and rhetoric formed the educational core, while the teaching of mathematics seldom went beyond simple arithmetic and geometry. Nobody studied statistics. The undisputed monarch of all sciences was theology. Today, few students study rhetoric. Logic is restricted to philosophy department and theology to seminaries. But more and more students are motivated or forced to study mathematics. There is an irresistible drift towards the exact sciences, defined as exact by their use of mathematical tools. Even fields of study that were traditionally part of the humanities, such as the study of human language, linguistics, and the human psychology, rely increasingly on mathematics and seeking to present themselves as exact physics and biology, but also in psychology, sociology, economics, and political science. In the course catalog of the psychology department at my own university, the first required course in the curriculum is Introduction to Statistics and Methodology in Psychological Research. Second year psychology students must take statistical methods in psychological research. Confucius, Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad would have been divided if you told them that in order to understand the human mind and cure its illness, you must first study statistics. Knowledge is power. Most people have a hard time digesting modern science because its mathematical language is difficult for our mind to grasp, and its findings often contradict common sense. Out of the 7 billion people in the world, how many really understand quantum mechanics, cell biology, or macroeconomics? Science nevertheless enjoys immense prestige because of the new powers it gives us. Presidents and generals may not understand nuclear physics, but they have a good grasp of what nuclear bombs can do. In 1620, Francis Bacon published a scientific manifesto titled The New Instrument. In it, he argued that knowledge is power. The real test of knowledge is not whether it is true, but whether it empowers us. Scientists usually assume that no theory is 100% correct. Consequently, truth is a poor test for knowledge. The real test is utility. A theory that enables us to do new things constitutes knowledge. Over the centuries, science has offered us many new tools. Some are mental tools. Some are those used to predict death rates and economic growth. Even more important are technological tools. The connection forged between science and technology is so strong that today people tend to confuse the two. We often think that it is impossible to develop new technologies without scientific research, and that there is little point in research if it does not result in new technologies. In fact, the relationship between science and technology is a very recent phenomenon. Prior to 1500, science and technology were totally separate fields. When Bacon connected the two in the early 17th century, it was a revolutionary idea. During the 17th and 18th centuries, this relationship tightened, but the knot was tied only in the 19th century. Even in 1800, most rulers who wanted a strong army and most business magnates who wanted a successful business did not bother to finance research in physics, biology, or economics. I don't mean to claim that there is no exception to this rule. A good historian can find precedent for everything, but an even better historian knows when these precedents are but curiosities that crowd the big picture. Generally speaking, most pre-modern rulers and business people did not finance research about the nature of the universe in order to develop new technologies, and most thinkers did not try to translate their findings into technological gadgets. Rulers financed educational institutions whose mandate was to spread traditional knowledge for the purpose of buttressing the existing order. Here and there people did develop new technologies, but these were usually created by uneducated craftsmen using trial and error, not by scholars pursuing systematic scientific research. Card manufacturers built the same card from the same materials year in year out. They did not set aside a percentage of their annual profits in order to research and develop new card models. Card designs occasionally improved, but it was usually thanks to the ingenuity of some local carpenters who never set foot in a university and did not even know how to read. This was true of the public as well as the private sector, whereas modern states call in their scientists to provide solutions in almost every area of national policy, from energy to health to waste disposal. Ancient kingdoms seldom did so. The contrast between then and now is most pronounced in weaponry. When outgoing President Dwight Eisenhower warned in 1961 of the growing power of the military-industrial complex, he left out a part of the equation. He should have alerted his country to the military-industrial scientific complex. Because today's wars are scientific production, the world's military forces initiate, fund and steer a large part of humanity's scientific research and technological development. When World War I bogged down into interminable French warfare, both sides called in the scientists to break the deadlock and save the nation. The man in white answered the call, and out of the laboratories poured a constant stream of new wonder weapons, combat aircraft, poison gas, tanks, submarines, and ever more efficient machine guns, artillery pieces, rifles, and bombs. As a picture, German B-2 rocket ready to launch. It did not defeat the Allies, but it kept the Germans hoping for a technological miracle until the very last days of the war. The science played an even larger role in World War II. By late 1944, Germany was losing the war and defeat was imminent. A year earlier, the German allies, the Italians, had toppled Mussolini and surrendered to Allies, but Germany kept fighting on. Even though the British, American, and Soviet armies were closing in, one reason German soldiers and civilians thought not all was lost was that they believed German scientists were about to turn the tide with so-called miracle weapons such as the V-2 rocket and jet-powered aircraft. While the Germans were working on rockets and jets, the American Manhattan Project successfully developed atomic bombs. By the time the bomb was ready in early August 1945, Germany had already surrendered, but Japan was fighting on. American forces were poised to invade its home islands. The Japanese vowed to resist the invasion and fight to the death, and there was every reason to believe that it was no idle threat. American generals told President Harry S. Truman that an invasion of Japan would cost the lives of 1 million American soldiers and would extend the war Well, into 1946, two men decided to use the new bomb. 2 weeks and two atom bombs later, Japan surrendered unconditionally and the war was over. But science is not just about offensive weapons, it plays a major role in our defense as well. Today, many Americans believe that the solution to terrorism is technological rather than political. Just give millions more to the nanotechnology industry. They believe and the United States could send bionic spy flies into every Afghan cave, Yemenite redoubt, and North African encampment. Once that is done, Osama bin Laden's heirs will not be able to make a cup of coffee without a CIA spy fly passing this vital information back to headquarters in Rangle. Allocate millions more to brain research, and every airport could be equipped with ultra-sophisticated fMRI scanners that could immediately recognize angry and hateful thoughts in pupils' brain. Will it really work? Who knows? Is it wise to develop bionic flies and thought-reading scanners? Not necessarily. Be that as it may, as you read these lines, the US Department of Defense is transferring millions of dollars to nanotechnology and brain laboratories for work on these and other such ideas. This observation with military technology, from tanks to atom bombs to spy flies, is a surprisingly recent phenomenon. Up until the 19th century, the vast majority of military revolutions were the product of organizational rather than technological changes. When alien civilizations met for the first time, technological gaps sometimes played an important role. But even in such cases, few thought of deliberately creating or enlarging such gaps. Most empires did not rise thanks to a technological wizardry, and their rulers did not give much thought to technological improvement. The Arabs did not defeat the Sassanid Empire thanks to superior bows or swords. The Seljuk had no technological advantage over the Byzantines, and the Mongols did not conquer China with the help of some ingenious new weapon. In fact, in all these cases, the vanquished enjoyed superior military and civilian technology. The Roman army is a particularly good example. It was the best army of its day, yet technologically speaking, Rome had no ace over Carthage, Macedonia, or the Seleucid Empire. Its advantage rested on efficient organization, iron discipline, and huge manpower reserves. The Roman army never set up a research and development department, and its weapons remained more or less the same for centuries on end. If the legions of Scipio Aemilianus, the general who leveled Carthage and defeated the Numidians in the 2nd century BC, had suddenly popped up 500 years later in the age of Constantine the Great, Scipio would have had a fair chance of beating Constantine. Now imagine what would happen to a general from a few centuries back, say Napoleon, if he led his troops against a modern armored brigade. Napoleon was a brilliant tactician, and his men were crack professionals, but their skills would be useless in the face of modern weaponry. As in Rome, so also in ancient China, most generals and philosophers did not think it their duty to develop new weapons. The most important military invention in the history of China was gunpowder. Yet to the best of our knowledge, gunpowder was invented accidentally by a Taoist alchemist searching for the elixir of life. Gunpowder's subsequent career is even more telling. One might have thought that the Taoist alchemist would have made China master of the world. In fact, the Chinese used a new compound mainly for firecrackers, even as the Song Empire collapsed in the face of a Mongol invasion. No emperor set up a medieval Manhattan Project to save the empire by inventing a doomsday weapon. Only in the 15th century, about 600 years after the invention of gunpowder, did cannons become a decisive factor on Afro-Asian battlefields. Why did it take so long for the deadly potential of this substance to be put to military use? because it appeared at a time when neither kings, scholars nor merchants thought that new military technology could save them or make them rich. The situation began to change in the 15th and 16th centuries, but another 200 years went by before most rulers evinced any interest in financing the research and development of new weapons. Logistics and strategy continued to have far greater impact on the outcome of wars than technology. The Napoleonic military machine that crushed the armies of the European powers at Austerlitz 1805 was armed with more or less the same weaponry that the army of Louis XVI had used. Napoleon himself, despite being an artilleryman, had little interest in new weapons, even though scientists and inventors tried to persuade him to fund the development of flying machines, submarines and rockets. Science, industry and military technology intertwined only with the advent of the capitalist system and the Industrial Revolution. Once this relationship was established, however, it quickly transformed the world. The idea of progress. Until the scientific revolution. Until the scientific revolution, most human cultures did not believe in progress. They thought the golden age was in the past and the world was stagnant, if not deteriorating. Strict adherence to the wisdom of the ages might perhaps was stagnant, is not deteriorating. Strict adherence to the wisdom of the ages might perhaps bring back the good old times, and human ingenuity might conceivably improve this or that facet of daily life. However, it was considered impossible for human know-how to overcome the world's fundamental problems. If even Muhammad, Jesus, Buddha and Confucius, who knew everything there is to know, were able to abolish famine, disease, poverty, and war from the world, how could we expect to do so? Many faiths believed that someday a Messiah would appear and end all wars, famines, and even death itself. But the notion that humankind could do so by discovering new technologies and inventing new tools was worse than ludicrous. It was hubris. The story of the Tower of Babel, the story of Icarus, the story of Golem, and countless other myths taught people that any attempt to go beyond human limitations would inevitably lead to disappointment and disaster. When modern culture admitted that there were many important things that it still did not know, and when that admission of ignorance was married to the idea that scientific discoveries could give us new powers, people began suspecting that real progress might be possible after all. As science began to solve one unsolvable problem after another, many became convinced that humankind could overcome any and every problem by acquiring and applying new knowledge. Poverty, sickness, wars, famines, old age, and death itself were not the inevitable fate of humankind. They were simply the fruits of our ignorance. Here is a picture of Benjamin Franklin disarming the gods. A famous example is lightning. Many cultures believed that lightning was the hammer of an angry god, used to punish sinners. In the middle of the 18th century, in one of the most celebrated experiments in scientific history, Benjamin Franklin threw a kite during a lightning storm to test the hypothesis that lightning is simply an electric current. Franklin's empirical observations, coupled with his knowledge about the qualities of electrical energy, enabled him to invent the lightning rod and disarm the god. Poverty is another case in point. Many cultures have viewed poverty as an inescapable part of this imperfect world. According to the New Testament, Shortly before the crucifixion, a woman anointed Christ with precious oil worth 300 denarii. Jesus' disciple scolded the woman for wasting such a huge sum of money instead of giving it to the poor. But Jesus defended her, saying that the poor you will always have with you, and you can have them anytime you want, but you will not always have me. Mark 14:7. Today, fewer and fewer people, including fewer and fewer Christians, agree with Jesus on this matter. Poverty is increasingly seen as a technical problem amenable to intervention. It's common wisdom that policies based on the latest findings in agronomy, economics, medicine, and sociology can eliminate poverty. And indeed, many parts of the world have already been freed from the worst forms of deprivation. Throughout history, societies have suffered from two kinds of poverty: social poverty, which withholds from some people the opportunities available to others, and biological poverty, which puts the very lives of individuals at risk due to lack of food and shelter. Perhaps social poverty can never be eradicated, but in many countries around the world, biological poverty is a thing of the past. Until recently, most people hovered very close to the biological poverty line below which a person lacks enough calories to sustain life for long. Even small miscalculations or misfortunes could easily push people below that line into starvation. Natural disasters and man-made calamities often plunged entire people over the abyss, causing the death of millions. Today, most of the world's people have a safety net stretched below them. Individuals are protected from personal misfortune by insurance, state-sponsored social security, and a plethora of local and international NGOs. When calamity strikes an entire region, worldwide relief efforts are usually successful in preventing the worst. People will still suffer from numerous degradations, humiliations, and poverty-related illnesses. But in most countries, nobody is starving to death. In fact, in many societies, more people are in danger of dying from obesity than from starvation. The Gilgamesh Project. Of all mankind's ostensibly insoluble problems, one has remained the most vexing, interesting, and important: the problem of death itself. Before the late modern era, most religions and ideologies took it for granted that death was our inevitable fate. Moreover, most faiths turned death into the main source of meaning in life. Try to imagine Islam, Christianity, or the ancient Egyptian religion in a world without death. These creeds taught people that they must come to terms with death and pin their hopes on the afterlife, rather than seek to overcome death and live forever here on the earth. The best minds were busy giving meaning to death, not trying to escape it. That is the theme of the most ancient myth to come down to us, the Gilgamesh myth of ancient Sumer. Its hero is the strongest and most capable man in the world, King Gilgamesh of Europe, who could defeat anyone in battle. One day, Gilgamesh's best friend Enkidu died. Gilgamesh sat by the body and observed it for many days until he saw a bomb dropping out of his friend's nostril. At that moment, Gilgamesh was gripped by a terrible horror, and he resolved that he himself would never die. He would somehow find a way to defeat death. Gilgamesh then undertook a journey to the end of the universe, killing lions, battling scorpion man, and finding his way into the underworld. There he shattered the stone giants of Osanabi and the ferryman of the river of death, and found Utnapishtim, the last survivor of the primordial threat, yet Gilgamesh failed in his quest. He returned home empty-handed, as mortal as ever, but with one new piece of wisdom. When the gods created man, Gilgamesh had learned. They said death as man's inevitable destiny, and man must learn to live with it. Disciples of progress do not share this defeatist attitude. For man of science, death is not an inevitable destiny, but merely a technical problem. People die not because the gods decreed it, but due to various technical failures, heart attack, cancer, and infection. And every technical problem has a technical solution. If the heart flutters, it can be stimulated by a pacemaker, or replaced by a new heart. If cancer rampages, it can be killed with drugs or radiation. If bacteria proliferate, they can be subdued with antibiotics. 2. At present, we cannot solve all technical problems, but we are working on them. Our best minds are not wasting their time trying to give meaning to death. Instead, they are busy investigating the psychological, hormonal, and genetic systems responsible for disease and old age. They are developing new medicines, revolutionary treatments, and artificial organs that will lengthen our lives and might one day vanquish the grim reaper himself. Until recently, you would not have heard scientists or anyone else speak so bluntly, defeat death. What nonsense! We are only trying to cure cancer, tuberculosis, and Alzheimer's disease. They insisted. People avoided the issue of death because the goal seemed too elusive. Why create unreasonable expectations? We are now at a point, however, where we can be frank about it. The leading project of the scientific revolution is to give humankind eternal life, even if killing death seems a distant goal. We have already achieved things that were inconceivable. A few centuries ago, in 1199, King Richard the Lionheart was struck by an arrow in his left shoulder. Today we did say he incurred a minor injury, but in 1199, in the absence of antibiotics and effective sterilization methods, this minor flesh wound turned infected and gangrene set in. The only way to stop the spread of gangrene in 12th century Europe was to cut off the infected limb. Impossible when the infection was in a soldier. The gangrene spread throughout the Lionheart's body, and so no one could help the king. He died in great agony 2 weeks later. As recently as the 19th century, the best doctors still did not know how to prevent infection and stop the putrefaction of tissues. In field hospitals, doctors routinely cut off the hands and legs of soldiers who received even minor limb injuries, fearing gangrene. These amputations, as well as all other medical procedures such as tooth extraction, were done without any anesthetics. The first anesthetics ever, chloroform, ethyl chloroform, and morphine, entered regular usage in Western medicine only in the middle of the 19th century. Before the advent of chloroform, poor soldiers had to hold down a wounded comrade while the doctor sawed off the injured limb. On the morning after the Battle of Waterloo 1815, heaps of sawn off hands and legs could be seen adjacent to the field hospitals. In those days, carpenters and butchers who enlisted to the army were often sent to serve in the medical corps, because surgery required little more than knowing your way with knives and saws. In the 2 centuries since, what today only 5 out of 1,000 English babies die during their first year, and only 7 out of 1,000 die before age 15. We can better grasp the full impact of these figures by setting aside statistics and telling some stories. A good example is the family of King Edward I, of England, 1237 to 1307, and his wife Queen Eleanor, 1241 to 90. Their children enjoyed the best conditions and the most nurturing surroundings that could be provided in medieval Europe. They lived in palaces, ate as much food as they liked, had plenty of warm clothes, well-stocked fireplaces, the cleanest water available, an army of servants and the best doctors. The sources mention 16 children that Queen Eleanor bore between 1255 and 1284. First, an anonymous daughter born in 1255 died at birth. Second, a daughter Catherine died either at age 1 or age 3. Third, a daughter Joan died at 6 months. Fourth, a son John died at age 5. Fifth, a son Henry died at age 6. Sixth, a daughter Eleanor died at age 29. 7. An anonymous daughter died at 5 months. 8. A daughter John died at age 35. 9. A son Alfonso died at age 10. 10. A daughter Margaret died at age 58. 11. A daughter Berengaria died at age 2. 12. An anonymous daughter died shortly after birth. 13. A daughter Mary died at age 53. 14. An anonymous son died shortly after birth. 15. A daughter Elizabeth died at age 34. 16. A son Edward. The youngest Edward was the first of the boys to survive the dangerous years of childhood, and at his father's death he ascended the English throne as a King Edward II. In other words, it took Eleanor 16 tries to carry out the most fundamental mission of an English queen, to provide her husband with a male heir. Edward II's mother must have been a woman of exceptional patience and fortitude. Not so the woman Edward chose for his wife, Isabella of France. She had him murdered when he was 43. To the best of our knowledge, Eleanor and Edward I were a healthy couple and passed no fatal hereditary illnesses on to their children. Nevertheless, 10 out of the 16, 62% died during childhood. Only 6 managed to live beyond the age of 11, and only 3, just 18%, lived beyond the age of 40. In addition to these births, Eleanor most likely had a number of pregnancies that ended in miscarriage. On average, Edward and Eleanor lost a child every 3 years. Lost every 3 years, 10 children, one after another. It's nearly impossible for a parent today to imagine such loss. How long will the Gilgamesh project, the quest for immortality, take to complete? 100 years? 500 years? 1,000 years? When we recall how little we knew about the human body in 1900, or how much knowledge we have gained in a single century, there is a cause for optimism. Genetic engineers have recently managed to double the average life expectancy of carnal hereditary elegant newborns. Could they do the same for Homo sapiens? Nanotechnology experts are developing a bionic immune system composed of millions of nanorobots who would inhabit our body, open blocked blood vessels, fight viruses and bacteria, eliminate cancerous cells, and even reverse aging processes. A few serious scholars suggest that by 2050, some humans will become a martyr, not immortal, because they could still die of some accident, but a martyr meaning that in the absence of fatal trauma, their lives could be extended indefinitely, whether or not Project Gilgamesh succeeds. From a historical perspective, it is fascinating to see that most great modern religions and ideologies have already taken death and the afterlife out of the equation. Until the 18th century, religions considered death and its aftermath central to the meaning of life. Beginning in the 18th century, religions and ideologies such as liberalism, socialism, and feminism, lost all interest in the afterlife. What exactly happens to a communist after he or she dies? What happens to a capitalist? What happens to a feminist? It is pointless to look for the answer in the writings of Marx, Adam Smith, or Simone de Beauvoir. The only modern ideology that still awards death a central role is nationalism. In its more poetic and desperate moments, nationalism promises that whoever dies for the nation will forever live in its collective memory. Yet this promise is so fuzzy that even most nationalists do not really know what to make of it. The sugar daddy science. We are living in a technical age. Many are convinced that science and technology hold the answers to all our problems. We should just let the scientists and technicians go on their work and they will create heaven here on earth. But science is not an enterprise that takes place on some superior moral or spiritual plane above the rest of human activity. Like all other parts of our culture, it is shaped by economic, political, and religious interests. Science is a very expensive affair. A biologist seeking to understand the human immune system requires laboratories, test tubes, chemicals, and electron microscopes, not to mention lab assistants, electricians, plumbers, and cleaners. An economist seeking to model credit markets must buy computers, set up giant banks, and develop complicated data processing programs. An archaeologist who wishes to understand the behavior of archaic hunter-gatherers must travel to distant lands, excavate ancient ruins, and date fossilized bones and artifacts. All of this cost money. During the past 500 years, modern science has achieved wonders thanks largely to the willingness of government businesses, foundations, and private donors to channel billions of dollars into scientific research. These billions have done much more to chart the universe, map the planet, and catalog the animal kingdom than did Galileo Galilei, Christopher Columbus, and Charles Darwin. If these particular geniuses had never been born, their insights would probably have occurred to others, but if the proper funding were unavailable, no intellectual brilliance could have compensated for that. If Darwin had never been born, for example, we did today attribute the theory of evolution to Alfred Russel Wallace, who came up with the idea of evolution by a natural selection independently of Darwin, and just a few years later. But if the European powers had not financed geographical, geological, and botanical research around the world, neither Darwin nor Wallace would have had the necessary empirical data to develop the theory of evolution. It is likely that they would not even have tried. Why did the billions stars flowing from government and business coffers into labs and universities? In academic circles, many are naive enough to believe in pure science. They believe that government and businesses altruistically give them money to pursue whatever research projects strike their fancy. But this hardly describes the realities of science funding. Most scientist studies are funded because somebody believes they can help attain some political, economic, or religious goals. For example, in the 16th century, kings and bankers channeled enormous resources to finance geographical expeditions around the world, but not a penny for studying child psychology. This is because kings and bankers surmised that the discovery of new geographical knowledge would enable them to conquer new lands and set up great empires, whereas they could not see any profit in understanding child psychology. In the 1940s, the governments of America and the Soviet Union channeled enormous resources to the study of nuclear physics rather than underwater archaeology. They surmised that studying nuclear physics would enable them to develop nuclear weapons, whereas underwater archaeology was unlikely to help win wars. Scientists themselves are not always aware of the political, economic, and religious interests that control the flow of money. Many scientists do, in fact, act out of pure intellectual curiosity. However, only rarely do scientists dictate the scientific agenda. Even if we wanted to finance pure science unaffected by political, economic, or religious interest, it would probably be impossible. Our resources are limited, after all. Ask a congressman to allocate an additional $1 million to the National Science Foundation for basic research, and he will justifiably ask whether that money would not be better used to fund a teacher training or to give a needed tax break to a troubled factory in his district. To channel limited resources, we must answer questions such as what is more important and what is good. And these are not scientific questions. Science can explain what exists in the world, how things work, and what might be in the future. By definition, it has no pretension to knowing what should be in the future. Only religions and ideologies seek to answer such questions. Consider the following quandary. Two biologists from the same department, possessing the same professional skill, have both applied for a $1 million grant to finance their current research project. Professor Slughorn wants to study a disease that infects the udders of cows, causing a 10% decrease in their milk production. Professor Sprouts wants to study whether cows suffer mentally when they are separated from their calves. Assuming that the amount of money is limited and that it is impossible to finance both research projects, which one should be funded? There is no scientific answer to this question. There are only political, economic, and religious answers. In today's world, it is obvious that Sargon has a better chance of getting the money, not because other diseases are scientifically more interesting than bovine mentality, but because the dairy industry, which stands to benefit from the research, has more political and economic clouds than the animal rights lobby. Perhaps in a strict Hindu society where cows are sacred, or in a society committed to animal rights, Professor Sprouts would have a better shot. But as long as he lives in a society that values the commercial potential of milk and the health of its human citizens over the feelings of cows, she did best write up her research proposal so as to appeal to those assumptions. For example, she might write that depression leads to a decrease in milk production. If we understand the mental world of dairy cows, we could develop psychiatric medication that will improve their mood, thus raising milk production by up to 10%. I estimate that there is a global annual market of $250 million for bovine psychiatric medications. Science is unable to set its own priorities. It is also incapable of determining what to do with its discoveries. For example, from a purely scientific viewpoint, it is unclear what we should do with our increasing understanding of genetics. Should we use this knowledge to cure cancer, to create a race of genetically engineered supermen, or to engineer dairy cows with supersized udders? It is obvious that a liberal government, a communist government, a Nazi government, and a capitalist business corporation would use the very same scientific discovery for completely different purposes, and there is no scientific reason to prefer one uses over others. In short, scientific research can flourish only in alliance with some religion or ideology. The ideology justifies the cost of the research. In exchange, the ideology influences the scientific agenda and determines what to do with the discoveries. Hence, in order to comprehend how humankind has reached Alamogordo and the moon, rather than any number of alternative destinations, it is not enough to survey the achievements of physicists, biologists, and sociologists. We have to take into account the ideological, political, and economic forces that shaped physics, biology, and sociology, pushing them in certain directions while neglecting others. Two forces in particular deserves our attention: imperialism and capitalism. The feedback loop between science, empire, and capital has arguably been history's chief engine for the past 500 years. The following chapters analyze its working. First, we will look at how the twin turbines of science and empire were lashed to one another, and then learn how both were hitched up to the money pump of the capitalism. Chapter 15: The Marriage of Science and Empire. How far is the sun from the earth? It's a question that intrigued many early modern astronomers, particularly after Copernicus argued that the sun rather than the earth is located at the center of the universe. A number of astronomers and mathematicians tried to calculate the distance, but their methods provided widely varying results. A reliable means of making the measurement was finally proposed in the middle of the 18th century. Every few years, the planet Venus passes directly between the Sun and the Earth. The duration of the transit differs when seen from distant points on the Earth's surface because of the tiny difference in the angle at which the observer sees it. If several observations of the transit were made from different continents, simple trigonometry was all it would take to calculate our exact distance from the Sun. Astronomers predicted that the next Venus transits would occur in 1761 and 1769. So expeditions were sent from Europe to the four corners of the world in order to observe the transit from as many distant points as possible. In 1761, scientists observed the transit from Siberia, North America, Madagascar, and South Africa. As the 1769 transit approached, the European scientist community mounted a supreme effort, and scientists were dispatched as far as northern Canada and California, which was then a wilderness. The Royal Society of London for the Improvement of Natural Knowledge concluded that this was not enough. To obtain the most accurate results, it was imperative to send an astronomer all the way to the southwestern Pacific Ocean. The Royal Societies resolved to send an eminent astronomer, Charles Green, to Tahiti and spared neither effort nor money. But since it was funding such an expensive expedition, it hardly made sense to use it to make just a single astronomical observation. Green was therefore accompanied by a team of eight other scientists from several disciplines, headed by botanist Joseph Banks. Joseph Banks and Daniel Solander. The team also included artists assigned to produce drawings of the new islands. The team also included artists assigned to produce drawings of the new lands, plants, animals, and pupils that the scientists could not doubt encountering, equipped with the most advanced scientific instruments that Banks and the Royal Society could buy. The expedition was placed under the command of Captain James Cook, an experienced seaman as well as an accomplished geographer and ethnographer. The expedition left England in 1768, observed the Venus transit from Tahiti in 1769. We connected several Pacific islands, visited Australia and New Zealand, and returned to England in 1771. It brought back enormous quantities of astronomical, geographical, meteorological, botanical, geological, and anthropological data. Its findings made major contributions to a number of disciplines, sparked the imagination of Europeans with astonishing tales of the South Pacific, and inspired future generations of naturalists and astronomers. One of the fields that benefited from the Cook expedition was medicine. At the time, ships that set sail to distant shores knew that more than the half their crew members would die on the journey. The nemesis was not angry natives, enemy warships or homesickness. It was a mysterious ailment called scurvy. Men who came down with the disease grew lethargic and depressed, and their gums and other soft tissues bled. As the disease progressed, their teeth fell out, open sores appeared, and they grew feverish, jaundiced, and lost control of their limbs. Between the 16th and 18th century, scurvy is estimated to have claimed the lives of about 2 million sailors. No one knew what caused it, no matter what remedy was tried. Sailors continued to die in droves. The turning point came in 1747, when a British physician, James Lind, conducted a controlled experiment on sailors who suffered from the disease. He separated them into several groups and gave each group a different treatment. One of test groups was instructed to eat citrus fruits, a common folk remedy for scurvy. The patients in this group promptly recovered. Lind did not know what the citrus fruit had that the sailors' bodies lacked, but we now know that it is a vitamin C. A typical shipboard diet at that time was notably lacking in foods that are rich in this essential nutrient. On long-range voyages, sailors usually subsisted on biscuits and beef jerky and ate almost no fruits or vegetables. The Royal Navy was not convinced by Lind's experiments, but James Cook was. He resolved to prove the doctor right. He loaded his boat with a large quantities of sauerkraut and ordered his sailors to eat lots of fresh fruits and vegetables whenever the expedition made landfall. Cook did not lose a single sailor to scurvy. In the following decades, all the world's navies adopted Cook's nautical diet, and the lives of countless sailors and passengers were saved. However, the Cook expedition had another, far less benign result. Cook was not only an experienced seaman and geographer, but also naval officer. In the following decades, all the world's navies adopted Cook's nautical diet, and the lives of countless sailors and passengers were saved. However, the Cook expedition had another far less benign result. Cook was not only an experienced seaman and geographer, but also a naval officer. The Royal Society financed a large part of the expedition expenses, but the ship itself was provided by the Royal Navy. The Navy also seconded 85 well-armed sailors and marines and equipped the ship with artillery, muskets, gunpowder, and other weaponry. Much of the information collected by the expedition, particularly the astronomical, geographical, meteorological, and anthropological data, was of obvious political and military value. The discovery of an effective treatment for scurvy greatly contributed to British control of the world's oceans and its ability to send armies to the other side of the world. Cook claimed for Britain many of the islands and islands he discovered, most notably Australia. The Cook expedition laid the foundation for the British occupation of the southwestern Pacific Ocean, for the conquest of Australia, Tasmania, and New Zealand, for the settlement of millions of Europeans in the new colonies, and for the extermination of their native culture and most of their native population. In the century following the Cook expedition, the most fertile lands of Australia and New Zealand were taken from their previous inhabitants by European settlers. The native population dropped by up to 90%, and the survivors were subject to a harsh regime of racial oppression. For the Aborigines of Australia and the Maoris of New Zealand, the Cook expedition was the beginning of the catastrophe from which they have never recovered. And even worse fate befell the natives of Tasmania, having survived for 10,000 years in splendid isolation. They were completely wiped out to the last man, woman, and child. Within a century of Cook's arrival, European settlers first dropped them off the richest parts of the island and then, coveting even the remaining wilderness, hunted them down and killed them systematically. The few survivors were founded into an evangelical concentration camp where well-meaning but not particularly open-minded missionaries tried to indoctrinate them in the ways of the modern world. The Tasmanians were instructed in reading and writing, Christianity, and various productive skills such as sewing, cloths, and farming, but they refused to learn. They became even more melancholic, stopped having children, lost all interest in life, and finally, though chose the only escape route from the modern world of science and progress, death. Alas, science and progress pursued them even to the afterlife. The corpses of the last Tasmanians were seized in the name of science by anthropologists and curators. They were dissected, weighed, and measured, and analyzed in learned articles. The skulls and skeletons were then put on display in museums and anthropological collections. Only in 1976 did the Tasmanian Museum give up for Goyer the skeleton of Tuganini, the last native Tasmanian who had died 100 years earlier. The English Royal College of Surgeons held on to samples of her skin and hair until 2002. Was Cook's ship a scientific expedition protected by a military force or a military expedition with a few scientific tagging alone? That's like asking whether your petrol tank is half empty or half full. It was both. The scientific revolution and modern imperialism were inseparable. People such as Captain James Cook and the botanist Joseph Banks could hardly distinguish science from empire, nor could luckless Tuganini. Why Europe? The fact that people from a large island in the northern Atlantic conquered a large island south of Australia is one of the history's more bizarre occurrences. Not long before Cook's expedition, the British Isles and Western Europe in general were but distant backwaters of the Mediterranean world. Little of importance over happened there. Even the Roman Empire, the only important pre-modern European empire, derived most of its wealth from its North African, Balkan, and Middle Eastern provinces. Rome's Western European provinces were a poor wild west, which contributed little aside from minerals and slaves. Northern Europe was so desolate and barbarous that it was not even worth conquering. Tuganini, the last native Tasmanian. Only at the end of the 15th century did Europe become a hothouse of important military political, economic, and cultural developments. Between 1500 and 1750, Western Europe gained momentum and became master of the outer world, meaning the two American continents and the oceans. Yet even then, Europe was no match for the great powers of Asia. Europeans managed to conquer America and gain supremacy at sea, mainly because the Asiatic powers showed little interest in them. The early modern era was a golden age for the Ottoman Empire in the Mediterranean, the Safavid Empire in Persia, the Mughal Empire in India, and the Chinese Ming and Qing dynasties. They expanded their territories significantly and enjoyed unprecedented demographic and economic growth. In 1775, Asia accounted for 80% of the world economy. The combined economies of India and China alone represent two-thirds of the global production. In comparison, Europe was an economic dwarf. The global center of power shifted to Europe only between 1750 and 1850, when Europeans humiliated the Asian powers in a series of wars and conquered large parts of Asia. By 1900, Europeans firmly controlled the world's economy and most of its territory. In 1950, Western Europe and United States together accounted for more than half of global production, whereas China's portion had been reduced to 5%. Under the European aegis, a new global order and global culture emerged. Today, all humans are, to a much greater extent than they usually want to admit, European interests, thought, and taste. They may be fiercely anti-European in their rhetoric, but almost everyone on the planet views politics, medicine, war, and economics through European eyes and listens to music written in European modes with words in European languages. Even today's burgeoning Chinese economy, which may soon regain its global primacy, is built on a European model of production and finance. How did the people of this frigid finger of Eurasia manage to break out of their remote corner of the globe and conquer the entire world? Europe's scientists are often given much of the credit. It's unquestionable that from 1850 onward, Europe scientists are often given much of the credit. It is unquestionable that from 1850 onward, European domination rested to a large extent on a military, industrial, scientific complex and technological wizardry. All successful late modern empires cultivated scientific research in the hope of harvesting technological innovations, and many scientists spent most of their time working on arms, medicines, and machines of their imperial a common saying imperial masters. A common saying among European soldiers facing African enemies was, "Come what may, we have medicine, machine guns, and they don't." Civilian technologies were no less important. Canned food fed soldiers, railroads and steam ships transported soldiers and their provisions, while a new arsenal of medicines cured soldiers, sailors, and locomotive engineers. These logistical advances played a more significant role in the European conquest of Africa than did the machine gun. But that was not the case before 1850. The military industrial scientific complex was still in its infancy. The technological fruits of scientific revolution were unripe, and the technological gap between European, Asiatic, and African powers was small. In 1770s, James Cook certainly had far better technology than the Australian aborigines. But so did the Chinese and the Ottomans. While they was Australia Why then was Australia explored and colonized by Captain James Cook and not by Captain Von James C or Captain Hussein Pasha? More importantly, if in 1770s Europeans had no significant technological advantage over Muslims, Indians and Chinese, how did they manage in the following century to open such a gap between themselves and the rest of the world? Why did the military-industrial scientific complex blossom in Europe rather than India? When Britain leaped forward, why were France, Germany and the United States quick to follow, whereas China lagged behind? When the gap between industrial and non-industrial nations became an obvious economic and political factor, why did Russia, Italy and Australia succeed in closing it, whereas Persia, Egypt and the Ottoman Empire failed? After all, the technology of the first industrial wave was relatively simple. Was it so hard for Chinese or Ottoman to engineer steam engines, manufacture machine guns and lay down railroads? The world's first commercial railroad opened for business in 1830 in Britain. By 1850, Western nations were crisscrossed by almost 40,000 kilometers of railroads, but in the whole of Asia, Africa and Latin America, there were only 4,000 kilometers of track. In 1880, the West boasted more than 350,000 kilometers of roads, whereas in the rest of the world there were only 35,000 kilometers of train lines, and most of these were led by the British in India. The first railroad in China opened only in 1876. It was 25 kilometers long and built by Europeans. The Chinese government destroyed it in the following year.